A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Mama! Mama!
Yes?
What time's the kitchen clock say?
Same as the clock in your room.
The clock in my room doesn't say anything. David forgot to wind it last night.
It's 6:40.
Is that all?
What time would you like it to be?
At least 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock's a nice round time. I always like 7 o'clock myself.
David will be home by 7. He'll be sitting there in that big chair, drawing on his pipe, telling me everything that happened today.
You mean you'll be pulling it out of him with all your questions?
What do you mean David's not the kind of man you pull things out of? Hey, what are you doing?
Getting ready to get dinner ready. Any objections?
Nope, I'll help.
Oh, thank you, no.
Thank you, no, why not?
You've got a lovely habit of getting exactly between me and what I'm doing.
It's taken me years to perfect it. I'm glad to see you've noticed.
I don't know what you're going to do when you're in a kitchen of your own and there's no one around for you to disturb.
I don't know what I'm going to do either.
You'll manage.
If I don't, it'll be all your fault.
Mine.
Mm-hmm. These last 2 weeks that David and I have been living with you, I haven't learned one thing about housekeeping. As a matter of fact, I've forgotten everything I did know.
That must have been a great effort.
It was, but I managed.
And that's my fault.
Of course it is. You hardly let me help you at all.
Easier to do it myself. Been doing it myself for years.
I know. That's what makes me feel so guilty.
Oh, what are you kicking about? You've helped. You made the beds, and you did the dusting.
Oh, dusting's not anything. It's just taking dust from one place and putting it in another, that's all.
That's when you do it.
I suppose when you do it, it disappears. Poof, like smoke.
Never thought of using a damp rag, did you?
That's quite an idea.
Try it tomorrow. See what happens.
I will. David and I will leave this apartment absolutely dustless. Wait and see. Dustless and quiet.
Delightful change, thank you.
You're welcome. And you'll be welcome at our place any time.
Very kind of you.
Anytime, anytime.
Claudia. You've got a little stage fright about moving away, haven't you?
Nonsense, have I?
Well, you should have.
Should I? I thought I was just being a big sissy.
This is one of those times when being a sissy is a little wiser than not being one. At least it shows that you've got a sense of responsibility. And a husband, even David, is a responsibility.
Husband. My husband. Say, does that sound funny to you, too?
Yes, I'll admit it does.
It sounds so married.
Marriage is like that. At least it will be for you, starting tomorrow.
That's just what I mean, Mama. So far, living here with you has been just like a beautiful holiday. Do you realize I never house-kept for a man before? After tomorrow, I'll be up to my ears in it.
I realize that David does, too. That's why I've been feeding him up.
Mama, you'll help me, won't you, if I get in a mess?
How do you think?
I think you're very fond of David, and you wouldn't want to see him starve all of a sudden.
I'm very fond of David, but you're wrong. I'd rather see him starve in your home than getting fat in mine. I think he'd rather, too.
Did anybody ever tell you you're a heartless woman?
I wish I were.
Well, cheer up, you are. David said so last night.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, wait till I get my hands on him.
You shouldn't have long to wait. He'll be home any time. Tell me, you like this green dress on me, Mama?
It's all right. Nothing to brag about.
David said I look like a string bean in it. Say, am I always going to look like a string bean? I thought getting married would help.
Cheer up. Someday you look like a lima bean.
You know, speaking in vegetables, I think I'd rather look like an artichoke heart. More like a squash, even. You know, one of those nice curvy squash with small waists.
I think David will settle for the string bean and like it.
He'll have to, I'm afraid. Maybe I can see him coming up the street.
Don't fall out.
Why should I fall out? What time is it now?
Exactly 1 minute later than it was a minute ago.
Oh, is that all it is again?
Claudia, are you still leaning out that window? Don't lean out so far. You worry me to death.
I'm all right.
You want to be here when David comes, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Then stop performing like a trapeze artist.
I can't understand why he isn't home.
It's still early.
It is not. It's way after 7 o'clock.
Well, close the window. It's getting too cool.
All right.
And stop walking around like that. You're wearing the carpet thin.
Carpet, that's a fine thing to think of at a time like this.
Somebody's got to think of the carpet.
You're worried, too.
Ridiculous.
I know you are. No use bluffing me.
Think you're smart, don't you?
Just because you blame it on the carpet doesn't mean I can't tell you mean David. Oh, Mommy, you don't suppose...
No, I don't suppose that.
It's funny. This morning he said, if I don't go now, I'll never...
What?
I'll never come home.
Oh, you little fool. Well, did he go now?
Almost.
For you two, that's as good as now.
I think I'll call his office.
And what'll you say?
Simple as Mr. David Norton there. You look out the window while I call, would you, Mama? If you see him, I can hang up.
And if he's not at his office, you'll feel much worse.
Then maybe they'll tell me he left late.
But maybe they won't.
I'll have to take the chance. Go on, Mama. Look up the street, will you? You see him?
No.
He walks very straight, but his right foot turns out a little.
No, David. May I come back in now?
Suppose you might as well.
Well, what did the office say? How long ago did he leave?
There's no answer. They've all left.
Of course they have.
It's getting really late, Mama.
Where are you going now?
Look at the clock.
That won't help. Looking at the clock never helps.
Mama, it's getting on 8.
Oh, that kitchen clock gains like crazy.
Well, the roast doesn't gain time.
Since when does a roast tell time?
Since now it's all dried out.
I put it in too early.
No, that's not it. David's home too late.
And while you're up, Claudia, baste the roast, will you?
All right. But I have to add water. The gravy's almost gone.
Use some stock from the icebox.
I know. All of it?
How much is there?
Not much.
Then use all of it.
There. Looks awfully cooked still. Anything else?
My knitting. Over there on the bookcase.
Mama, I never thought that sometimes it'd be awful to love someone so much.
I know.
Everything gets different. Every minute's so terribly important.
You'll get used to it.
Never. You know, in a way, I hope not.
You will, though. A little in time.
Mama, did I keep you waiting often?
No, not often.
Suppose something has... What if he...
It hasn't.
How can you be so sure? You're not really, are you?
Of course I am. I'm going into that kitchen this minute and put in the potatoes.
Putting in the potatoes won't prove anything. Is your knitting. Oh, Mama, it must have been terrible for you.
What do you mean, terrible?
You had to wait for me all alone. At least I've got you to talk to.
Thanks.
What if this had happened after we moved away from here? If I had to be alone now, waiting all by myself, I don't know what I'd do.
You'll be alone many times, Claudia. And you'll manage.
Will I? It's getting so late.
Claudia, maybe David met someone he knows. Let the poor boy alone.
That's not like David. Besides, he'd have called.
It's only 7:45.
You say 7:45 because you think it sounds less late than 8:15. I know. It's more than a whole hour since he should have been here.
Maybe he had to see a contractor about something or other.
He'd have called.
All right. If it makes you feel better, go on and worry.
Don't you scold me. I get it from you.
Oh, I don't see why you couldn't have inherited any of my better qualities.
Which?
Well, do I have to list them?
Uh-huh.
Could you list yours?
Well, certainly I could.
Well, go on.
Oh, too many to think of.
No, you're perfect. Claudia, why are you closing your eyes like that?
Just imagining David walking up the street, coming up in the elevator, opening the door, kissing me.
That doesn't need so much imagination.
And now I'm going to get up from this chair, walk over to that window, open it, look out, and see David walking up the street.
Well?
He's not. It didn't work.
What didn't work?
David, I didn't hear you come.
Hello, darling. Darling, don't talk.
David, I was so worried.
There. I know you were.
Hello, Mother.
You're a fine one, David Norton. I let you marry my daughter, and the first thing you do is worry me half to death.
Don't scold me, Ma. Don't scold me.
Well, I guess I haven't any further excuse not to put in those potatoes. Glad you're home, you big good-for-nothing.
Thanks, Mother.
Oh, David.
Here, darling. Blow.
I don't need to blow.
You don't?
I never blow.
You don't?
I never cry either.
No?
I'm just so happy to see you, that's all.
Me too.
Say, you look all right.
I am all right.
You sure?
Sure. Come on with me while I wash up.
You're kind of sooty.
I feel sooty.
Oh, David, you have no idea how awful it is to wait and wait and... Say, where were you? Now that I think of it, I'm mad.
I was caught in a subway tie-up. I don't care how mad you got, I'm not going back.
Why didn't you phone?
How could I?
With a nickel?
Oh, you goop, there's no phone on a subway
But
train.
in the station there must have been one.
That's just it. I couldn't get to a station. The train was stuck between 63rd and 64th Street.
You could have gotten killed. David, was it an accident?
Nope, just stuck.
Oh.
Hey, don't sound so disappointed.
I could wring your neck. All that worrying for nothing.
How do you think I felt?
What do you mean?
There, stuck between 63rd and 64th Streets, knowing I had two worrisome females pacing the floor at home.
Anyway, Mama didn't pace the floor. She dropped stitches. David, you worried about us worrying?
Of course I did. I knew you'd be imagining all sorts of terrible things had happened.
You knew right, all right.
Don't you know, darling? I'm always going to come home to you.
Are you, David?
Whenever it's up to me.
Oh.
Do you believe that now?
When I'm with you, David, I believe it, but when I'm alone, it's not so easy.
That's when you've got to try the hardest.
But, David, wouldn't you have worried about me, I mean?
You're happy tootin' I'd have worried, like anything.
You would have?
And just see to it, young lady, that you telephone.
But...
No buts about it. You telephone no matter where you're stuck, you hear me?
Yes, darling, I hear you.
Now.
All story material used in this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. Now that there's more Coca-Cola, there's enough Coke for the family, even with guests coming to supper. There's enough to go round even after Junior has treated his pals in the afternoon. Yes, there's more Coke now, enough so you can have it on hand like old times. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Today we bring you Mr. James Cagney in a play suggested by this statement.
To all personnel of the Army Air Forces, in violation of every rule of military procedure and every concept of human decency, the Japanese have executed several of your brave comrades who took part in the first Tokyo raid. These men died as heroes. We must not rest. We must redouble our efforts until the inhuman warlords who committed this crime have been utterly destroyed. Signed, General H.H. Arnold, Commanding General, United States Army Air Forces.
The Hollywood Writers' Mobilization presents the Free World Theater, dedicated to you, the fighting men and women of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, because this is a war not only of men but ideas, the Hollywood Writers' Mobilization, in cooperation with the Blue Network, the Office of War Information, and the Hollywood Victory Committee, is presenting a series of plays based on ideas suggested by such world personalities as President Roosevelt, President Manuel Quezon, Mr. Thomas Mann, and many other outstanding statesmen, writers, and philosophers of our time. These ideas are being dramatized by Hollywood's most talented playwrights, and the leading roles of the plays will be taken by some of our finest actors and actresses. As our 12th broadcast, we present The Last Will and Testament of Tom Smith, written by Stephen Longstreet. The leading role will be taken by Mr. James Cagney.
This is a story of an American aviator. This is a story of a man in a prison cell. This is a story of death in Japan.
For no reason at all, I want to write a letter. I don't know why. My fingers are stiff. The Jap cell is cold, but I want to write a letter. And I don't know why. Okay, here goes. Come to romantic Japan in cherry blossom time. Remember the ads in the slick magazines and all the smiling, slant-eyed faces? 1,000,000 years ago. Well, there are no cherry blossoms here, and soon it'll be dawn, and the Jap cell is so cold I can't sleep. My name is Tom Ellison Smith, American, 24, and... Oh, I have a little visitor.
Matarasio Mikami. I am Captain Miramoto.
Hi.
As you will note, I speak perfect English. Harvard 32.
Well, maybe you won't be able to understand me. I never got out of Pottsville High.
Very amusing. Yes, I am here to ask if you desire anything.
Anything?
Any small thing, yes.
Why?
You bombed the sacred soil of Nippon. You brought your steel monsters to break up the graves of our gods. You are to be shot.
Shot?
Yes.
But I'm an aviator, a soldier. I only did...
You are to be shot. You and the others. We shall strike such terror in your homeland by this firing squad. Never again will you dare to come here. You are frightened?
Yeah. I'm scared stiff.
You understand you are to be shot?
Yeah. But that won't help you.
What?
Your guards are going to have plenty of headaches.
You have 1 hour, 20 minutes rest. Good day.
Now I know why I'm writing this letter. Yeah, now it makes sense. A last will and testament. On the morning of April 18th, in a Japanese prison of Kobe, I, Tom Ellison Smith, make my last will and testament. That means I give things away. A long time ago, before I ever saw Obama, when I walked and talked with people like myself, I went to a big yellow school, and I remember the will of a great man. I forget his name, but Miss Gardoff, my teacher, said he was a great man. His will read, I have nothing, I owe much, the rest I leave to the poor. I'd better collect anything I have to leave behind into some sort of order and sort of hand it out. I have no family, no stocks, no bonds, no old family pictures, no dividends, no nothing. But words. Now I need big words, I guess. Fine words. All I've got is these words. So, here goes. I give to the kids on my block and the girls in the schoolyard. I give leave for them, endow them with these things that are all I have. Item 1. I leave to all of you a certain Sunday in June when the sun dances on the river and the band is playing somewhere in the park and you're 17.
Bottle of pop? Why, Tom Smith, I never take things from men.
Do you mind sitting on the grass?
Of course not. Oh, look at that butterfly. Big as a teacup.
Hey, you know what I once read?
You read a lot, don't you?
A man once dreamed he was a butterfly. And when he was a butterfly, he wondered, was he a man dreaming he was a butterfly? Or a butterfly dreaming he was a man?
Oh.
Yeah, makes a fella think reading stuff like that.
I should imagine so. You've got a good mind, Tom.
No, I haven't. But I'm good with my hands. I'm building a glider.
To fly?
Yeah, sure.
Someday you'll fly to China, the South Seas.
I'll be like my pa.
Huh?
Settle down, get fat.
Oh, you're funny. But I like you.
Do you?
You never noticed me, but I've noticed you.
Oh, but I have.
Oh, no, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
Like other men notice girls?
Huh?
Have you desired me?
Gee, Grace.
Oh, I mean to kiss. To hold me in your arms.
Well...
See? You never noticed me.
But I have. I want it. I...
Oh, darling.
Grace.
Oh, you kiss fine.
I never have. That is... Well, not like this.
Oh, Tom.
Grace. Grace. Item 2. I leave behind to all the kids, the chance to do what you really want to do.
Coming, Bud?
Yeah. It's hard work walking up here, Mr. Morris.
4,000 feet about.
Yeah.
Tired?
Yeah, that pack is heavy.
Yeah. Let's rest then. Well, how do you like this job? Your first since vacation started, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it fine. I like the woods and working under the sun and doing what... Well, I guess I can't say what I mean, but when you have a job and it's yours and you got it yourself, well, It's fine.
Yes. Well, let's go on. You'll see a sight, Tom. Soon. The whole valley. Now, look. There's your view. 5,000 feet. Now, what do you say?
Well, it's a lot, but it still isn't high enough.
What?
No, I'd like to get up higher.
Well, can't get higher here. Not unless you find yourself some eagle feathers someplace and fly.
Fly? Yeah. What you really want to do.
Tom Smith. What in all water bugs is that?
Hello, Doc. It's a glider.
I did hear tell of them. How does it work?
Well, Freddie up there will tow me with his old jalopy, and as soon as the car gets up speed enough, it'll tow me in this glider right off the ground.
No, you better not, Tom.
Let her go, Fred.
Tom, you'll kill yourself. Can't fly in that. You can't. Well, I'll be blowed. He's flying.
Item 3. I leave behind me the American Earth. Yeah, all of it. The way I first saw it.
Nice going, Bud. It runs. You're quite a hand with engines.
Oh, thanks. Say, have you done a lot of flying in that plane, mister?
What's that? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, about flying. Oh, sure. Cracked up 5 times. I've been barnstorming, Bud.
Barnstorming?
Yeah, all around the world.
Well.
Now, after 20 years, I'm in a cow pasture. And I like it. Been away too long. 20 years it took me to get back to USA, but I like it. Like it fine.
You going to stay?
Who knows? Ever seen it, kid?
Huh?
Ever been way up and seen it? USA, I mean?
Oh, no, not from way up. In a glider, but not way up.
Never looked down, and there it was. Solid, real green, pretty as a sock in the nose.
No, never have.
People live too close to the ground. You got to go up and look down, and they'll know. They'll feel what it's all about. Get in, I'll show you what I mean.
You'll take me up?
Sure.
Oh.
Look down, Tom.
I'm looking.
Now see it. That's the land. That's the skin of Earth mugs like you and me live on, breed on, raise up kids sometimes.
Yeah.
It ain't all tricky words, kid. It ain't fancy talk and nice pipe vests and fat mouths and clover. This is what matters. Land, little people. Add an acre and 1,000,000 acres. Add us to 1,000,000 guys and you got something. Simple, ain't it? Took me 20 years to figure it out. There she goes. The motor's missing again.
Oh, gee.
Hold on.
Down we go.
Maybe we'll make it. Scared?
Mister, even if we don't, it's been worth it. Item 4. I leave behind me. What else have I got to leave you kids? I've got to make it clear like a bookkeeper, adding up the columns of what is right and what is wrong. Item 4. It's It's almost day outside. I've got to write it. Item 4. Yeah, I've got it. I leave behind me Gramps' voice. Yup, Gramps' voice.
Tom, where's my cane?
Under your chair. You've been marching in your sleep in a parade again, Gramps?
Shut your mouth. I've been marching over 70 years. I started when they hung John Brown, and I'll march until this fat, lazy world falls apart and you young ones find out that freedom and dignity ain't only words in school books.
You've been listening to speeches again.
Blast speeches. Speeches can't save this stock exchange world. Hades and high water. We sold our birthright for flush plumbing and picture shows, but a cold wind is coming up in the world, and it's going to chill sense into you young ones.
You still think there's going to be a war, Gramps?
Sure.
I don't believe it.
No? What do you believe in, Tom?
Do we have to believe in anything? I'm having fun.
Sure, but you owe people something.
What people? I don't bother them. They don't bother me.
No, not these people sleeping in the bloody sunset. But the people who died, Tom. The people who held dirty wounds in the rain and stood up in pain and died for the stuff you think silly.
Well, maybe you haven't heard. This is a new model world. A man went 400 miles an hour this week on the Utah salt flats.
Yeah, but that's not progress. That's speed. Boy, a lot of us fools were young once, too. We sucked cider from the jugs and we sparked with the girls and cut the wheat and shot the wild turkeys down and we had fun. Yeah, but we died, too. We stank up the cornfields of Virginia, dusted away in Georgia mud, and we didn't like death and gore and dirty holes in our chests, but we believed. You gotta believe in your land and people again, boy. You gotta believe, or you ain't nobody.
Item 5. I leave behind me for you kids.
You will come out, please.
Oh, I guess I haven't got time to leave behind me any more will and this stuff called testament.
Come out.
Yeah.
Forward, march.
No more writing. No more testaments. The enemy. Are these guys the enemy? Little hard-looking guys with rat eyes? Is this little guy going to order my death? Why can't I believe it? Why are my hands warm? The back of my head cold? Why do my feet scrape on the stone?
Come on, sit!
Yacht? Grass? Sun? Hi. There's Joe. My bombardier. Another squad pointing guns at him. No, don't. Joe's a good kid. Joe, they shot you. You're still moving. Joe, I must be going nuts. Shoot Joe? A little monkey in a soldier suit putting a gun against Joe's head, killing Joe.
Tom.
Don't fly that bug, boy.
Tom, tell me more about the butterflies.
Listen to that motor sing. Voices in my head. Tom? Where the devil are you, boy? Oh, there. What are you doing here?
That's you talking, isn't it, Gramp?
It's Gramp, and I've lost my cane again.
Gramp, I'm going to lose my life.
Sounded like you said you were going to lose your life.
That's what I said.
Thunder makes me hard of hearing.
It's firing squads. They're killing us. Americans.
What's that, boy? Gonna shoot you?
Yes, Gramp, now. Right now.
It's that war, ain't it? The one nobody believed in.
Yeah, Gramp, yeah.
Well, that's the way with wars, Tom.
Gramp, help me. I've been making a will. I've been leaving things. There's something else I want to leave. And I can't get it. Can't remember. Something you once said, Gramp.
I was a gabby old man.
Gramp, help me. I gotta leave something else behind. I've got to. Did you hear that, Gramp? Sam, Gramp. That was Sam dying. In another minute, they'll shoot me. Stick close to me, Gramp.
I'm not going, boy.
It'll be such a little time to wait.
Good soldiers wait and remember.
Remember what, Gramp? What?
3 days hell in the peach orchards at Gettysburg. Us, maybe. Old soldiers resting now in dignity, peace.
Oh, that's where we're going.
Look, Gramp. They're bringing out another one. He's smiling.
Can't see so good. I've mislaid my glasses.
Larry. It's Larry.
Is he standing up and looking at him?
Yeah.
Is he calm?
Yeah.
Well, that's how it is with a soldier who believes. It comes in battle or it comes like this, but it comes with calm dignity if you believe.
Believe? In what?
Think hard, son.
I believe. Yeah. I believe we'll come back here.
Sure.
In a great cloud of bombers.
Sure.
And the sky will be filled with our wings and our bombs.
Yeah.
And we'll come again and again, and their dead gods and their living evil, Gramp, we'll burn it off the face of the earth.
Sure, Tom, sure.
And no matter how many of us they shoot, more of us will come again and again.
Keep believing that, Tom.
And these Japs will learn that killing us won't scare us off. Torturing us won't keep the bomb bays empty.
Yeah.
Tying our hands and murdering us in a dirty yard won't bring rust to the motors.
Keep believing, Tom.
It is your turn, Lieutenant.
Gramp, see his face? You see it?
Your turn, Lieutenant.
It's my turn, Gramp. This is it. The kiss-off. They can't do it to me. And they're doing it.
You know how to go.
Gramp, their guns. I'm looking down their guns.
Beautiful.
Let me tell you about the war.
Go into the blue sky.
Gramp, I gotta think. There's something else. I gotta think.
Item 1, I leave Sunday in June when you're 16.
I mean to kiss. To hold me in your arms.
Yeah, last will and testament.
Item 2, I leave behind to all the kids the chance to do.
Gramp, I was writing my last will and testament, and it's not finished.
Item 3, the American Earth.
Look down, Tom. That's the land. That's the skin of the earth mugs like you and me live on.
Will and testament.
Let's get.
They're guns. Japanese guns. They're big as the world, Gramp. Pointing at me. But there's something else I gotta leave behind. Gramp, where are you? It's all mixed up, but I'm mad, Gramp. I'm mad. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Item 5 in my last will. To all you sitting there in America, all you working and talking and making sounds and making noise and making love and making prayers of hope. This is what I want to leave to you. Me, us, them, Larry, the other guy, us standing, lying here in the dirt of a Japanese courtyard, full of the smell of dead men. Me,
here against a slimy stone wall. Me that's you standing here, hands tied behind you, your back crawling against the wall. Me that's your brother, your husband, or your father there, laying with his face in the mud, the blood crawling on the grass, and the flies coming to dance on it. Me that's your uncle, your lover, your best friend laying there beyond him. Dead, full of Jap slugs. I leave you here for a minute, standing as the Japs raise their rifles. And you're looking into 12 guns, each one going to tear your insides out of your body, and the thinking, and the seeing, and the feeling out of your brain.
Gentlemen!
He's saying ready. Are you ready out there? Are you ready to give up walking on Sunday and kidding the girls and standing the guy a drink and aching for good music and eating fine food? He's saying aim. And they're aiming. Look at them aim. At me. That's you.
Get out!
Gramp. I'm hit. I'm falling, Gramp. What did I say to them out there? What was that last thing I left them? A memory, Gramp, like you gave me, of your fight for what you had to fight for. A memory of me standing here and being shot. Prisoner of war, shot against a stone wall. My last items then, in my last will and testament, my anger I leave to you, and my belief in you who are coming to avenge me. I believe in you. I believe you will avenge me. I gotta believe. It's just like Gramp said. You gotta believe. Gotta. Or you ain't. You ain't. Nobody.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Mr. James Cagney in a new play, The Last Will and Testament of Tom Smith, written by Stephen Longstreet. The program was produced and directed by Arch Oboler. This has been the 12th in a special series of plays presented by the Hollywood Writers Mobilization in cooperation with the Blue Network, the Hollywood Victory Committee, and the Office of War Information. Included in the cast with Mr. Cagney were Lou Merrill, Barbara Eilers, Hans Conried, Norman Fields, Griff Barnett, Stanley Farrar, and Byron Kane. The original music was written and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Sound, Harry Sass. Victor Perrin speaking. The Free World Theater comes to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue Network.
From Hollywood, the clock stars Kathy and Elliot Lewis, the airwaves' most distinguished acting couple, and is produced and directed by radio's master of the art of suspense, William Spear. onset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. From the 42nd Bank and Trust Company, where Jane Evans used to work, you can hear the clock atop Amy Semple McPherson's Angelus Temple.
It happened the morning after I became engaged to Harold. I got to the bank a little early that morning, hoping I'd be able to see him for a minute before we opened for business. And sure enough, Harold was just hanging up his hat and coat when I came in the door. You see, I'm one of the junior tellers at the main branch here in town. Or rather, I was. And Harold is assistant manager. That's how we met. So this morning, I didn't stop at my own cage, but went right on through the gate and walked up quietly behind Harold. Hello, darling.
What?
Why, Mr. Osborne, don't you remember me? I'm the girl.
Jane, please.
Good morning, Mr. Osborne.
Oh, good morning, Johnson. Miss Evans, would you step into my office for a moment?
Why, certainly.
Jane, really, you mustn't. I mean,
Why? I didn't do anything. I just
But suppose someone had overheard. Don't you see?
Well, Harold, what if they had? They'll know about it in a day or two anyway.
But that's just the point, my dear. They mustn't.
They mustn't? But we're going to tell our friends, aren't we?
Jane, I thought you understood all that. You know how the bank frowns on office romances. After we're married, it'll be different.
But, Harold, this is different. We're engaged.
Nevertheless, my dear, the policy of the bank distinctly says...
Fooey on the policy of the bank. This is our business.
But, Jane, the bank is my career. And I'm only thinking
of the bank. And I'm thinking of our life together.
Jane, please be practical. In my position here, I simply must live up to the standards that the bank says...
The bank. Sometimes I wish I could meet somebody, just somebody who hated banks. It wasn't a very good way to start off an engagement. Or even to start off a day's work, for that matter. I went back to my cage feeling miserable. And I got out my cash for the day, including a little package of 25 $1,000 bills that a client of ours always called for on Friday. We never asked why. That was the bank's business. And I unlocked my cash drawer and put the money away. Then it was 10 o'clock, and I opened my window for business. There weren't many people in the bank yet, but at my window, there were two men. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I help you?
Yeah. This is a stick-up. Just take it eeasy and do what we tell you, and you won't get hurt. But my friend here's got a gun under that newspaper he's carrying.
Gun? And I'd like to use it, sister. What do you want me to do?
Here's a paper bag. Fill it up.
Yes. All right.
And don't forget those 25 G notes that George Oliver calls for every Friday.
The what?
Don't stall. We know all about him. That's one reason we're here.
Don't make any funny moves, sister, because if you do, it's... I'd often wondered what I'd do if this ever happened, but now I couldn't even think. As I fumbled with the money, I looked at the two men. One of them was about 35, dark hair, a square jaw, hard blue eyes. The other, the one with the gun, was a nervous, evil-looking boy about 21. I knew that they meant everything they said. I glanced sideways for just a minute toward Harold's office. And as luck would have it, he was just coming out the door. And he must have seen that something was wrong because he started right over to my window.
Come on, sister, slap into it.
I'm trying to hurry.
The paper only. Never mind the change.
That's right.
Who's that coming over here?
That's Mr. Osborne, the manager.
All right. Just don't try to make any bright conversation. I'll do the talking. Is there anything I can do here, Miss Evans? Yes. Just stand right where you are and keep quiet.
What? Harold,
don't look so hurt. You've heard of banks being held up before, haven't you? Oh. Come on, miss. Hand it over. We haven't got all day.
Here you are.
Thanks.
We ought to take him along,
Don't be crazy. Come on.
We ought to take
No, you can't do that. Miss Evans is one of my most trusted employees.
And I'm his fiancée.
Oh, you are,
Jane?
Now, I know we're going to take him along.
You're a fool, Sonny.
Yeah? Well, Harold, you don't think I'm so dumb, do you, Harold? Because you know what happens to your girlfriend if you set the cops on us?
No.
Yeah. Come on.
Don't do anything, Harold. I'll be all right. Why would I tell a couple of bandits who came in to hold up the bank that I was engaged to Harold? Particularly when Harold was the manager of the bank. Oh, it was crazy. But there were a lot of crazy things I did that day that I didn't understand myself until later. Naturally, when I told them that, they took me along as a hostage. Well, the next thing I knew, I was sitting in the front seat of a big blue car beside the one called Frank. The other one called Sonny. I tied a blindfold over my eyes. Once we drove in somewhere, and for 15 or 20 minutes there was a lot of banging and clattering around the car. Then we drove on. At first, I was too frightened to even breathe. And then I began to get angry. Just what do you think you're going to do with me?
Tell you the truth, I haven't quite made up my mind.
Yeah? Well, I have.
Shut up, Sonny.
Look, I demand that at least you take this silly blindfold off.
Oh, no, we couldn't do that, baby. And you might see how we stripped this car down just now and changed the hood and the fenders.
Shut
and
up,
plates.
Sonny. You talk too much.
What's the difference? She ain't going to be around.
Shut up.
What's the matter? You getting soft?
No. But a bank rap's enough without having some trigger-happy punk of a kid.
You better not talk to me that way.
I'll talk to you any way I want to. Watch out the back of cops.
Huh? Cops? You don't think the little lady's boyfriend is
I
going
wouldn't want to bet too much on it. Would you, Miss Evans?
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is that at least Harold isn't a cowardly, bullying...
I'm sure Harold is the perfect gentleman. I got a hunch he's also the perfect banker.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You just don't want to admit what I'm talking about. Which is that in spite of anything that might happen to you, Harold will turn us in.
And have me? He wouldn't.
No? Maybe we can check on that. I'll turn on the radio.
And what's that going to prove?
Short wave.
Yeah. You see? All the latest equipment for bank robbers, sweetheart. That's us.
R1717. Disturbance at 8th and Pico. Disturbance at 8th and Pico. See motel proprietor. 1-7, Roger.
Well.
All units. Attention, all units.
Uh-huh.
2 unidentified men wanted for holding up a main branch of 42nd Bank and Trust Company and kidnapping woman employee.
Yeah.
Jane Evans.
That's
Caucasian.
30 double.
Last seen wearing light blue dress, black shoes.
He's done it.
Blue eyes.
He's done it, Frank.
See what I mean, Miss Evans?
Well, it was his duty. Why shouldn't he?
Nothing. No reason at all. Just a question of who rates the most of the guy, I guess. His boss or his woman.
All right, he asked for it. I told him what I'd do.
What are you going to do?
Well, Miss Evans, I think we'll drive up this little side road here and let you out.
Oh?
Shouldn't have any trouble hitching a ride back. If you do, just try what Claudette Colbert did in that picture. Huh? Remember?
You kidding?
You heard what they said. She was nothing but excess baggage anyway. Now she's just another way they can identify us.
Yeah, all right, but that don't mean we let the guy get away with it. I told him what I'd do to her if he squawked, and I'm going.
You're going to do what I tell you.
Yeah? If I'd known you were so yellow.
And what was that you said, Sonny?
All right, Frank, but I'm not going to... Cops!
You're turning in here. Give me your gun, Sonny. Get down on the floor under the blanket.
I'll plug him, Frank.
Give me that gun and get down on the floor.
You're nuts. Don't get us, Frank.
I know what I'm doing. You do what I tell you. That's right. And keep covered up and keep quiet. Take off the blindfold, Miss Evans.
Look here, if you
now
think
you're going
that
to kiss me. And you better make it good. Because this gun's going to be right in your ribs. All right, now.
I'm going to do what?
Oh, you kind of startled me, officer.
What are you doing here?
Well, if you must know, I'm getting engaged. Is there anything wrong with that?
Let me see your license.
We haven't got the license yet.
Your driver's license.
Oh, sure. What's the matter?
Just let me see your license.
Yeah, here you are. You looking for somebody?
Just a couple of guys who held up a bank and kidnapped a girl.
Is that right?
Young lady got any identification?
Well,
Go on, tell him, honey. You see, we left town in sort of a hurry. You might call it a sort of elopement.
Sort of elopement, huh?
Yes.
Well, I guess you're all right. But you know you shouldn't be parking in here in the broad daylight like this.
Oh, yeah, but you know how it is.
Yeah, sure, I know how it is.
Sure. Wait a minute. All right, you can put Fran now, Sonny. They're leaving.
You sure?
Yeah. Well, Miss Evans, I'm afraid that under the circumstances, you'll have to put up with our company a little longer. That wasn't as bad as all that, was it? Well, was it? Tell it.
He slaps him right in the foot.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess it does.
That was crazy, too. Here I was, my life completely in this big ape's hands. And I had to sack his face. I knew I'd made him angry, and what was even more dangerous, I'd hurt his pride. But there was nothing to do about it now. For a long time, we just drove along, and nobody said anything. We were crossing a stretch of desert heading towards a mountain range. We just passed through a little town. I saw the car pull out of a side road as we flashed by, but neither of the two men did. And all of a sudden, my mind began to race, thinking that maybe now was coming my chance to escape, wondering what I could do. Then my blood ran cold again. The way they were talking.
You still heading for the same place, Frank?
Yeah.
The mountain place?
That's right.
What about Miss Spitfire here?
I'll take care of that when the time comes.
She knows too much.
That's right.
See, if I thought you was getting soft, Frank,
What would you do?
You know what we gotta do, don't you?
Yeah.
Where?
Well, not right out here in the open desert. That's a cinch.
The mountains?
Yeah. Maybe the mountains.
Maybe. It better not be no... Hey, cops again. Look, right behind us.
Yeah. Those others must have got to think of things over.
Cops. In the middle of the desert and no one in sight for miles.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this.
Sonny!
I've been waiting to do this all day.
Hey, you're crazy.
We get them before they get us, that's all. They're shooting back. They know they got a fight in the heads now.
And so have we. Shoot at their tires, you hear?
Okay. I think hit us.
And that's not supposed to happen the way you saw it in the movies, huh? You.
Me?
Yeah, you. Get down on the floor.
What are you going to do?
There's only one thing to do now. Drive like...
At first, I wasn't afraid at all. It was even a little exciting. I kept thinking that maybe in just a few minutes I was going to be rescued, and wondering what Harold would say. And at the same time, feeling the exhilaration of being in a race and wanting my side to win. Of course, that was crazy, too. Then suddenly the car took a sickening lurch. I scrambled up onto the seat again. We were out of the desert now, climbing a long, winding hill that twisted up towards the mountains. The police car was falling behind, but it was still following us. We hit another curve. I looked down. For just a minute, there seemed to be no road under my side of the car at all. Only a sheer drop down to a canyon filled with huge boulders. 100 feet below. I hit the other side of the curve and straightened out. I was frightened now, all right. I was weak, and I was sick from fear.
Told you to stay down on the floor.
I can't. Frank, look out, please.
Get your hands away from that wheel.
You're going to kill me.
I know what I'm doing.
Stop it. Please, Frank, stop. Please.
It might be all right for you, lady, but it wouldn't be so good for me.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Take it easy, kid. Close your eyes like you do on the roller coaster. You'll be all right.
Oh, Frank will be killed.
What do you think I'm running for instead of fighting? Just so nobody will be killed. Not even cops.
Frank, look out.
Keep away from that wheel, I told you.
Look out.
Keep away.
Frank.
I hate to do this, but...
I saw his fist rush up towards the point of my jaw, and that was all. When I woke up, it was mid-afternoon, and I was lying on a bed in a bare little room of what was obviously a mountain cabin. Through the one window, all I could see was the jumble of rocks and boulders piled up against the mountainside. And I felt my chin. It was sore. There was a little bruise on it. But aside from that, I seemed to be all in one piece. Then suddenly I heard voices. They were coming from the next room through the crack of the door left an inch or two ajar. So I crept over. Now listen.
Now, don't worry. I'll handle it.
Okay. Right?
Sure. Now go on down into town and get some grub like I told you.
Okay, Frank. You sure you don't want me to...
No. Get going.
Okay, Frank.
I stood there by the door, frozen with fear. I didn't need to hear any more to know what they'd been talking about. For a second, I thought of escape, and I looked wildly over towards the window. It was too late. The door was already swinging open.
Oh. Been listening, huh?
Yes.
How do you feel?
All right.
Ah. Glad to see you're up and around.
Why? Because it's against your principles to kill women who are unconscious?
There's a path down the backside of the mountain that leads into the main highway. It's 4 or 5 miles long and pretty rugged, but you ought to be able to make it before dark if you hurry.
Oh.
That answer your question?
Yes, I guess it does.
Well, you better get going.
How do you know
Because
that
you're going to promise me not to. Aren't you?
Yes.
All you have to say is that I slugged you. That's all you remember until you woke up by the side of the road. We'll be out of here and over the border by morning anyway.
What about Sonny?
I can handle Sonny.
I guess I do owe you something after all.
Me? What?
My life.
That plays strictly for me. I just don't want that punk kid with his movie idea of cops and robbers to be hanging a murder rap on us, that's all.
You're a strange man to be a
crook. Listen. There are just two kinds of guys in the world. Right guys and wrong guys. And the wrong kind can be the usual bum with a gun in his hand. Or he can be a pillar of society that sits all day behind a big, shiny desk. He can be kind to his mother and nice to little kids. Have a lot of fancy excuses and reasons he gives himself. Or just no reasons at all, like me. But a wrong guy is still a wrong guy. He's no good.
Well, thanks anyway.
Oh, you better get going now. By the way, sorry I hit you.
That's all right. I guess I had it coming.
And I'm sorry I let you get into this mess in the first place. But
what?
That kiss. I meant that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Frank. So did I.
Gee.
Frank!
Trailed us here after all.
Frank, the car.
Yeah.
I saw him down ahead of me on the turn of the road. I just had time to turn around and get back. You still got the dame, huh?
Yeah.
I was hoping you hadn't done nothing yet. She's about the only ace we got left for her.
Take the south window. I'll take the west one. Don't try to go knocking them off. It'll only make it worse. Just keep them covered so they can't rush us.
Yeah, well, if I can get a clean shot at
You
one
do
of
what
them.
I tell you. Can you see them?
Yeah. Yeah, they're down behind a big rock.
And that's as far as they can get. That's as far as they could get even if they had an army. Until it gets dark.
Frank, we could turn the car lights on them.
They'd only shoot them out.
We can hold them, Frank. We got enough ammunition
You
here.
can't eat ammunition. Maybe they can't get up, but we can't get down either. We can't stay here forever.
They'll never take me alive. They'll never take me alive.
Stop it, will you? Try using your head for a change. Oh. Yeah.
Frank, what could it be?
I don't know. The boys seem to have stopped the artillery barrage, too.
Don't answer.
Don't answer. Are you kidding? What's the difference? You don't think we're going to kid anybody we're not home, do you?
What?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, she's here. Sure, she's all right.
Frank, who is it?
It's your boyfriend, Harold.
Harold?
He came with the cops. He's on the Forest Ranger's emergency call box just down the road.
Let me talk to him.
Worried about him?
No, it isn't that, but let me talk to him.
Sure, go ahead.
Harold? Yes. Yes, so am I. No, nothing like that. They've been quite all right. Yes, of course they are. No, there's nothing to prevent them from killing me anytime they want to. Listen, Harold, all you care about is getting the money back and me, isn't it? Yes, I know. All right, wait a minute. Frank, you said you were near the border. How long would it take you to get there?
A couple of hours. One would put us in the clear.
Could you give them back the money? And me?
Will the cops go for a deal like that?
They've got to. Harold? Well, what's getting dark got to do with it? Of course you can't storm the place and expect to find me alive. Now, listen, Harold. Harold, they'll give back the money. Yes, I'll bring it down myself, but you've got to give them 1 hour start. Well, you can just say they rescued me and the money, but the men got away. No, Harold, nothing like that. You've got to promise me, Harold, on your word of honor, your solemn word of honor. All right. They'll do it.
Okay.
Are you nuts?
It's our only chance.
Harold? All right. Yes, I'm coming down. Now. What if she goes?
She's going. The dough's still in the paper bag. It's on the table.
Frank,
Get going.
Frank. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Harold, just so you don't have an idea you're getting away with anything, I think you're a dirty liar.
I hardly heard. I didn't even think about it. I was so relieved and still so bewildered by everything. Running down the hill with the paper bag of money clutched in my hand. And then I saw Harold crouching behind a rock. And then some policemen. And then I was around the bend, and they were all running up to me, and I just threw myself into Harold's arms.
Jane, Jane.
Yeah?
Are you all right?
I'm all right, Harold. Here's the money.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's all here. All right, officer. Okay, Chuck, let him go. Come, my dear.
Harold, what?
Tear gas.
Tear gas?
It's quite harmless, really.
Well, Harold, tell him what we promised.
I'm afraid it's out of our hands now, my dear.
Harold, you promised. You gave me your word of honor.
Of course I did.
You knew. You knew all the time you planned to do this. Stop that! Stop it!
Please, my dear, you're on the wrong.
Go.
Jane.
Stop it! Stop it!
Jane!
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! I tried to run back, but they held me. And I had to watch. I couldn't help it. It seemed hours, but it was only minutes, I suppose. The tear gas bombs exploding around the cabin, crashing through the windows as they got the range. And then something white fluttered from the door, and they came out. The boy first with his hands in the air, and then Frank, stumbling towards us like blind men, and coughing. Those terrible, racking coughs that seemed to be tearing him to pieces. Frank?
Hello.
Frank, I didn't know. I swear to you, I didn't know.
I know. I did know. I knew before you left.
Oh, why did you let me? I wouldn't have gone if I'd known.
Because he's just the kind that would have stormed the place. Maybe I couldn't have handled Sonny.
Frank, I'll help you. I'll do everything I possibly can. Anything.
Skip it. Just take some advice, will you? Next time, be sure it's a right guy.
You know, it's funny. It's like he said. People can be honest and dishonest in so many different ways. Well, I got to the bank early the next morning, too. Harold was already there waiting for me.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
I'm so glad you're here early. There's some things I wanted to talk over with you. You know, you're quite the heroine now.
Am I?
Oh, yes. And you know, darling, I've been thinking perhaps I was a little too conscientious yesterday. About our marriage, I mean. I think perhaps you were right, after all. We ought to tell them.
Harold, about our marriage.
Yes?
There isn't going to be any marriage.
Isn't going to be any?
I found out something about a girl getting married, Harold. Marriage is something you do second.
Do second?
Yes. First, you find a right guy.
From Hollywood, The Clock is produced and directed by William Spear and stars Kathy and Elliot Lewis. This evening's play was written by Robert Richards. Basil Adlam is our musical director. Next week, same time, listen again to The Clock. listening reminder. Who knows? You might be telephoned to name the new mystery melody for fabulous jackpot prizes. Be sure to hear it on Stop the Music tonight over this ABC station.
That whistle is your invitation to listen to the Household Finance Corporation program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, it's time again for The Whistler, brought to you by the 423 branch offices of Household Finance Corporation throughout the United States and Canada. You know, friends, at some time or other, almost everybody is faced with a money problem. Perhaps many of you listening right now need some extra cash to meet an emergency, to pay overdue bills, or for any worthwhile purpose. Well, no matter who you are, what your job, or where you live, HFC, Household Finance Corporation, can provide you with the money you need when you need it. And now, The Whistler's strange story, Death and the Emperor.
Timothy Murdoch was in excellent spirits. As he stepped into his car for the drive down to New Jersey, he was whistling and happy, glowing at the prospect of the deal he was about to consummate in favor of Splendid Emperor Pet Food. Splendid Emperor. There was magic in the name, selling magic, and there was good reason. Only a few days before, the National Cat Show, mecca of the nation's thoroughbred cat fanciers, had reached its moment of climax. Champions in every class had been awarded their blue ribbons. And now the crowd of trainers, owners, and spectators awaited the most important decision of all.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The judges have conferred, and their choice of grand champion of the show will be announced in a moment.
Grand champion, a coveted title. But to Edith Elsmer, standing close to the cage of a huge white Persian, with eyes as clear and blue as chunks of frozen sky, there was little doubt as to which animal would win. Edith was proud of Splendid Emperor, thrilled at the thought of her own tireless contributions to his success. But Edith Elsmer was also bitter, hurt and angry as she listened to those familiar words tumbling from the
By
loudspeaker.
unanimous decision of the judges, the grand championship is awarded for the fourth consecutive year to Splendid Emperor, white male Persian, owned and bred by Mrs. Margaret Cole of Meadow Hill, New Jersey.
Thank you very much. It's very kind of you, I'm sure. Oh. Well, Edith, I've won it again. Congratulations, Mrs. Cole. I must say I'm not at all surprised by the judge's decision. It's no more than I expected. What's the matter, my dear? You don't seem very pleased. Of course I'm pleased, Mrs. Cole. I'm delighted.
Mrs. Cole, let me congratulate you. 4-time winner of the Grand Championship. Why, it's never been duplicated in the history of the association.
Oh, thank you.
Takes skill, Mrs. Cole. More than that, the breeding of fine cats requires true artistry. And to win 4 Grand Championships, well, that takes genius.
Here now, you make me conceited, Mr.
Murdoch.
Mr. Murdoch.
Timothy Murdoch, president of Murdoch Processed Foods. If you can spare it, Mrs. Cole, I'd like a few minutes of your time on a matter of business.
Business with me?
Indeed. I have a proposition that should be profitable for both of us. You see, my firm is launching a new brand of prepared pet food.
Oh?
We need a name for our product. A magic name. like Splendid Emperor.
You mean you'd like to call your product Splendid Emperor?
Exactly. And we're prepared to pay you well for the privilege. Say, $5,000 a year?
Well, $5,000?
And furthermore, we'd like to put out a pamphlet on the breeding and grooming of fine cats. If you would write the booklet for us, perhaps for another $2,000.
Well,
I hope that you're interested in this proposition, Mrs. Cole. If there's anything
interested? Oh, yes, indeed.
Fine. I'll have my lawyers draw up the necessary contracts. Nice to talk to you, Mrs. Cole. You'll hear from me soon. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Murdoch. Edith, did you hear what he said? $5,000 a year for the use of the Emperor's name.
Yes, Mrs. Cole. I heard.
And the booklet, with me as the author. The Care and Breeding of Thoroughbred Cats by Mrs. Margaret Cole. Why, I'll be famous, Edith. Famous.
Really no more than you deserve. Is it, Mrs. Cole?
You couldn't resist saying that, could you, Edith? Because in spite of the praise and attention showered on your employer, you know that without your efforts, the Emperor would not have been 4 times champion. And that's why your feelings flare into the open that evening as the long black sedan takes you and Mrs. Cole home to New Jersey, to the sprawling green acres and the white picket fences of Meadow Hill Estate.
Edith, I've been thinking about that booklet Mr. Murdoch wants me to write.
Yes?
It's a wonderful opportunity to set my theories down on paper. And I could write it easily enough, but, well, it would be such a bother, and I thought...
So you want me to write it for you, Mrs. Cole?
Now, that's exactly what I had in mind, my dear. It would only take you a day or two.
If I do write it, will my name appear as the author?
Why, Edith.
Well, then, co-author.
My dear girl, you surprise me. I'm pained by your ingratitude.
I don't see what I have to be grateful about. And I don't see why you should bring that up at all.
You don't? I've told you again and again that when I die, you shall inherit the houses, the cats, and almost everything that I own. That's why I'm hurt, Edith. To think that you should react like this when I ask a small favor.
Oh, all right. If you insist on having me write the booklet, I'll do it.
I don't insist on anything. Never mind, Edith. I'll write it myself. And I dare say I'll do a better job of it than you might, my dear. After all, the Emperor is my cat.
Well, Edith, a dozen angry answers to Mrs. Cole are racing through your brain, but suddenly you realize you can't afford a real breach with Mrs. Cole. That all your work, all your subservience has been directed to one end. Someday you'll be mistress of Meadow Hill and all it stands for. And for that, you'll accept almost anything. So, when you arrive at Meadow Hill, you go about your accustomed duties. But when it's time to bed Splendid Emperor down for the night, the great white Persian has disappeared. You search frantically and then hurry to the little cottage, occupied by Martin Hawthorne, the caretaker.
Martin, open up.
Just a minute. Well, Miss Edith, come down to see if I'm comfortable in my little abode?
Certainly not. The Emperor's missing. I wondered if you'd seen him.
Oh. I'm still playing second fiddle to that cat, huh?
I asked if you'd seen him, Martin. That's all.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess it is. Why don't you try looking in the kitchen?
The kitchen?
I saw him there a few minutes ago. Why are you unpacking the car?
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
I guess I was thinking of something else.
Don't be insolent, Martin.
All right, okay. But down at the bottom of that heart of yours, you know you love it.
You turn from him, rush back to the main house and into the kitchen. You stop short as you see the Splendid Emperor. You're startled at where he's standing.
Emperor, come down from there. Come down off the stove. Do you hear? Get off there. Come here.
And suddenly your pent-up frustration bursts forth again. You step toward him, slap out at him.
Mrs. Cole.
Are you out of your mind?
I didn't see you standing there.
You see me indeed. How dare you, Edith? How dare you slap the Emperor?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Cole. I lost my...
And your temper. This is the end of it, Edith. The end. I will not permit my cats to be mishandled. You can pack your things in the morning.
What do you mean?
Simply that I no longer want you in my employ.
You're discharging me?
Exactly.
It's You can't do that.
No?
After all the years I've worked for you, it's not fair.
I'll be the judge of that.
No. You can't rule my life like I'm a puppet on a string. You haven't any right.
I am not asking to rule you, Edith. I told you that you're free to go.
Please, Mrs. Cole, I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong.
You've been acting badly. You do know that.
Yes. Perhaps it's because of the strain I've been under, getting the Emperor's room for the show and all.
You groomed the Emperor? Well, I like that.
Well, I didn't mean it that way, Mrs. Cole. Of course, you did most of the work.
Nerves, my dear, are a luxury one cannot afford when dealing with thoroughbred cats. Go on now. Take the Emperor and handle him gently. He means more to me than...
I understand, Mrs. Cole.
It was a frightening moment, wasn't it, Edith? And as you go back to your room, you hope that it's really over, that Mrs. Cole realizes her inadequacy, knows you must remain at Meadow Hill if her book that is to be written. The next day, you start out of the house to attend to the morning feeding. Mrs. Cole's voice reaches you as you pass the study, stops you in the hall.
Hello? Universal Employment Agency? This is Mrs. Margaret Cole of Meadow Hill, New Jersey. Yes. I want to hire someone who's experienced in the care and breeding of Persian cats. Persians? Yes, that's right. I need someone with considerable knowledge of the subject. Yes. I may need help in preparing a booklet. Yes. Yes, the first of the month will be time enough. If you'll just call me before you send me...
You walk on, almost unable to think. In the shed where the stores are kept, you sort the cat food mechanically, moving about in a day's routine. So it was only a reprieve, Edith. The first of the month is just 2 weeks away, and then you're through. That is, unless you can think of some way to prevent Mrs. Cole from dismissing you, killing outright your dream of one day becoming mistress of Meadow Hill Estate. There has to be a way, Edith, some way.
What is it, Edith?
Martin.
No, don't turn away. What were you staring at there on the shelf? Was it the rat poison?
You shouldn't come sneaking up behind a person without...
I didn't want to interrupt your thoughts, but you know you're a fascinating woman, Edith. I've always thought that behind that sober face there lurked a Mata Hari.
Martin, someday you'll go too far.
Perhaps. But you know, Edith, somehow, watching you just now, I couldn't help thinking that in a pinch, you'd go even farther than I would.
You have just heard the prologue of Death and the Emperor, another strange tale by The Whistler, brought to you by the Household Finance Corporation. There comes a time in everyone's life. Familiar words, aren't they? Yes, friends, and there comes a time in almost everyone's life when extra money is needed. Money to meet a sudden emergency. Money to pay overdue bills, doctor or dentist bills, unusual seasonal expenses. And there's always the tax bill. Well, I would like to suggest a simple solution to your money problem. HFC, Household Finance Corporation. Household Finance and its 423 branch offices, there's one conveniently located near your home, is in the business of providing the extra money you need when you need it. At Household Finance, you may borrow the money you need and select the payment plan that suits you best. Service at Household is prompt and courteous. And remember,
HFC means Household Finance Corporation. Money when you need it.
And now, back to The Whistler.
So now you know what you're going to do, Edith. You weren't sure of yourself when you heard Mrs. Cole calling the employment agency, hiring someone else. But in that instant in the storage shed, When Martin caught you staring at the rat poison, your mind was really made up, wasn't it? You had decided to murder Mrs. Cole. You've already dismissed the poison idea. That would be too crude, and it might bring on suspicion by Martin. You'll have to find another way. Strangely enough, it's Mrs. Cole herself who provides the solution.
Edith, aren't you watching the Emperor? Look at him.
What? Oh, he's up on the stove again.
Well, what's got into him? What does he do that for?
It's a habit he's formed lately.
I don't like it. It's dangerous.
Dangerous?
Certainly. Jumping up there, he could turn on the gas jets accidentally. Asphyxiate us.
Oh, no.
My dear girl, don't argue with me. Why, with the back stairs leading right up to the bedrooms, it's quite possible.
At that moment, the plan began to take shape in your mind. But there was something you had to know. What attracted Splendid Emperor to the gas stove? It's after Mrs. Cole leaves the room and you start to lift the big cat down that you make a discovery.
Come on now. Down, Emperor. What are you after up here, anyway? You'd think... Why, the catnip bag. I hung it back there myself. So that's it.
Yes, Edith. The catnip bag, hanging half concealed on a nail in back of the stove. That's what does it. But now there should be someone else who knows of the big cat's odd habit. It's a simple matter for you to get Martin into the kitchen. He hurries across the garden the moment you call.
Yeah, McLeod, you suffering from loneliness?
No, from annoyance. Look at the Emperor up there on the stove.
What about it?
He keeps jumping up there, Martin. It worries me.
He's a sensitive character. He won't get burned.
I don't mean that. Those gas jet handles, they turn so easily. Supposing he jumps up there someday and asphyxiates her.
Yeah, the jets do turn kind of easy. You're right, my love. There's danger there. Somebody might sleep the deep sleep.
Oh, it's no joking matter. I want you to tighten those handles, Martin.
Oh, sure. You know, Edith, it'd be kind of cozy. Two of us working around this kitchen here.
Martin,
Well, I do believe my charms begin to have an effect on you.
Your charms, as you prefer to call them, Martin, have nothing to do with it. I was merely trying to say that I don't want you around while I'm getting dinner. You can attend to the jet handles first thing in the morning.
That glib tongue of Martin's has a way of upsetting you, hasn't it, Edith? But you were careful to use just the right tone of reproach. And now you have your witness, and you're ready for the final move. That comes very late after you've all retired. Mrs. Cole is sleeping soundly when you steal into her bedroom and close the window very softly. Then you go down to the kitchen, turn the handles of 2 of the gas jets. You wait on the stairs until the house begins to reek with fumes, listening for a sound of stirring upstairs or for footsteps approaching the house, hearing only the furious beating of your own pulses. Once you nearly lose your courage and a warning scream forms on your lips. But you fight it back, and instead you scoop up Splendid Emperor and go outside. It's hours later when you run stumbling to Martin Hawthorne's cottage.
Martin, open the door. Oh, Martin, hurry. Try to save her.
What's wrong, Edith? What's happened?
Mrs. Cole. She's still in the house. I couldn't wake her. Martin, the gas. The Emperor turned on the gas.
Miss Ellsmer, I know from what Mr. Hawthorne here has told me that you've been terribly shocked by what happened last night. There are some questions I'd like answered.
Whatever you want, dear. Poor Mrs. Cole. She was so kind. So good.
About the windows, was Mrs. Cole in the habit of sleeping with them closed?
Not usually, but the night was chilly.
Yeah, it wasn't that. Now, You say the cat was in the habit of jumping up on the gas stove?
That's right.
That's mighty peculiar.
Sheriff, I don't know why the cat liked to get up here, but he did. Martin noticed it, too.
That's right, Sheriff. Miss Edith called my attention to it. She said she thought it was dangerous, that the jets ought to be tightened. Shouldn't have put it off again.
Yeah. Well, that ought to do for now. Thanks very much.
You accompany the sheriff to the door. Thank him for being so considerate, and for the first time, you're able to get control of your nerves. But late that afternoon, the sheriff returns, and your pulses leap again to the knowledge that something's wrong. And as he brings you and Martin in the study, you clutch your hands together, afraid their trembling might betray you.
All right, sit down, both of you. Might as well tell you I'm convinced something's wrong with this whole setup, and I intend to get to the bottom of it.
Well, what do you mean, Sheriff?
I've been doing some work around town, Miss Ellsmer. Had a talk with Mr. Ives, the lawyer for Mrs. Cole's estate.
Yes?
He told me the terms of her will. You inherit practically everything. You knew that, of course.
Of course, I've been a very faithful assistant to Mrs. Cole for years.
Yeah, but that was all over.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean, I checked on the phone calls out of here. Mrs. Cole called the Universal Employment Agency yesterday. The man at the agency says she wanted to hire someone to replace you. You knew that. You knew it meant the will would be changed.
No,
Oh, wait a minute, Sheriff.
I'll get to you in a minute.
You'll get to me now. I resent the insinuations you're making about Miss Ellsmer, but that's beside the point. Point is that this was accidental death. Every evidence points to the fact that the cat turned on those jets.
I have Miss Ellsmer's testimony for that.
Miss Ellsmer's, yes, and mine.
I was waiting for that. Point number 3 that I learned in my investigation in town. At least a dozen people told me that you, Martin, and Edith here are in love with each other.
That isn't true. That's the most outrageous lie. Martin, tell him.
I see. All right, Sheriff. It's true. I am in love with Edith Ellsmer. The feeling's all mine. Edith has never, even a word or a glance, given me the slightest encouragement. You're trying to prove there's conspiracy.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of what I think was a murder in cold blood.
I won't listen to this. I won't stay here. Sheriff, wait. You're saying you don't believe that Splendid Emperor got up on that stove. Is that it?
Yes, that's exactly it.
I see. Well, in that case, I'll ask you to step over here, Sheriff. Look through the kitchen door.
Well, I'll be hanged.
The cat is on.
Yes, Splendid Emperor. Up on the stove, Sheriff. Now, do you want to make any more insinuations?
No, I owe you an apology, Miss Ellsmer, and I give it gladly. It seemed like such a fool thing for a cat to do.
Your own eyes, Sheriff.
Yeah, my own eyes. I'll be testifying at the inquest, Miss Ellsmer. I'll tell them, of course, that it was an accident. No hard feelings.
No, Sheriff. No hard feelings.
So fortune at last played at your way. By the chance jump of a cat, you've traded disaster for everything you've always wanted. Meadow Hill, Splendid Emperor, perhaps even Martin. When Mr. Murdoch phones later in the day to announce that the contracts are ready for Mrs. Cole's signature, you tell him the bad news.
Yes, Mr. Murdoch. And so now I own Splendid Emperor.
I see. Of course, Miss Ellsmer, I'm as shocked as you are about Mrs. Cole's death. However, I'm prepared to offer you the same proposition we made Mrs. Cole. $5,000 a year for the name, $2,000 more to write that booklet.
I think your offer is very fair, Mr. Murdoch. And I accept.
Good, good.
I particularly want to write that booklet for you.
Fine, Miss Ellsmer. I was wondering, would it be too soon if I drove down with the contracts in the morning?
No. That'll be all right, Mr. Murdoch. You may come ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll see you then. Goodbye, Miss Ellsmer.
Goodbye, Mr. Murdoch. Oh, come up here, Emperor. Splendid Emperor. Up in my lap. That's it. Oh, there's a lot ahead for us, Emperor. For you and me.
Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Now, we'd like to introduce a gentleman standing by in your community to speak on behalf of your own household finance representative. Now, back to The Whistler.
Yes, Timothy Murdoch was a very happy man as he turned into Meadow Hill Estate. He was pleased at the arrangements he was about to complete with Edith Elsner. She had sounded so cooperative over the phone, so willing to accept the same terms he'd agreed upon with Mrs. Cole for the use of the name Splendid Emperor on Mr. Murdoch's taxi. As he left the car and stepped up onto the porch, Mr. Murdoch allowed his shoulders to sag slightly. He removed his hat, assumed a solemn air in deference to the late Mrs. Cole. Then, as he reached to press the door buzzer...
Hey, huh? Won't do you any good to ring, mister.
Why, I don't understand. I'm calling on Miss Elsmer. I have an appointment.
I'm afraid Miss Elsmer won't be keeping any appointments. Apparently you haven't heard what's happened here.
Oh, yes, I have. A terrible tragedy, terrible. Poor Mrs. Cole.
I'm not talking about Mrs. Cole. It's Miss Elsmer that's the real tragedy.
Miss Elsmer?
Yes. She died practically the same way.
What?
Fell asleep in a chair. Cat jumped up on the stove. We found out he was after a catnip bag someone forgot and left hanging there.
Why, then Miss Elsmer is...
Yeah, gone. Cat, too. That cat was an emperor, all right, but it seems his kingdom was death.
That whistle be your invitation to listen to the Household Finance Corporation program, The Whistler, each week over these stations. This is Ken Niles speaking for HFC, the Household Finance Corporation, and reminding you, never borrow unless you must. But if you have to borrow, do it the right way at HFC, Household Finance Corporation. Featured in tonight's story were Mary Lansing and Martha Wentworth. The Whistler is produced by George W. Allen, with story by Michael Sklar, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Home accidents can be prevented by eliminating physical hazards such as inadequate lighting, cluttered rooms, dangerous stairways, and so forth. Protect your family. Remember, accidents don't always happen to the other person. The Whistler is heard in Canada over the facilities of the Dominion Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. But first, an important announcement. Beginning next Wednesday, The Whistler will come to you at a new time, 1/2 hour earlier, 7:30 Pacific Coast time. Same station, same day. Only the time will change. Remember, beginning next Wednesday, tune in The Whistler 1/2 hour earlier. And now The Whistler's strange story. Sleep, my pretty one.
A few months before, Jean would have dismissed the whole idea of having her fortune told as ridiculous. But there was a difference now. Yes. 3 months ago, the smart little ring on the third finger of her left hand wasn't there. And the future was something she could take or leave alone. But she had to admit now that she was pretty much like any other girl in love. That sane, scientific thing somehow seemed a little unimportant. That with marriage just around the corner, things like tea-room fortune-tellers suddenly seemed important and exciting. So she gave in without argument when her friend Betty suggested they leave their table and visit Madame Zorga in her alcove behind the fringed red curtains in the corner. And as the old woman gazed into her crystal and rambled on, Jean found somehow she was taking it all seriously. A little too seriously.
On the crystal with me.
Max would be terribly shocked if he knew I was doing this.
Please, Signorina.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's coming. They part now. The clouds part. I see a number. The number 13, and now the number 11. It is a date. The 13th day of the 11th month.
November 13th.
I gaze deeper. Again the crystal clears, and I see the letter J. And now, the letter V.
Your initials, Jean. What? How can she? I told you. Go on, Madame Zorga.
I cannot go on.
Oh, but there must be more.
I ever told you. The image fades. The clouds close in. The reading, she's finished.
Is something wrong? Of course there is. It serves me right for falling for this hocus-pocus.
It's a no hocus-pocus, Signorina. If you must know, I will tell you. There is no future for J.V. after the 13th day of November.
Why, that's this week. Never mind, Betty. Here you are, madam. I better get back to the laboratory. It's late. And don't mention this to Max, will you, dear? If he ever caught me going to fortune tellers, he'd get himself a new lab assistant and a new fiancée. Sorry, I'm late, darling. I had lunch with Betty, and she insisted on a tea room across town, and you know how that is.
Mm-hmm.
There. Miss me, Doctor?
Oh, that's a silly question. Of course I miss you, dear. Hand me that beaker, will you?
Oh.
I've been up to my ears around here.
Here you are.
Thanks. Gesundheit.
Oh, excuse me.
Where'd you pick up the cold?
I don't know.
Oh, I have to do something for it.
May I see you a minute, Richard?
Oh, well, yes, Dr. Olson. I'll be with you in a minute, dear.
All right.
Mitchell, Dr. Davies tells me you want to try your drug on one of his encephalitis patients.
Oh, that's right. The man's been in a coma for 3 weeks. I think E37 can cure it.
You think? That's no basis for administering an untried drug.
But it looks like he hasn't a chance otherwise.
Nevertheless, as head of this institute, I'm afraid I'll have to refuse you my permission. The fact that you injected a bunch of rats with the virus of sleeping...
But you don't understand, Doctor. Those rats had sleeping sickness, with all the symptoms. Double vision, sleepiness, fever. E37 cured every last one.
That doesn't mean it's safe for a human being. I'd hoped you'd remember the last hopeless patient it was tried on. How long did he last, Mitchell? Was it 10 seconds or 20?
I told you I found what was wrong. I've eliminated the toxic factor.
You've eliminated the toxic factor. Well, I'm glad to hear that. It's a highly constructive development. But it still is an experiment. And this institute will not experiment with human lives. I absolutely forbid you giving Davies this drug. That's final.
Institute will not experiment.
I couldn't help hearing it, Max. The transfer.
Yeah. Seems, my love, that my work for the past year has been dedicated to a batch of white rats.
Oh, there ought to be a way...
There is, just one. The drug's got to be proven on a human patient. Olson knows that. For thousands of years, encephalitis has been killing human beings like dogs, and Olson says we can't afford to take a chance.
Well, he's thinking of the institute.
I'm thinking of humanity. There's always a risk. That's how we learn. That's how we progress. That's science. Jean.
Yes?
Jean, will you help me?
Well, of course, darling.
I'm going to test my formula. I can make the test, and Olson need never know about it.
What kind of a test?
On a human subject.
What? But how can you...
Darling, listen to me. You love me.
Well, yes, Max.
You trust me.
Trust you?
You've got to have faith in me, darling. It means everything now.
Of course I have faith in you, Max.
I have an aunt in Dorset, Vermont. We can drive up there tonight.
But I don't understand, Max. How can you make a test on a human subject? Who can...
Leave that to me, darling. I'm going to inject the subject with the virus, then follow it at the peak of the attack with E37. The only way I can show Olson.
But you haven't told me who
you... said you trusted me, Jean. Did you mean it?
Yes, Max.
Good. Come on now. Let's start packing the equipment. Oh, careful with that vial, Jean. Take us days to reproduce that drug.
I'm wrapping it in cotton. Oh, excuse me. There you are, Max.
No, that ought to do it. You can close up the bag. Now, hold still a moment, dear.
Why? What do you...
Just hold still.
Max, what is this?
Giving you a shot. That cold of yours. Can't have you sick at a time like this.
I feel a little faint.
I know. It always affects you this way. There. That's why I didn't warn you.
I don't like injections, Max. Why did you...
I told you, dear. So you're cold. You better have faith in the doctor, now.
Yes. Yes, Max. Of course.
Good. Feel better now?
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's go then. It's a 5 or 6 hour drive.
Max, aren't you going to leave word where we're going?
Of course not. I don't want anyone to know where we are or what we're doing until it's over.
With the prologue of Sleep, My Pretty One, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But now a word to you folks who did some traveling throughout the Pacific Coast states this summer. In addition to beautiful scenery, you probably noticed 2 other things. One, that wherever you drove, you found friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations. And 2, that from Canada to Mexico, Signal gasoline is known as the Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of Signal's good mileage, but even more so, we're proud of the thing which makes that mileage possible. I'm talking about the extra efficiency Signal gasoline gets from your motor. For after all, extra motor efficiency also means more thrilling pickup, more silent, responsive power. The things that make driving so much more fun. Yes, it's a fact. Extra driving pleasure is the result of the same features a gasoline must have to give you mileage, the very thing Signal gasoline is famous for. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
So the decision is made, Gene. And you're on your way now to the little farmhouse in southern Vermont, where it will be decided, rules or no rules, whether the contents of the cotton-wrapped vial in Max's valise is a life-saving drug or a deadly poison. There was no alternative. You had to agree to help Max now, of all times, when he needs you most. But as you guide the car north through the chill November night, you can't help feeling uneasy, as if something is terribly wrong. You wonder about the human subject he's so vague about, his fanatic zeal for his work, his determination that science must come before all else. You glance sidewise at him, at the solid set of his jaw.
What's the matter, dear?
Nothing.
Better keep your eye on the road.
Yes.
It's nice of you to do the driving. These blasted new glasses I'm not used to.
I don't mind. Max,
Yes?
you're sure you're quite right in this? I mean, well, if Dr. Olson were to find out, you'd lose your position.
If I succeed, Olson won't matter much. I'll have offers from every institute in the country.
And if you fail?
It'll matter even less. Good Lord, Gene, watch the road.
I don't know, Max.
What's the matter?
That car. For a moment, I thought I saw two of them.
Now, careful now. The road's pretty narrow.
I can see, thank you.
Well, there's the house up ahead. Well, I'm glad the snow held off. We're in for a blizzard. There we are. There's the old pump house, the crabapple tree. And watch it, there's an old stump on the right.
If you don't mind, Max, I've just driven 200 miles of ice-covered roads safely. I think I can handle a country lane without advice.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Max. I don't know what's the matter with me. I don't feel like myself.
Well, this must be Jean.
How do you do?
Come in. I declare, Max, you got mighty good taste.
I've been telling you.
You must be froze to the bone. Well, there's plenty of hot coffee in the kitchen. Now, make yourselves to home, folks. Now, take your things up to your room.
Oh, don't bother.
And get out some extra blankets.
No, she can't hear you, Jean.
What?
She's stone deaf. Best to just let her go her own way. She will anyhow.
I see.
Come on to the kitchen. I got to get this stuff on ice.
I'm glad we're warm again. I'm so drowsy, though.
Well, you're just tired, dear.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, here we are. Same old icebox. We'll have to clear a place here at the back for the vials. You got them there?
Right here.
Good.
Max, I don't like to keep asking this, but
What is it?
where do you expect to find anyone with sleeping sickness around here?
I don't.
What?
Well, it's very simple. Since there are no cases of encephalitis at my disposal, there's only one answer. To create one.
Max.
To inject the subject with the virus, then, after a good case is developed, E37.
But we're completely isolated here. Where can you
I
find...
found the subject, Jean.
No.
Now, please let it go at that, will you?
Max,
Look what you've done.
it slipped. I'm sorry.
Why did it have to be this one? E37, Jean, the cure. Every bit of it was in that box.
Max, listen to me. Maybe it's better this way. Maybe you'd better forget about E37. Treat the patient in the ordinary way. There must be a hospital somewhere.
Don't be ridiculous. E37 was our only chance. I injected 20,000 units of sleeping sickness virus.
A fatal
Yes,
dose.
a fatal dose. We've got to start work on another batch of E37 right now. Come on.
You follow Max down the dim old hallway in a daze, like a figure in a nightmare. The kind where you run slowly as if through water, trying to escape, while nameless shapes come closer and closer. And though you still refuse to believe, you recognize it. One of the shapes is fear.
Here we are.
Why, it's a laboratory.
It used to be Aunt Agnes' pantry. She turned it into a lab for me when I was a boy. Self-defense, in a way. I was always mixing chemicals in her kitchen.
But, Max, this is nothing like your laboratory in town. How can you explain
Sure,
that
it's crude, but it's all we've got. Between what I brought and what's here, we can duplicate E37. With a little luck. How tired are you, Jean?
I'm all right.
Once we start the process, we can't let up for a second. Let's get to work.
And so it begins, Jean. It's midnight when the two of you have straightened out the dusty laboratory, cleaned the glassware, the retorts and Bunsen burners. 3 in the morning when the first solution is ready to run.
Keep an eye on the filtrate here. I'm going to make another setup.
Yes, Max. The autoclave's working.
Good. Well, how do you feel?
Just tired.
Of course you're tired. So am I. We'll make it, though, Jean. Don't worry. We'll make it. Make a note of that, will you?
Right. November 10th, 5:20 a.m. First solution complete. 100 Max.
What's the matter?
My eyes, I don't know. I can't seem to focus.
Sit down and rest a minute. You'll be all right.
November 11th, 10:15 a.m. Fourth distillate just coming off.
No, it's November 12th, dear.
What?
You've lost a day somewhere.
Of course. I don't seem to be conscious of time anymore.
Yeah. If I ever get through this, I'm going to build a monument to black coffee.
It hasn't any effect on me anymore.
What time is it now?
4 p.m.
It's 26 hours since we ran that solution. Ought to be right by now. You got the beaker ready?
Yes. Here, Max. Sterilize.
All right. Put it on the burner, will you?
All right.
That's it. Now we wait some more. Time. What a maddening dimension. You hurry. You're in a frenzy of haste. But everything has to go at its own rate. You can't hurry a fire or a chemical reaction. And while you wait for them, a virus is multiplying, increasing, threatening a brain, life.
Max.
What?
Please don't talk about it. Not now. Give me a cigarette, will you?
Yeah, of course.
Thanks.
And a light. Steady. What? Your hand's shaking like a leaf.
I just can't seem to control them.
Yeah. I guess I'm pretty tense, too. Equipment's obsolete. It's a gamble any way you look at it. But we've got a good chance.
You've ever been afraid of taking chances? Have you, Max?
Why do you say that?
Even if it meant gambling with our happiness, your work would come first. Science comes before everything. Doesn't it, Max?
That's not a fair question.
I think it's appropriate right now.
What do you mean?
I love you, Max. I'll always love you, no matter what happens. I want you to know that.
Jean, this is no time to...
There's still time to drop this crazy business. There's still time to give the
patient. One of the standard treatments.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Max. Let me call Dr. Olson.
I see. You're giving up, huh?
It's not that, Max.
Well, I'm not giving up. We're going through with this. If my experiment's successful, I want to know that E37 alone is responsible. And if not?
Go on, Max. What if it isn't?
Then I'll just have to face the music.
I see.
Where are you going?
To get some more coffee.
You're glad the telephone's at the other end of the house, that you have a chance to get the call through to Dr. Olson in Boston before Max has a chance to stop you. You wait for the operator to answer, trying to fit the words together in a way that will tell Olson the story without going too hard on Max. There's no other explanation, is there, Jean? The dull pain in the back of your head, the nervous disturbance, the deadly fatigue, the double vision can mean only one thing.
Why, Jean.
Oh, it happened.
Landville, not trying to make a phone call, are you? Why, the lines have been down for hours. Come to the storm.
Oh, no.
Oh, you look all worn out, child, and no wonder. The way you two been working.
Wait.
Oh, you
Listen to me, Aunt Agnes.
Child,
Listen to me.
Such dark circles under anybody's eyes.
Agnes, listen.
Why are you shaking me like that? What's the matter, child?
I'll write a note. There's paper and pencil by the phone. Watch, Aunt Agnes. Watch.
Eh? What are you writing? Oh, Max trying dangerous experiment.
That's right.
Stop him.
It's life and death. My life and my death.
Stop him, my land.
You understand
I
that?
wouldn't dream of such a thing.
Life
Ever
and death.
interfered with his doings. Not even after the time he and I blew out the side of the barn.
Please.
Well, the rest of the family will
Please,
go
life.
at him for
My
one
life.
thing or another, but not me. That's science, you know. Max says that's the way we learn. Jean, wait. Now, why'd she run off like that?
You run blindly out of the house, down the snow-covered path to the shed where you left the car. There's only one way now, Jean. You've got to get away, to leave him once and for all. You've decided now that he's a man without a heart, that you were foolish to have fallen in love with him, and there's a stabbing cold feeling inside that tells you you've discovered it too late. And as you fumble for the car keys, the nightmare you've lived through for the past few days comes back in a rush.
I'll inject the subject with the virus, and after a good case is developed, E37.
How long did the patient last, Mitchell? Was it 10 seconds or 20?
Hold still, dear. Giving you a shot for that cold of yours. Double vision, sleepiness, fever.
That car. I saw two of them.
20,000 units of virus. The drug is our only chance.
I don't know what's the matter with me. I don't feel like myself.
There's no future for JV after the 13th day of November. No future, no future.
Why don't you start? Please.
Jean, what on earth are you doing out here? Where do you think you're going?
Max, I thought if I could reach Dr. Olson, I wanted to get someone some help.
We settled that once.
I know.
There's no help outside, only here. Now, where's the oxalate?
On the top shelf of the cupboard.
I looked there. You'd better come and show me.
All right, Max. I'll come.
What time is it, Jean?
About 9.
The hypodermic and the sterilizer?
No.
Well, put it in. We're almost ready. Now, where are the notes?
Not? Oh. Here.
Let's see. Virus injected Monday, November 10th. Disease approaches critical state. That's pretty close. Better make the final entry, Gene. Or next to final while I finish here.
All right.
Ready now?
Yes, Max.
Preparing to administer anti-encephalitic drug E37 subject. Work commenced on drug at 1 a.m. November 10th. Completed at 9 p.m. November 12th.
Your hand trembles as you write. As you watch Max rise, walk slowly to the sterilizer, lift the lid and remove the hypodermic.
There's no future for JV after the 13th day of November.
You fight it out of your mind. Struggle against the fear that grips you as Max turns, hypodermic in hand. Everything begins to waver before your eyes. You drop the journal.
I'll be over in a minute, Gene. See, I simply put the needle in the solution, release the plunger, and now...
No, Max.
Gene.
Please.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word to you drivers. You've heard me tell how Signal has grown from a mere handful of dealers in Southern California to almost 2,000 Signal stations, serving 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. Well, recently I was going through some letters from you listeners to see if I could put my finger on the answer for the ever-increasing preference for Signal. A driver from Long Beach wrote, "Since switching to Signal, I've been checking my mileage, and my car does go farther with Signal." Another wrote, "My 1939 Chrysler is still purring like a kitten on Signal gasoline." And still another said, "Whether I drive in for a tank full of gas or air for the tires, Signal dealers give me the same courteous treatment every time." Well, there you have it. Some drivers praise the conscientious service at dealer-owned Signal stations. Others rave about the quality of Signal products. I have a hunch it's a combination of both. But for the best answer, why don't you try a tank full of Signal gasoline? My bet is that once you do, you too will want to join the ever-increasing number of drivers who are switching to Signal. And now back to the Whistler.
It was too much, Gene, the sight of Max standing there with a needle. Gradually, you become aware of the room you're in. A pretty bright room with organdy curtains and the green leaves of an apple tree showing outside the window. The sun is pouring in now, and suddenly you realize it's afternoon sun.
I think she's coming around.
What?
I think she's... Oh, never mind, Aunt Agnes. Well, it's about time.
Max.
You've slept the clock around, young lady. It's after 3.
Max, it's all over. I'm all right.
Yes, it's over, darling. You're all right. And we've won. Oh, there's the doorbell, Aunt Agnes.
What?
The doorbell. Doorbell.
Oh, doorbell. I expect it's the judge. I'll sit him down in the parlor.
Good. I told the judge to drop by on his way home from town, dear. Thought we might make an appointment. That is, if you don't mind changing your name on an unlucky day like the 13th.
Change my name. My initials on it.
Unless you'd rather.
No, Max, you haven't told me. What happened? What did you do?
Well, if you hadn't fainted when you did, you'd have seen. Within 5 minutes after I took that injection, I was feeling better.
You?
And 4 hours later, there wasn't a trace of sleeping sickness in my blood.
Oh, Max. Max, darling.
That's science, darling. You risk a little to gain a lot.
Whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, which will come to you half an hour earlier, beginning next Wednesday at 7:30 Pacific Coast time.
The Whistler is brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Featured in tonight's story were Gene Bates and Elliot Lewis. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Ruth Bourne, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called 3.
Practically nobody is named Sebastian. And I have taken in my lifetime a good deal of kidding about my name. Well, Sebastian is an unusual name, and a great many amateur humorists seem to enjoy working on it. And when Evelyn Waugh's Bright's Head Revisited came out, at least 7 of my friends sent me huge teddy bears. If you should happen to need a teddy bear... but I didn't come here to talk about teddy bears. I thought maybe you might help me. Well, at least I can tell you. May I? Well, it's kind of... I suppose you'd say it's an obsession. Though on the other hand, I guess you have to have a thing quite a while before you could call it an obsession. This has only been bothering me since day before yesterday. So I suppose maybe we've got to call it a premonition. I was walking down the street, and there was absolutely nobody near me. And a voice spoke to me, right in my ear. A very quiet little voice. You just said one word. 3. Did you hear it? Oh, you must have heard it. What was it? I tell you, there wasn't anybody near me. There wasn't anybody within a block of me. Well, I thought then I was, hearing things. You know how it is. You think you hear your name called or something, and it's just some kind of subconscious thought that jars its way into whatever you're thinking of, and... Well... Maybe it isn't either. Maybe somebody does call your name somewhere. I don't know. I suppose I might have forgotten it, except for one thing. I walked on down to the office and I went into the lobby. I stood in front of the elevator. The door opened finally. I got in. Another man got in behind me. He stood right in front of the door in the middle of the car. The operator started to close the door, and the other man spoke. 3. And it suddenly came. It was the same voice. And I was suddenly seized with the most dreadful fear I've ever known. I scrambled past the man as the doors drew together.
Hey, look out, mister. What do you think?
Let me out. Let me out.
Well, for Pete's sake, make up your mind, will you?
I stood panting in the corridor, watching the indicator above the door as the car went up. 2, 3.
We haven't found out yet what caused it. Apparently, though, the operator, who was a new man, mishandled the controls at the 3rd floor, and the car dropped down to the sub-basement. There's no way of telling, of course, because the operator was killed. We think we're fortunate, however, that there was nobody else in the car.
Did you hear that? There was nobody else in the car. Well, what about the man who said 3? No. Nothing more happened that first day. I walked upstairs to my office, and I stayed there. I didn't do very well on the job that day. Oh, yes, I forgot something did happen. No, nothing like the elevator thing. It was just the telephone. And it rang 3 times. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No, I know there's nothing unusual about a telephone ringing 3 times, only this one, I picked up the receiver when it rang the first time, and it rang 2 more times. Telephones don't do that. That was all the first day. I went home very carefully. I remember I waited at the corner very conscientiously until the number 3 bus went past. I'll never ride a number 3 bus again. I'll walk the extra 4 blocks and ride the number 12. I was pretty conscious of that number. I saw 3s everywhere. 3 men in the restaurant. I began looking for 3s. 3 letters in my mailbox. I found 3s everywhere. 3 pennies fell out of my trousers pocket when I was undressing. 3 of those black wartime ones made out of zinc or something. You don't see many of them these days. They look somehow sinister lying there on the bedspread. 3 black pennies. And all of a sudden I remembered they used to put pennies on dead men's eyes. And then I thought, but there's 3 of them. I haven't got 3 eyes. And you know what? I said to myself, I wonder if maybe I have got 3 eyes. And I walked over to the mirror and looked. No, I haven't got 3 eyes. But you see what a thing like this can do to you? Well, that settled it. I went in the bathroom and I took down the pills and I took 3 of them. And I remembered, just as I was drifting off, that 3 pills are enough to put a man to sleep permanently. But I couldn't do a thing about it then. Oh, no. I didn't go to sleep permanently. I woke up. You guess what time. I didn't sleep anymore. I sat up and smoked cigarettes. When it was daylight at last, I dressed and went out. First, though, I counted the cigarette butts. I'd smoked 1 whole package and 13 besides. You can count it up. And the street was deserted early in the morning. I walked past the movie house. The sign on the marquee said, last 3 days. I went down to the office. Walked all the way. I walked upstairs. This was only 7 o'clock in the morning, mind you. I unlocked the door. And there were 3 men in my office. At 7 o'clock in the morning. I just stood there and looked at them.
Good morning, Sebastian.
Who are you?
My name is Lee, Sebastian.
Well, what are you doing in my office at this time of the day?
Sebastian, this is Mr. Dix. Good morning, Sebastian.
I said, what are you doing in my office?
And this is Mr. Gay, Sebastian.
Did you hear me? What are you doing here?
Please, Sebastian.
Will you answer me, or do I have to call an officer?
I think we'll put the desk over here, Dick. I'd like it better along this wall, Lee.
You'll have to have a new rug.
And new draperies.
Listen, you 3.
Certainly, Sebastian.
What is it, Sebastian? Speak up, Sebastian.
I want to know what you're doing in my office.
Oh, that.
Don't mind us.
Of course not. Now, about the filing cases, Lee. I don't want them. Do you, Gay?
I'm sure I don't.
What are you doing here? Do you hear me?
Why, Sebastian, we're just looking it over, deciding on the changes.
We don't like it this way.
And what business is it of yours? What are you going...
We're going to move in here.
You what?
When you leave.
What are you talking about? I'm not going to leave.
Yes, you are.
I am not.
Certainly you are, Sebastian.
Are you people crazy?
Why, no, Sebastian. Are you?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, and
Sebastian, come here. Over here by the window.
Come on.
No, you're not going to get me to that window. I know what you're up to. I'm going to get a policeman.
Oh, no, Sebastian.
You're wrong.
We're not going to push you out.
I should say you're not.
We don't have to. Of course not.
Just Look, Sebastian.
I looked out the window. And right below me was the sign on the movie house I told you about. Big red letters. They said, last 3 days. But I hadn't noticed before, or maybe it wasn't there before. The 3 had a big red X across it, and there was a 2 painted on top of it. And when my eyes had focused again, I turned around. There wasn't anybody in the room but me. Yeah, that's right. The door was closed, and there's only one door. The only thing that was different from the way I'd left it yesterday was the calendar pad on my desk. And there were just 3 pages left on it. And the top one had a big red X scrawled across it. I never took a drink in my life before 5 o'clock. I seldom touch the stuff, but I do keep a bottle in my desk for an occasional client who likes a nip in the daytime. I took 2 nips. And I got very brave and very matter-of-fact when I downed the second one. Well, after the third one, I went out in the hall and I walked downstairs. The elevator starter was just coming to work. He looked at me with a very strange expression when the whiskey and I spoke to him in a loud voice about 3 strange men invading an office at 7 in the morning. And then he asked me, more or less politely, to describe the men. Do you know, I couldn't remember a single thing about any one of the 3. He looked at me as if I were crazy. And I remembered what Dix had said.
No, we're not crazy, Sebastian. Are you?
I don't know. Maybe I am. A man can't be haunted by a number, can he? Or can he? You remember what I told you about being careful about the number 3 bus? Well, the number 3 bus rammed into a light standard last night and caught on fire. No, only one man was killed. I saw his picture in the paper. I thought there was something familiar about his face. And then it came to me. I walked over to the mirror above the washstand in the corner. Why, the man looked enough like me to be my twin brother. Or to be me, for that matter. What is this thing? So then I sat down at the desk and I thought some more. Maybe I've been working too hard. Well, anyway, I got to do something about it. Yeah, but what? I'll call up Dr. Mandel, I say to myself. Dr. Mandel can tell me if I'm going crazy. Or what? Give me the phone. Now, let's see. What's his number? 4087.
Good morning. May we be of service to you?
What?
I said good morning. May we be of service to you?
Is this Dr. Mandel's office?
Oh, my, no, sir.
Is this 4087?
This is the Beveridge Funeral Parlor, sir.
A what?
The undertaker, sir.
Isn't this 4087?
No, sir. This is 3333.
How did I get that number? Well, I couldn't miss it that much. 4087.
Good morning. May we be of service to you?
Who is this?
You dialed 3333, sir. This is the Beveridge Funeral Parlor.
I'm sorry. I can't be that drunk.
Good morning. May we be of service to you?
Oh, but I'm sure going to be. Where's that bottle?
the telephone company. Look here. There's an insane man who keeps dialing this number and telling me it's the wrong one. Can't you put a stop to it? For 3 solid hours now he's been ringing this number, and we have clients of our own to take care of. Well, I don't care what you do, but stop that man.
No matter what I dialed, it always came out 3333. I called Dr. Mandel. I called the police. I called my Uncle Hubert. And always there was that man with a fat voice wanting to be of service.
Good morning. May we be of service to you?
That was yesterday. Today. Oh, yes, I woke up at 3 this morning. There was somebody in my bed. No, I know. I'm getting awfully tired of these things happening to me, too. But you should complain. Well, they're not happening to you. All I want from you is a little sympathy. Or at least the chance to tell my story. Just tell my story. I'm sorry. No, really, I'm sorry. This stuff is beginning to get me down. Beginning? Got me down. I don't know what's happening to me. Either somebody's trying to make me lose my mind and commit suicide or something, or it's true. All I can hear is
3 men.
3 days. And now there's only 1 day left. And the second leaf of my calendar pad had a big red X on it this morning. And everywhere I go, things happen in threes. I hear streetcar gongs. I hear automobile horns. I hear knocks on doors. I hear noises in my head. And all of a sudden I remember I heard on the radio that there's going to be a radio program tonight called 3. What are they doing to me? Help me, please. Do something. Please, please, please. You hear that? You hear the way I'm talking? You hear me?
Sebastian.
Look, I can't stand it any longer. I've got to do something. Well, it'll be 3 o'clock in just a little while, and I know that's going to be the deadline. Well, I know it. So do you know it, don't you? Who is it that hates me? Who is it that's going to get me? Is it you? All right. All right, I know what I'll do. I'm going in here. I'm going to have a drink. You stay out there, all 3 of you. I walk inside. The bartender is standing behind the bar. Hello, bartender.
Hello, Sebastian.
How did you know my name?
Well, you told it to me.
I did? When did I tell it to you?
Well, last night.
Last night? I wasn't here last night.
Well, this morning, then.
Why, I wasn't here. I've never been here before.
Oh, now, Sebastian. You got a hangover?
Oh, no, I don't remember.
Well, sure, you was in here with them 3 men.
What 3 men?
You know, fellas with the funny names.
Funny names?
Yeah, you know, all 3 of them with the 3-letter names.
Dix?
Sure. Dix, Lee, Gay. The 3 threes.
When was this, bartender?
3 o'clock this morning.
I'm trying to pull myself together. I try hard. But my head is all mixed up. I'm getting scared, bartender.
What you scared of, Sebastian?
3.
3?
Just 3.
Oh, that reminds me.
What?
Fella telephoned just before you came in. Said he'd be here at 3 o'clock. Coincidence, huh?
Who?
I didn't say. Said if you wanted to call him back, call him at 3333.
Yes. I know who he is.
You want a drink?
No. No, I guess not.
No?
Just talk to me, will you?
Sure, Sebastian. Till 3 o'clock.
What?
Your friends will be here then.
Oh, I'm scared.
Why?
Somebody's after me.
That's so.
What am I going to do?
I don't know anything you can do, Sebastian.
Look, talk to me. Talk to me. Take my mind off it.
What'll I talk about?
Anything. Anything except... anything.
Well, let's see.
Talk. Talk, I'm scared.
Well, let's see now. Well, you take names.
Names?
Sure, like yours, for instance. Sebastian. It's a very odd name. I think I only seen it once before in my life.
Where?
On a gravestone somewhere.
Don't talk like that.
Well, it is an odd name.
It's unusual.
Names have got a lot of meaning.
Yeah, yes. Mine means to be reverenced, I think.
Does it? Ain't that odd now?
Ain't it?
You still scared?
Talk some more.
I'm talking.
What time is it?
A little before 3.
Talk!
Well, talking about names now. I got a funny name, too, for a bartender.
You have?
For a bartender.
What is it?
You are scared, ain't you?
Why are you looking at me so funny?
Well, it's pretty near 3.
Bartender, what's all this about 3?
Well, I was going to tell you a funny coincidence.
Talk. Talk, please talk.
Well, you're so worried about this 3
Talk,
stuff.
will you? Talk to me.
Well, I was going to tell you about my name.
Well, what is your name? Is it Joe or Tom or Harry or Charlie or Aloysius or Alcibiades or Mike or what?
That's what's so funny. It's Dry.
Dry? Oh, that's very funny. Oh, that's extremely funny. Oh, that's funny, bartender. A bartender named Dry. a dry bartender. Oh, well, sir, that sure is funny.
Yeah, but of course that ain't the way you spell it, see?
What?
No, you see, it's a German name.
Is it?
Yeah, sure. Spelled D-R-E-I. It means 3, you know.
No more 3. No more 3. No more bartender named Dry. What do you suppose it was? I'm never going to hear any more 3s again, am I? Oh, yes, I am. You remember? When the judge says to be hanged by the neck until dead.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And others who played in tonight's story were Les Tremaine, Vinton Hayworth, Cameron Prudhomme, and Kermit Murdoch. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is composed and played by Gene Parasso. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Next week, our story is about a man who couldn't escape his fate. It's called Kill Me Again.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by Bromo Seltzer.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, inviting you through the squeaking door for another half hour of gruesome gaiety. Friends, have you heard of the magician who sawed his wife in two parts because she was a split personality? Or the wife who slit her husband's throat and asked the court for clemency on the grounds that she was a widow? Mm-hmm. Well, that's the kind of personalities we feature on this program. So listen closely and be sure not miss one drop of blood.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Death Bound, is an original radio drama written by Milton Lewis and stars Richard Widmark in the role of Rocky, and is presented by the Emerson Drug Company of Baltimore, Maryland, whose registered pharmacists compound that speedy, refreshing relief for the pain of headache, Bromo Seltzer. Remember, Bromo Seltzer is the headache help which, in a recent coast-to-coast representative survey among druggists, was reported to be the leading seller at drugstore fountains by 5 times as many druggists as mentioned any other headache product.
All right, friends. Cuddle up to the fire, turn the lights low, test out your scream, and we'll let the gore flow. You see? We're going in for poetry tonight, but don't worry. Nobody's going to be murdered in free verse. Night. And in a small, scrubby little park buried among the skyscrapers of a large city, a young man sits on a bench, sullenly sucking a cigarette. He's lost in thought and hardly notices it when someone sits down quietly next to him.
Excuse me. Have you got a match?
Here.
Thanks. Keep 'em. You're worried.
Who asked you?
You're worried about money.
Well, who ain't? And it's none of your business, see?
Sure.
Okay, so shut up.
You can't pay for that car. Or the rent.
Yeah. Well, how'd you know?
You've got a pretty wife.
Yeah.
She likes fine clothes. You can't pay for them.
How do you know so much about me?
Doesn't make any difference. Rocky.
My name. Who told you about me?
Nobody.
Cut it out.
Getting chilly tonight, isn't it, Rocky?
Who are you?
Don't try to understand it.
Why not? Hey, what are you up to?
Nothing.
How do you know my name? What do you want with me?
Don't be foolish, Rocky.
Quit stalling or I'll let you have it on a kisser.
Let go, man.
Start talking. Go on.
You're pretty tough. Aren't you, Rocky?
I'm tough and I'm hep, and I want to know your angle. Start spilling.
What are you afraid of, Rocky?
You're smart. You tell me.
Maybe I will sometime. You see, I know what's going to happen.
About what?
About June.
What are you talking about?
The future.
You know what's going to happen to me?
Yes. Right to the end of your life.
Oh, you're nuts.
You can stop worrying about money.
Thanks. It's nice of you to say so.
Before tonight's over, you'll have $10,000 in cash.
You're loony.
It's waiting for you at home.
Yeah, I bet you think that'll send me running home, huh?
Uh-huh. You're afraid your wife will get that money.
Yeah. Yeah, you got something there. Babe's too darn good looking to trust. Yeah. Ah, you're kidding me.
You think so?
Nobody can see into the future.
No one but me.
Ah, you're too bad even to talk to. I'm going.
Good night, Rocky.
Good night.
Hello, Slim. This is Babe.
Hi, kid. How's my pal Rocky?
I don't know and I don't care.
You kidding?
No,
Where is he?
he ain't home yet. Oh, Slim,
Yep.
you, meant what you told me last time?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm coming over.
You sure you know what you're doing, babe?
Yeah. I'm fed up with Rocky. I'm fed up with this dump. I'm through. Him and his big talk, well, he can listen to himself now and see how he likes it.
Okay, babe. I'll be waiting.
I gotta hang up now. I think he's coming in. Goodbye, Slim.
Hi.
Hi, Rocky.
Was anybody to see me?
No. Who'd you expect?
Nobody. Anyone call?
No.
Any packages come? Anything like that?
No.
What are you all dressed up for?
I'm going to my mother.
Why?
Well, she's sick.
You look like you was going to a ball. What do you need the suitcase for?
I told you, my mother's dying, maybe. I gotta stay with her, maybe. Always you're asking a million questions like you didn't trust me to walk around the corner.
If you think you're walking out on me,
What would I want to walk out on you for? You treat me like the Queen of Sheba. You give me a different mink coat to wear every day in the week. Can't even lift my hands because my fingers are so heavy with diamonds.
Shut up!
That's all you can do, stop me. After the wife I've been to a no-good skunk like you. Me that could have had any guy. I could have been rich.
We're gonna be. I'm gonna get $10,000.
You? $10,000?
Sure.
You haven't got a dime a week. Where you gonna get it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
But a guy in the park told me, a queer guy. He says he can see into the future. He told me.
He told you?
Yeah.
You crazy, dumb heel. You're going off. What are you looking at?
That package.
What package?
This one right here.
Huh?
You said nothing came for me.
I didn't know about that.
No?
Oh, the janitor must have brung it while I was out.
He did?
Yeah, he does it lots of times.
It's got my name on it, look.
Who said it?
It don't say.
Why don't you open it?
I don't know.
You're scared. What are you scared about?
I ain't.
Well, what are you handshaking for?
All right, I'll open it. Hey, there's a wallet here. Babe. Look.
It ain't fake?
No, it's a real thing. Hundreds. Look, 10 of them.
Yeah, look at them. Each is a grand.
Yeah, each worth 10 yards.
I never seen a grand bill before. A piece of paper worth a grand.
Keep your hands off it.
I never touched no grand before.
Hey, you was going to your mother's.
Yeah, but I changed my mind.
Did you? She can die without you?
Oh, Rocky. There ain't no way to talk to me. Me who loves you has gone through so much with you.
Yeah, forget it. I've been so broke I must have been a little nuts. But I ain't nuts now. I got 10 grand. 10 grand. Hello.
Rocky?
Who's this?
The man from the park. Was I right?
Right. I can't believe it. I got...
Did you get the $10,000?
No.
You're lying. Do you want to hear more about your future, Rocky?
Yeah.
Listen carefully. You're going to die tonight.
Die?
Die. Good night, Rocky.
What's the matter? Who was it?
The guy who said I was going to get the money. I wasn't going to tell him I got it. Everybody's got their angle. He'd rob me or something, sure. Look at me.
Why?
How do I look?
White. Like you've seen something.
Do I look like I was going to die? Do I? Well, answer me.
No, Rocky, no.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Open it.
Why don't you?
Because maybe he meant I was going to get killed. Go on, you open it. Who is he?
There's no one, just a package. Here. It's for you. It's just like the other one.
Yeah. Wait a second, Dave. Don't open it.
Oh, maybe it's some more dough.
What?
Rocky. Look, on the floor.
A hand. All withered like.
Who sent it? What's going on here?
I don't know. I don't get it. This is something I can't figure out so easy.
What's the matter?
The middle finger. The tip's gone. I'm going to get the car and I'm going to leave.
I'm going with you.
Why? Because I got the 10 grand?
Rocky, how can you say that? Something queer's going on here tonight. You need me.
Okay, let me get my gun first.
Rocky, why you doing that? Why you digging up that grave?
You better not ask so many questions.
Look, if you tell me, I could help you more. You close up like a clam. You drive out here to the cemetery, you start digging, you don't shut up.
I think I found it.
What?
I'll let you know in a minute. As soon as I can open this coffin.
Rocky.
Turn that flashlight down here.
Okay.
You want to know why I come here? Take a look in there. You see his right hand? It ain't there.
You are listening to Inner Sanctum, brought to you by Bromo Seltzer. Friends, you know, I get 3 full minutes on a program such as Inner Sanctum to tell you of our Bromo Seltzer. But frankly, I don't need 3 minutes. I don't have to go into any great length to tell you what it's like to suffer from a headache. Most everybody knows all too well. And I don't need long to tell you what Bromo Seltzer can do for you either. In fact, Bromo Seltzer's action can be summed up in just 5 words.
Relieves pain of headache fast.
That's it, friends. Bromo Seltzer fights the misery of your headache speedily. And not only that, Bromo Seltzer helps relieve the jangled nerves and upset stomach, which, as you know, can team up with an ordinary headache.
Oh, and Mr. Weiss, I think you should also mention how pleasant Bromo Seltzer is to take. You see, a lot of people are sissies like I am about taking things. And, gee, Bromo Seltzer is really refreshing. There's nothing bulky to chew or dry to swallow.
Right, Vivian. Which only leaves me to say, folks, next time a headache strikes you, ask at your druggist, fountain, or counter for speedy, refreshing...
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo
The Willies are waiting for you. We've got some nice spine tingles and flesh crawls for you and you. And, of course, you. Well, let's go on with the second half of tonight's grisly gavotte. Where were we? Oh, yes. Rocky had just dug up a body in the graveyard. And he's just told his wife that the corpse had no hand attached to his right arm.
Rocky, you mean that thing that was in the package?
Yeah. It was his hand.
Are you sure?
Sure. The tip of the middle finger was cut off.
Stephen Dane.
What are you doing?
I'm reading that name on the tombstone. Rocky, who's Stephen Dane?
Why do you want to know?
Because maybe I can help you.
Nobody can help me.
You
now.
mustn't say that.
Can't you see this ain't something you can fight, babe? First, the guy tells me I'll get 10 grand. I get the 10 grand. Then he tells me I'm going to die, and that hand comes. I tell you, it's quick. And there's nothing I can do about it except wait to die tonight.
Only you tell me.
Okay, I'll tell you. That guy, Stephen Dane. We killed him.
We?
Me and Slim.
Why?
Money?
Anybody know?
Nobody but you.
The cops.
They picked us up, but they didn't have nothing on us.
I get it.
I'm going to die tonight, babe.
No, you're not.
This is something too big for me. I'm afraid. Look.
Where?
Over there. Over there's a light. It's a queer kind of a light.
Yeah, I see it. It's coming here.
Yeah, it's coming for me.
Rocky, it's closer.
You ain't gonna get me. Nobody's gonna get me. I don't care what you are. You ain't gonna kill me. You hear me? I'll let you have it.
It's gone now.
Yeah, babe. Yeah, maybe I killed it, huh? Whatever it is, maybe I killed it, huh? What do you think, babe, huh? What do you think?
The phone's ringing.
Yeah, I'll take it.
No, you better...
Get away from it. Hello.
Hello, Rocky.
You.
Yes. The man in the park.
What do you want now?
I just called to find out if you were still alive.
I'm doing fine. See, I'm doing great. Nothing's gonna happen to me.
Sure, Rocky. I'll call again.
Who are you anyway?
Don't try to understand things that are too much for you, Rocky.
You leave me alone, see? If you call me again, I'll go out and I'll get you. I'll find you somewhere and I'll pump you full of lead. I ain't scared of you or nothing or nobody alive or dead. I'll kill you. I swear I will.
Goodbye, Rocky.
That was him again.
Yeah. And you're letting yourself go to pieces.
Don't you worry about me. I'm okay. Babe.
Yeah.
Why didn't we find nothing?
Where?
In the cemetery where the light was. I swear I shot something, but there was nothing.
Why did you come back here?
Where can we go?
With 10 grand, there's a lot of places.
No, you can't run away, not from something like this. I figured I'd come back, see? I'd get ready for it. When it came, I'd be all ready to fight it. That's my angle.
What are you gonna fight?
I don't know, babe. I don't know. Say it, babe. Tell me again, huh? I'm not gonna die. Tell me again and again and again. Tell me all night I'm not gonna die. Tell me. Say it!
No.
No. But you said it in the cemetery.
Yeah?
You believe I'm going to get it, too, huh?
Yeah.
Why'd you change your mind?
That thing on the floor.
The hand.
Yeah.
Get rid of it.
No.
I'll give you $5 grand.
No, I won't touch it.
Look at it like it wanted to grab me. Like it want... Wait a minute. Maybe that's it.
What?
What I'm waiting for. Don't you get it, babe? Here I am waiting for something that's going to kill me. Don't you get it? This is it.
How can it kill you?
How can the other things happen? But they did. I'm going to get it out of here.
No, don't touch
I bet
it.
if I touch it, I won't be scared anymore. If I get rid of it, that'll break the curse. I'm going to get it.
No.
You see, I got it. It can't hurt me. I ain't scared. It's the hand of the man I killed, and I ain't... No! It's trying to grab me. It's going to get me.
Rocky.
It started to move, babe. It started to go.
Look, you don't know what you're saying.
Yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm going out of my head. Don't leave me, baby.
No,
I'm
no,
done
I
to
won't.
tackle all this alone. Don't leave me.
Okay, okay.
Maybe I'm so scared because we killed him. Don't leave me, babe.
No, I
I'm
won't.
sick and I'm scared and I'm going to die. Don't leave me, huh? When we killed him, I did it only because he was a rich kid and I wanted dough to set you up right. Don't leave me, babe. Please, please don't leave
Rocky,
me.
I ain't going. Listen, you better get hold of yourself. Go on in there, Rocky. Lie down. Just lie quiet. Go on.
Yeah, lie down. That ain't a bad idea. Lie down. Yeah, maybe I can figure it all out.
7, 8, 4, 5.
Hello?
Slim, this is Babe.
I'm still waiting.
Listen, Slim, something's come up.
What?
Rocky's got 10 grand in cash.
That's why you didn't come in.
Now, look, you don't understand. He's blowing his top. He's going crazy.
So what?
So you better get over here.
Why?
I want that 10 grand. I want you to get it.
Get it yourself.
No. You'll do it.
What makes you think so, babe?
Because I know all about Stephen Dane.
What?
Rocky told me.
I'm coming over.
And bring your gun. I want to get rid of Rocky.
I'll bring it. Goodbye.
Bye.
So that's the angle.
Rocky!
I heard you, babe.
You did?
Every word.
Put the gun away, Rocky.
No,
You're making a mistake.
I don't think so.
Look, I had an angle. I was doing it to help you.
Sure, babe, sure.
Let me explain why I called
You
Slim.
explained fine. I heard you.
Rocky, don't.
You're behind
don't
the
do it.
whole thing. I don't know how you worked it, babe, but you were after that
Rocky.
10 grand. Did Slim help you?
Rocky.
You're no good. You never was any
Rocky!
good. Babe. Yeah.
Still there, Rocky?
You hear me, don't you?
Yes. But no one will ever hear you again. When the night's over.
Yeah? Look, why do you always keep calling up? Why don't you come up yourself?
Maybe I will, Rocky. To see you die. Goodbye.
What? Rocky, don't reach, Slim. I got you covered.
That's a fine way to greet an old pal.
Hell.
Where's Babe?
There?
Huh? Oh. Why'd you do it?
It shouldn't be so tough to figure out.
I ain't sorry.
No?
Ah, she was cheating on you. She wanted to get you 10 grand.
You ought to know.
Well, you got 10 grand.
Yeah, keep 'em up, Slim.
Why, you must be nuts. I wouldn't do nothing to you.
Maybe.
Rocky, after what we've been through together. Don't you remember that Dane business? I didn't rat on you then. Why should I rat on you now?
Because I got 10 grand because somebody's going to kill me. Maybe it's you.
What are you talking about?
I ain't taking any chances, Slim. You got reason to kill me. He said it'd happen. I ain't going to let it happen. I ain't going to die.
She was right. Your bat's your race.
Shut up. No. Don't reach.
I ain't taking any chances.
I told you not to reach. Oh. Why didn't you listen?
Rocky.
You were the one he meant, all right. You got me. The score's even, Slim. You got me. You hear? It's all coming true. You hear me, Slim? It was because of that kid, Stephen Dane, the one we killed. That's why it happened. I know it. Slim, I can't see it. Oh, I can't see a thing. Oh, I can hardly move. Who's there? Who is it? Who came in?
Just me, Rocky.
man in the park.
That's right, Rocky.
You're not getting away. The gun's empty.
Yes, Rocky.
I can't see it.
It'll be over in a minute, Rocky. I just came to watch you die. Then I'll get my $10,000 back.
Your money?
Yes. I had it sent here.
You poor, stupid fool.
I stood in the apartment next door. I made a little peephole. I watched your little rat mind collapse. I watched you run to the cemetery. I watched you kill your wife and then him. I knew I'd be right in my plans. Like all criminals, you're cowardly, superstitious, vicious. But mostly stupid.
I suppose if you weren't, you wouldn't be a criminal.
Who are you?
The name is William Dane. The brother of the man you murdered. The police couldn't get you. I did.
No, you didn't. I'm still alive. Oh.
Rocky? Goodbye, Rocky.
Well, friend, the moral for tonight's medley of murders is taken from the undecipherable handwriting of one of the wisest morons who ever made a dope of himself. The famous Egyptian, Baloney, who said, "Don't be afraid to go to sleep because so many people get murdered at night. Just remember, you can be murdered in the daytime, too."
Friends, if you're sniffling and sneezing because of the cold, that can make you miserable enough. But
when you have a headache at the same time, you'll feel even more miserable.
yes, when a cold and a headache team up, that's the time to reach for the familiar blue bottle of fast-acting Bromo Seltzer. Of course, Bromo Seltzer does not claim to help the cold itself. You should go to bed and follow your doctor's advice. But Bromo Seltzer relieves the pain of the headaches.
And when you have relieved your headaches, it's a lot easier to face anything else you're up against. That's why, these blustery days, Bromo Seltzer is such a friend in need to so many smart folks everywhere.
Yes, Bromo Seltzer is famous for its speedy, pleasant, three-way headache help. Bromo Seltzer relieves the pain of headache, plus the jangled nerves and stomach upset that may team up with it. Caution, use only as directed. If headaches persist or recur, see your doctor. And remember, when you have a cold, don't let headache pain add to your misery. For ordinary headaches, ask for economical Bromo Seltzer at your druggist's fountain or counter. And
Fight headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Well, it's time to close that squeaking door for another 7-day rest. Until next week at the same time, when Bromo Seltzer brings you another Inner Sanctum Mystery, directed by Hyman Brown. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is A Halo for Nobody by Henry Kane. Next week's little horror deals with a gal who planted her uncle in the rose bushes and then was terribly surprised at what came up. It's called The Ghost in the Garden. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next Monday, then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
hobby. Ladies and gentlemen, Spartan Drake speaking. This week I've selected for our drama Case History number 133 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Death Loses the Body. Usually is done in dark places. The motives for murder are deep and treacherous, often hidden beneath smiles and innocent faces. One never knows. Motives seldom come out into the open until a crime has been thoroughly investigated by the police, or by people like me, who make mystery their hobby. Take the case of the lost body, for instance. Many things happened before I was told.
Watch it, Rich. Somebody at the door.
Yeah.
I guess we better see who it is.
Yeah. You stay back till I'll answer.
No, I will. Maybe it's one of the boys. I don't want any of the boys to get the idea I've gone high.
I'll answer it. I've been telling you for 6 months. The bodyguard sees the guys before the boss does. It's too valuable to the gang to be risking your neck. Oh, it's you. It's okay, Lou. This is Lila.
What does she want?
I want to talk to Mr. Dowden.
Says she wants to talk to you, Lou.
Well, let her in.
Yeah. Come on in.
I thought all you chorus girls had gone home by this time, Lila.
I've got to talk to you, Mr. Dowden.
What about?
You've been awfully nice to Vi and me, Mr. Dowden. Awfully nice.
I'm nice to all the girls.
Yeah, but you've been nicer than that to us. I'm talking about how you introduce us to all the guys, you know. Guys that have money and don't care if they spend it.
Never mind that. Get to the point. Sun's coming up. I don't like to stick around a spot like this after daylight.
I'm worried about Vi. I saw a letter she was writing her mother. I don't know why I read it. I don't do those kind of things. Maybe it was because I've been noticing how jittery Vi has been lately. Anyway.
What about the letter? Will you get to the point?
It was to her mother. Vi wrote her mother that she was scared and didn't know what to do. She spilled everything. How wild this place is a nightclub. It also is a place for shoving the queer. She even told her mother how she did it. How you sold it to the mob boys. $1,000 worth of queer tens for $250 in real money. She even...
That's enough, Lila. I don't want to hear any more. Better run along home now.
Yes, sir.
Keep your nose clean from now on. I don't ever want to hear you ratting on a pal again.
Yes, sir.
I'll forget it this time, but not again. I don't want people around me who rat on their friends, not even if their friends are doing something against them. Understand, Lila?
Oh, yes, Mr. Dowden.
Hey, by the way, Lila, I hear that Vi stole Tom Russell away from you. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, but... Oh, that's all right with me. I don't care about him. I can get a lot of guys. I'm not mad at Vi about that, honest.
You, sure?
I just thought you ought to know about Vi double-crossing you, that's all.
All right. You told me. You can go now.
Yes, sir.
Let her out, Mitch.
Yeah.
Mitch, it's too bad we let Vi and Lila know so much.
Yeah, too bad.
I think we better do a little checking on those two.
Yeah.
Right away, Mitch.
Oh, yeah, right away, Lou. Right away.
Who's there? No, don't. Don't. Please.
It was a bright afternoon. and I practically ran up the steps down to police headquarters. I hurried down the hall to a door marked Homicide. I was in the mood for celebration. I just thought up a new idea for a story, and I wanted to share it with my good friend, the inspector. I'm very fond of that old bear, and though I never want him to know it, also of his opinion. So I opened his door and went in.
Hiya, Mark. Come on in. Oh, yeah. You are in, huh?
How's this for a plot, Inspector? The body of a Tahitian princess is found aboard a Navy destroyer. The destroyer is sailing in Alaskan waters. The destroyer's never been anywhere near Tahiti. It's just been newly commissioned. It's on its shakedown cruise. And it's nuts. Why? Doesn't it sound right to you?
A Tahitian princess on board a Navy destroyer. Why don't you have a dozen French professors found on the island of Laestrygonian? Maybe Ulysses could have found them when he visited the Laestrygonian.
How's that? Inspector, Greek mythology? What do you know about Greek mythology?
Just about everything there is to know. Cops aren't as dumb as you think, Bart.
Well, I never said they were, but Ulysses on the island of Laestrygonian... Inspector.
Oh, that fancy stuff. It's just a lot of hem-stitching when it comes to real practical police methods.
Yes, I know, but...
And if you'll just take a little walk with me, I'll show you what I mean.
Oh? What are you doing? Working on a new case?
Yeah. Got a letter from a dame out in Danville, Illinois. She got a letter from her daughter. Daughter's been working in the chorus at Lou Dowden's nightclub.
Well, you haven't interested me yet.
Well, she wants us to look her daughter up. Seems she told her mother she was afraid something was going to happen to her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on, Bart. I'll give you the details on the way.
Well...
Come on. I'll show you how a cop works. A cop, not a poet, thinking about Tahitian princesses. Or writing verses about Cupid laughing at the way Minerva puckered up her face when she played the flute in front of all those celestial auditors.
Greek mythology. Inspector. Greek mythology. From you, of all people.
And that's about all there is to it, Bart. Girl said in this letter to her mother that... Oh, in here, this is the address. She, said in the letter that Dowden's nightclub was the distributing place for a gang of counterfeiters.
Can you say that her mother had sent letters and wires, even tried to telephone her daughter, but was unable to reach her?
Yeah. Found this home, Bart. It's apartment 23. Yeah, so when she didn't get any answers, she got in touch with us. Asked us to look into it. Oh, this is it, I'll ring. Probably nothing to it, just like most of them. Small-town dame.
Ring again, Inspector.
Oh, sure. Small-town dame comes to the city, thinks she's an actress, and gets into the wrong end of show business. Now, take Helen of Troy.
Somebody's coming, Inspector.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Something?
We're from the police. You by Hamlet?
By Hamlet? Who's she? My name's Lila Frazee.
Pleased to meet you. This is Barton Brake, the office.
Yes.
We'd like to come in and talk for a few minutes, if you don't mind, Miss Fraser.
Well, certainly, gentlemen. Come right in.
Are you sure you don't know a girl by the name of Violet Hanley?
Why, no. I don't believe I've ever even heard of her.
I suggest you think that over for just a minute, my dear. The police have left a call from Miss Hanley's mother. She gave this address, this apartment number, also your name, Lila Fraser, as Vi's roommate. Now, do you want to change that statement?
I'm sorry, but I can't. I still have to say that I don't know any Vi Hanley.
I see. You work at Lou Dowden's nightclub, don't you, Miss Fraser?
Yes, I've been working there for over a year.
In the chorus?
Well, I'm a little more than a chorus girl. I greet the customers, too.
I see. And in the time you've worked there, you've never worked with a girl by the name of Vi Hanley?
No, I haven't.
Well, sorry to have bothered you. Guess we'd better go, Inspector.
Yeah.
I wish I could help you, but I can't.
Oh, that's okay.
If you ever come over to see the show, ask for me, Hanson.
Yeah, I will. Hey, Bart, you know something?
What, Inspector?
I'll bet she meant you.
Now, wait a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Here. Take a look at this. I picked it up off the top of her leg.
Hey, Bart, you oughtn't to have done that. That's a wristwatch, an expensive one.
I know, and look at these initials on the back of it.
Yeah, V-H. V-H. Hey, that could stand for Vi Henley.
Yes, it could.
Why, that dirty dame, she was lying to us.
I'm afraid so. That's it, of course it is. Unless these initials are a part of an amazing coincidence.
Yeah, it could be a coincidence. Lots of girls whose names begin with a V. Oh, take those Greek girls, for instance. Venus. Lisa.
Yes, but I doubt very much if Vi Henley is a Greek, Inspector.
Oh, yeah. Come on. I'm going back in there. I'll take that dame down to headquarters. I'll bet I can make her talk down there.
So I ring the town, Inspector?
Ring nothing. I'm going in.
Wait.
Yes, Mr. Doubtman. They were looking for Vi. I told you that better than get us in trouble. What kind of night did I do? But they'll be back. I know they will. Well, I'll be glad you'll be town if you're walking to Mr. Doubtman. Oh, go on. I know, but I'm afraid. Yeah. That's all right.
Better ring. Okay. Little liar.
Oh,
Yes, I know. You thought we'd gone, didn't you?
Look here, young lady. I want the truth. What do you know about Vi Henley?
I told you. I don't know.
We overheard your phone conversation to Mr. Dowden, Lila. I'd advise you to talk.
No, I won't. I don't know Vi Henley. I don't.
Very well, my dear. We'll have to take you over to see Lou Dowden. Maybe when we get you both in the same room, you'll tell us what you know.
And you'd better not have on your red flannels, honey, because I'm going to make you sweat.
So we took Miss Lila Frazier over to Lou Dowden's cafe. Lou was in his office. His low-brow bodyguard stood near him as both the inspector and I threw questions at him.
This is silly, Mr. Drake. Lila here didn't call me. It must have been somebody else. Is that right, Mitch?
Yeah. You're lying, Dowden.
You cops make me sick. You're always looking for an excuse to pick on us.
And you still insist that no Vi Henley ever worked for you.
That's right. How about it, Mitch?
Yeah. I ought to know. I know all the girls.
Well, in that case, do you mind if we look around a bit?
Not at all.
Well, fine.
If you have a warrant. If you haven't, you can't.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Well, come on, Bart. We'll take Lila down to headquarters. We got ways down there.
Yeah, wait a minute. You ain't taking her.
Quiet, Mitch.
But, boss, I don't like
It's all right, Mitch. I'll have her out of there inside of 2 hours.
Well, come on, Inspector. Let's go.
Yeah. Come on, Miss Frazier.
All right. But I still don't know any Vi Henley.
What are you going to do now, Inspector?
Well, I don't know. Ferris grabbed Helen and took her off to Troy, but,
Wait a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
This sand and sack of cement out here in the driveway.
Yeah, what about it?
Maybe this is our clue. Maybe Vi is dead. Maybe they've sealed her body up in the wall.
Oh, nuts, Bart. Sometimes I wish they'd make a whole new set of laws.
No, Inspector, don't go off the deep end.
I know, but what kind of a law is it that allows a guy like Lou Dowden to get anybody out of jail anytime he wants to?
Like he did Lila Frazier?
Yeah. Now the judge won't issue us a warrant to search his place. Says we'll have to have more to go on. How are we going to get more to go on if we can't search the
I
house?
know. It's tough, Inspector. It's tough.
I'm getting more like Pygmalion every day. Only worse.
What's Pygmalion got to do with the case at hand?
Well, he just got disgusted with women. I'm disgusted with the whole human race. Now, my car's out here right in front of headquarters.
Fine, Inspector. Who's this?
Hey, that's that Frazier dame. What's she...
Mr. Drake, Inspector, help me.
Now, wait a minute. Stop where you are, young lady. What's the big idea? You just got out of here.
Lou Dowden is after me.
He was the one who bailed you out, wasn't he?
Yes. Now he thinks I've talked. He's after me. He's going to kill me just like he killed Vi.
Come on, young lady. Let's go back inside.
I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know.
Down, Lila. Get down, Inspector, quick! Hey! You all right here? You?
Miss me. Hey. The dame's here.
Yes, I see. Come on, my dear. We'll get you to a hospital.
Dirty bums. Did you see who they were, Bart?
No, I couldn't tell.
I know. I saw them. It was Lou Dowden and Mitch.
Okay, nurse. We won't be long.
Well, Lila, how do you feel now?
All right, I guess.
The doctor says it's just a flesh wound. You'll be all right in a few days.
Now, we want the truth.
Oh, I'm afraid to talk. Lou will get me. I know he will.
No, he won't. Not while I'm on the job.
We've given out news to the papers that he did get you. The radio's been reporting that you were killed, so I think he'll not be looking for you.
Well, then maybe it's safe now to talk.
I'm sure it is.
I knew Vi Hammy, all right. She was my roommate.
We already know that.
Vi was killed on account of that letter she sent to her mother.
Who did it?
Lou Dowden or Mitch. I don't know which one.
How long ago was this?
5 days ago. It was on Lou's orders. I'm sure of that. He's the boss.
It was because of what she knew about the counterfeiting operation?
Yes. And that's why they tried to get me, too.
I see. But how do you know all this about Vi's killing, I mean?
I walked into Lou's office. Lou and Mitch were just closing a trunk. Vi's body was in the trunk.
You'll swear to that?
Yes, they fired 6 shots in their body.
How is it they let you see it?
They wanted me to, I guess. Lou said, Lila, do you want to see what happens to people who squeal? I said, no, I already knew. And then Lou says, I think you ought to take a look anyway. It'll be a lesson to you. And then Mitch opened the trunk, and there was Vi's body lying face down, all bent up, double. All I could see was her back, but I knew it was Vi, all right. She had on the dress she was wearing that morning, and I could tell by the color of her hair, too.
Is that all you know, Miss Fraser?
Only that Lou said, let this be a lesson to you, Lila. We'd hate to have to take care of you this way. And then they closed the lid of the trunk, and I went out. It's been awful hard dancing there the last 5 days.
I don't suppose you have any idea what they did with the trunk, have you?
Sent it away somewhere, I suppose. I don't know for sure.
Well, my dear, you just stay here and get well. Don't be afraid. The inspector will see that you're guarded.
Yeah, and right now I'm going to go out and bring in Lou and Mitch. I got the place all surrounded, Bart. Nobody can get out.
But are you sure they're in there, Inspector? They aren't open for business yet, you know.
Well, of course, I'm not sure, but I'm betting on it.
Okay, let's go.
Hello. Lou Dowden. Mitch.
Nobody's here, I guess.
Don't be too sure. We'll go to the office. Lou, you're in there? Come on out. With your hands up. I'm going to open the door, Bart.
Right. Be careful, Inspector.
You flatten yourself out on that side. I'll do likewise over here. Now, Bart. Here goes. I'm going to take a look. Down, Bart.
Cut it off, Mitch. Put down that gun. I told you I didn't want any gunplay. You haven't got a thing on us.
No dirty flatfoot's going to pull me in.
Put down that gun. It's an order.
Okay.
What in, gentlemen? I'm waiting for you.
Get your gun up, Bart, and come on. All right, boys. Put your guns on the table.
Sir, Inspector.
You too, Mitch.
Well, I do as he tells you, Mitch.
Yeah. Take care of them, will you, Bart?
Right you are, Inspector.
All right, Inspector. What's the charge?
Charge?
Well,
I presume there is a charge, or is this just some more high-handed tactics that you police sometimes use to frame people who are making a little more money than you are?
We're going to ask a question or two.
Well, what's stopping you?
Shut up, Mitch. Go ahead, gentlemen.
What happened to the trunk with Vi Hanley's body?
Vi Hanley's body? Are you crazy?
What happened to
I
her?
never heard of it. Never heard of Vi Hanley, for that matter. I told you that before.
No use, Lou. We know it was you who shot Lila Fraser yesterday. She talked before she died.
Why, that little...
She told us how she walked into this office, how she saw the trunk with Vi's body in it, how both of you gentlemen were here preparing to send the trunk away. What we want to know is where you sent it.
Well, that little rat, she lied. Even when she was dying, she lied, trying to put us on a spot.
Where did you send that trunk, Lou?
I'm going to tell him, Lou. I'm going to tell him the truth.
Shut up, Mitch. Just because one crazy dame confesses, that isn't enough to send us up.
I'm going to talk. I got to.
You're not going to talk. Not now or ever to anyone.
I got to talk. I got to. I ain't going to take no murder rent.
Go on, Mitch.
That's a bunch of lies Lila told. The only trunk we know anything about is the one she asked us to get rid of.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Mitch, I'm warning you.
I don't care. The trunk was in Lila's apartment. We don't even know what was in it. I had a hunch maybe it was Vi, but I didn't know for sure. But if it was Vi, Lila killed her, not us. Lila was just using us to get rid of the body, that's all.
What did you do with that trunk, Mitch?
I took it to the Eversafe warehouse.
Under what name and address?
Milton Green. Phony address in Florida.
Okay, Inspector. First, I think we'd better locate the trunk. Then we'll continue this down at headquarters.
Mitch, I'm going to kill you for this.
We found the trunk, all right. It was at the Eversafe warehouse, just as Mitch had said. And it was registered under the name of Milton Green, also, as Mitch had said. Strangely enough, though, Lou Dowden seemed to change completely. He seemed to take a sadistic delight that everything was exactly as Mitch had said.
I guess you did the right thing after all.
Well, gee, thanks, boys.
I don't suppose either of you gentlemen have the key.
Oh, sure, I got it. I put it there in my key ring. Here you are.
Thank you, Mitch. Give me a hand, Mitch.
Not me.
All right, Inspector.
Yeah.
Now, it isn't a very pretty sight, is it? Is that Vi Hanley, Lou?
Yeah. That's Vi, all right.
Well, I guess that clinches it. Everything is just as Lila Fraser said. The body's doubled up, lying face down. Let's see. Inspector, help me lift her out of here, will you?
Do we have to, Bart?
Yes, I think we'd better. Come on.
Okay.
I just want to check a little further.
Well, I don't see
the
what
wounds, Inspector.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, that checks, too. You remember Lila said there were 6 wounds.
Yeah, that's right. And there are 6 wounds.
Yes, indeed. By a small caliber pistol, too, from all the appearances. 3 in the front and 3 in the back.
You boys did a thorough job.
Yes, Inspector, you might as well make your arrests. There's a lot of charges. Counterfeiting and murder. Sugar, Inspector?
Yeah, 3. Oh, no. You weren't going to catch me that way again. From now on, I'm drinking it black.
You're getting too fat anyway.
You know, that Lila dame sure fooled me at that.
Yes, Inspector, but you were at a disadvantage. You didn't know, neither did I, for that matter, that Vi Hanley had been two-timing her with her boyfriend, that Tom Russell. It would have been easier for both of us if we'd known about the revenge motive.
Yeah. Women and love.
And in this case, Inspector, money.
Yeah.
And, of course, after Lila had seen that letter, it was a simple thing for her to plant evidence around so it would look as if Lou Dowden and Mitch had done it. That counterfeiting angle was pretty clever, you know. A little truth mixed in with a lot of lies always makes the whole story sound plausible.
Yeah.
More sugar, Inspector?
Oh, yeah. 3 spoons. Right, you are. 3 spoons. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I still don't see, though, how you figured out that Lila had done it herself. I was all ready to arrest the other 2.
Oh, it was very simple, Inspector. I knew that Lila must have lied, that's all.
Oh, so we're story checked, even to the 6 bullet wound.
Yes, I know. It did at that. But, Inspector, if she only saw the body as she said she did, lying face down in the trunk, how could she have known there were 6 bullet wounds?
Well, there were 6.
Yes, but there were only 3 in the back.
Yes. Why didn't I think of that?
Oh, don't feel so badly. You would have eventually. Anyway, you did a good job, Inspector. You arrested 1 for murder, 2 for counterfeiting, and also for the attempted murder of Lila Frazier.
Yep. We got so many fish this time, Bart, I feel just like I was Galucas. Except, of course, we didn't catch any mermaids. At least not one as fair as Scylla.
Inspector, honestly, you've amazed me. What goes with all this sudden classic knowledge?
Well, yes, sir. Might as well tell you.
Well, I should hope so.
Well, you're always spouting that stuff. Du Maurier and Shakespeare and solving crimes is always duck soup for you. So I thought if, well...
Yeah, go on, Inspector.
Well, I've been going tonight. Well, I guess I must have picked the wrong subject. Those Greek gods and those nymphs don't seem to help me solve my cases one darn bit. Fact is, those nymphs somehow seem to take my mind off crime.
Oh, Inspector.
Go on, laugh. But you can't blame a fellow for trying.
Forgive me, Inspector. Don't let it get you down. Keep on going to night school, boy. A hobby's a wonderful thing. That's why I make mystery mine.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Why, today we're going to venture into a fantastic and little-known field, the human mind. It's a story I call Mind Over Murder. On a stretch of green lawn at the top of high cliffs looking over the Atlantic Ocean, the great Ricardo, who claims to be the world's greatest mind reader, is practicing his art. He's preparing for the vaudeville tour he's soon to begin. Assisting him are his lovely young wife, Ellen, and Carl of Garza.
That's it, Carl. Tie the handkerchief tightly over my eyes. Now, are you sure I can see nothing? Nothing whatever?
I know positive you can't, Mr. Ricardo. I'll bet my month's wages on it.
You are quite right. My eyes are in darkness. But my mind is not. Ellen?
Yes, Ricardo?
Did you bring out the basket of books I asked you to?
Yes, I have them here.
All right, Carl, go pick a book out of the basket. Any book at all.
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Ricardo. Now what?
Now open it to a page, any page. Have you done this?
Yeah.
Good. Now concentrate on the book. Think about the title and the number of the page. Think about it now. Yes, it is coming to me. The title is Murder by Expert. And the page, you have opened it. to page 27.
That's right, Mr. Ricardo. Gosh, I don't know how you do it.
Well, it's very simple, Carl. With the eyes of my mind, I read your thoughts. Now, I want to try something else. Ellen?
Yes, Ricardo.
Sit in the wicker chair over here on my right. Turn your back to both me and Carl.
You aren't going to...
Please do not argue. Do as I say.
I just tried yesterday. My head ached for hours. Please.
It will come easier in time. Sit down.
All right.
Make your mind free of all thoughts. Well, I want you to look with your mind into Carl and to read there what his eyes see on the page before him. I have said that you must.
All right. I'll try.
Now, Carl.
Yes, Mr. Ricardo?
Take another book, open it to the first page of a story, and concentrate on it.
Right. I get you.
Now, Ellen, read the page at which Carl is looking. I command you, by the powers of the mind, read.
My head hurts so it's going to split.
Read.
I see something. Words, title, vision, judgment, H.G.
Continue. Read.
No, I can't make it out so good. I can't see anything clearly. Oh, my head.
Carl, was she correct?
Yes.
Well, that's all I want to know. You can leave now.
Okay, Mr. Ricardo. The roses need watering. I'd better tend to them right away. Yes, right away.
That's the interesting. She's afraid of me. How do you feel, Ellen?
My head hurts.
There, my dear. It will quickly pass. And in no time you'll find the whole thing as easy as powder in your nose.
Ricardo, I can't. I just can't help you when you're acting. When you tell me to try to read something in Carl's mind, I feel as if my brain were going to split.
You will help me, my beautiful one. You will see. Now, I'm going into the house. You may sit there and look at the ocean until your head feels better. Or you will have company. I see my handsome young press agent coming forward. You must be nice to him, Ellen. He's really a very good press agent.
Oh, there you are, Ricardo. I was looking for you.
It's too bad your mind is one of the few I cannot penetrate, Tom, but I would have known that. Was it about something special?
Oh, just about these advanced stories to go out to the Boston editors. I have them all written.
Oh, excellent. I'm going up to the house now, and I'll read them right away. Stay and keep Ellen company, Tom. I'll see you both presently.
All right, Ricardo. What's the matter, darling? What's he been doing?
Nothing, Tom. I just have a little headache.
He's making you work with him in his act again, hasn't he?
Please, Tom, I'm all right.
Ellen, listen to me. You know things can't go on the way they are. You've got to leave Ricardo. Do you hear? Leave him and divorce him.
No, Tom, I can't. I just can't.
You're scared to death of him, but there's no reason to be. He's just a phony mind reader.
No, Tom. He's not phony. He can read minds. Sometimes he tells me just what I've been thinking. Oh, Tom, if I can see. I wish I could read it. But he won't let me. If I tried, he might do something terrible.
No matter what you do, I'm going to get you away from Ricardo. I'll kidnap you if necessary. I'll...
Here he comes back.
Oh. Well, I'm glad to see you're feeling better, Helen. Is it Tom who put that sparkle in your eye and that flush in your cheek?
Of course not.
I would not like it if I thought so. I should be very angry if my beloved had eyes for anyone but me. Of course, you haven't, have you, Ellen?
No. No, of course not.
For you love me devotedly, do you not?
I love you devotedly.
You always will in this world and in the next.
I always will. In this world and the next.
You see, Tom? You see why I dare leave my lovely Ellen alone with you? I have perfect faith in her. When we start our tour week after next, I will be quite busy much of the time, and I hope you won't mind keeping Ellen from being lonely. I'm sure the trip won't bore you. I expect it to be most entertaining.
Come in.
Ellen, the train's just coming into Bridgeville. Ricardo's still in the diner. Are you ready?
Yes, I just thought of putting on my hat and coat. I didn't pack anything because you said not to, but... Oh, Tom, I'm frightened.
Ellen, you've got to get hold of yourself. Ricardo's not superhuman.
No, sometimes I think he is, Tom. I'm positive that he knows everything we think. He's just playing with us. He seems so amused ever since the tour started. He seems to have been deliberately throwing us together just to see what happens.
Stop worrying. In a minute, you'll be through with him forever. The bus for Chicago leaving Bridgeville 5 minutes after we get off. In Chicago, you can stay with my mother until you can get a divorce. Then you're going to marry me.
Tom, I'm afraid.
That's the whistle for Bridgeville. We're going to the station. Quick, get your coat.
Oh, I can't help it.
Here, I'll give you a hand, dear. You got it on? What?
Ricardo!
Yes, my dear. I was worrying about your headache, so I left my lunch to come see how you were.
Well, I'm feeling a little better. I was going to take a walk on the platform and get some supper.
Yes, I see you have your coat on. Oh, but alas, we only stopped for a minute. Hardly long enough for a walk.
No, I suppose not.
So this is Bridgeville. The busy town. On the main bus route to Chicago, I understand.
Is it?
Someday I should show you Chicago, Ellen. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes. I would like that.
Ricardo, stop torturing. Torturing? Ellen? Why, Tom, what a curious idea. I would give my life for Ellen. And she for me, wouldn't you, darling?
Yes. I'd give my life to you.
To most people, that is an empty phrase, but Ellen means it. I will prove it to you, Tom.
I'm not interested.
Oh, but you are. Ellen, my love.
Yes, Ricardo.
Ellen, I'm taking a revolver from my pocket. Here, now you take it from me.
Yes, Ricardo.
What are you up to? Point the revolver at your heart, my dear, and pull the trigger.
Yes, Ricardo.
Ellen, stop! Stop! No, Tom.
Let go, my wrist.
You shall not interfere. Oh. Ellen, pull the trigger.
Yes, I'll pull it.
Ellen, you... Nothing happened. No, of course not. The gun was empty. But Ellen didn't know that, did you, my darling?
No, I didn't know that.
So she would have died just because I asked her to. Such devotion is very rare. It is the kind that lasts through all eternity, as ours will. For we shall always be together, Ellen and I, while we live and after we die. Nothing will ever separate us. Nothing, whatever.
And so the great Ricardo's triumphal tour continues. Newspaper stories told of his amazing feat, and of the feats almost as marvelous performed at his direction by his pale and lovely wife. Twice Tom urged Ellen to flee with him, but both times Ricardo appeared upon the scene, smiling as though knowing every word that had been said. So at last Tom changed his tactics. Waiting until one evening when Ricardo was in the midst of his performance, concentrating on holding a great audience spellbound.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, someone among you is thinking of the initials E.N. Somebody quite close to me.
Tom listened for a moment, but he was quite sure that Ricardo's attention was fully absorbed. Then he left his place in the wings and slipped swiftly backstage to knock on a door marked with a gold star.
Ellen.
Oh, yes, Tom.
I want to talk to you.
You shouldn't be here, Tom.
Never mind Ricardo. Put on your coat.
My coat? But the performance won't be over for half an hour.
Ellen, I've got a plan to fool Ricardo. Will you trust me?
If he catches us, he might kill you.
This is one time he's not going to be clever enough. Just put on your coat and come along without asking any questions.
But where are we, Tom? We've been driving for an hour, turning this way and that. I haven't any idea which way we've come.
You're not supposed to have, Ellen. Don't you see, if you don't know where you are, Ricardo can never know either, even if he can make contact with your mind from this distance.
I never thought of that.
But I did. So this time I made my plans without telling you.
The Hillview Inn. Oh, what a quaint little place, Tom. And a lovely view over the hills.
Yes, isn't it? It's a funny little place. I found the ad in the paper. There. I've engaged a room for you and one for me. We'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow, Ricardo will be in Buffalo, and we'll be heading in the opposite direction.
Tom, there's someone standing in the shadow beside the porch.
That's probably the manager waiting for us. Is that you, Mr. Adams?
Hello, Tom. This is I, the cop.
Oh, Ricardo.
Yes, my beloved. I've been waiting for you. What took you so long, Tom?
How did you get here? How did you know we were coming here?
Why, Tom, it was I who told you to bring Ellen here.
That's a lie. No one knew we were coming here but myself.
Did you think this was your idea? On the contrary, I put the thought into your head every bit of it.
That's impossible.
I even suggested to you to look in the paper where you could find the advertisement for this delightful little inn.
I don't believe it.
Yes, Tom. At last, after painful effort, I have succeeded in forcing my thoughts into your mind. And now I have another little matter to settle with you. Your undesired attentions to my wife.
Ellen isn't your wife anymore, Ricardo. She's left you for good.
Ellen, is that true?
No, Ricardo. I love you.
Ellen, he's making you say that.
Ellen, my dear, tell Tom just how you feel toward him.
I've been playing with you, Tom, to amuse myself. You've been very stupid not to realize it.
I'm not impressed by your tricks, Ricardo. Ellen is leaving here with me now.
Ellen is not leaving, but you are. You see that railing behind you? Beyond it is a 50-foot drop to a rocky ledge.
What of it?
In a moment you are going to fall accidentally over the railing and be killed. You see, there are only the two of us. And I am far stronger than you. So, now, I will show you a trick of Oriental wrestling.
Tom, look out. He's walking down the railing.
Maybe I know some tricks too, Ricardo. Now, how do you like this one?
Come, look. He's lying down there on the ledge. His body's all twisted.
Yeah. I'm afraid he's dead.
No, he isn't. He's alive. She's in pain. She's making me feel pain, too. No. No. Stop it. Stop it.
No, the great Ricardo, mind reader extraordinary, was not dead. For weeks afterwards, he hovered on the borderline between life and death. And then, as if pulling himself back to life by the sheer strength of his will, he slowly won his fight. But though he lived, his fall had paralyzed his body, leaving only his mind truly alive. He lay in a hospital bed, still breathing, but unable to move, to speak, or even to open his eyes.
So he's definitely going to live. There's no longer any doubt of it. It's almost a miracle. I didn't think any man could survive such an injury.
He wouldn't let himself die.
Yeah, most of us want to live, I've discovered.
I mean, he deliberately refused to die. He kept saying to himself, I will not die. I will not die.
You could hear him? But he's paralyzed. He can't speak.
I could hear his voice in my mind.
Oh, I see. Yes, he's going to live. But he'll never move, nor speak, nor see again.
Yes, he knows that.
I beg your pardon?
Ricardo knows that he'll never recover. He wants to go home. I have to take him there. I will look after him.
Ellen, you
I
can't.
have to. Tom, don't you think? I'm his prisoner again. The prisoner of his mind. From this time, I'll never escape.
So the great Ricardo returned home, a living dead man. There in the house on the cliff, aided only by a nurse who relieved her at night, Ellen cared for him. Tom stayed close by to help her in any way he could, and did his best to persuade her to turn Ricardo's care over to professional nurses.
Ellen, listen to me. You can't ruin your life like this just to care for a man you hate.
I have to. I can't go away. He won't let me leave the house. If I do, I find myself turning back without knowing what I'm doing.
But, Ellen, you
My mind isn't my own. Be controlled. Lying in his bed in that room there, never moving. Ricardo controls my mind.
Oh, Ellen, I'm sure that's just a delusion. A psychiatrist could prove it to you. Ricardo is injured, helpless.
But his mind isn't. More powerful than ever. All his strength is concentrated in it. If it went for the power of his will, he'd die. But he doesn't want to die. He's planning something.
Planning what?
I don't know. But he still hates you and wants revenge.
How you are letting your imagination run away with you. What can a man in Ricardo's condition do?
I don't know, but he has something in his mind.
Helen, you're overwrought. You need sleep. Look, darling, why not take a sedative and go to bed? In the morning we can talk again.
I have to wait until the night nurse gets here.
All right, I'll stay with you. Now, go on. Get to bed.
All right, Tom. I do need rest. But you better wait in the room with him.
I'll go in now. Good night, Ellen.
Good night, Tom.
Oh, there you are. The great Ricardo. The man who was better than anyone else in the world. And now you're a living dead man. I wish you were a dead one.
Then why don't you kill me, Tom?
What?
Why don't you kill me? Just put your hand over my mouth for a moment and you'll be rid of me.
Carter. You can't be talking. You're paralyzed.
I can speak to you, Tom. I speak with my mind, not with my voice.
No, I don't believe it.
Or with double. Listen. Just now you were trying to get Ellen to leave me. But she never will. Ellen and I are joined together for all eternity.
I'm going to free her from you somehow. Do you hear, Ricardo?
Oh, now you're threatening me. That means you do believe my mind can speak to yours. Good. We'll have many interesting conversations in the days to come. Now, I'm going to rest. Good night, Tom. I shall see you tomorrow. You won't want to come, but you will. Ah, Tom. It is good of you to pay me another visit. I was hoping you would come today. In fact, I might say I was willing it, and you came.
So it's true. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined this.
Stubborn, stupid Tom, always fighting against the inevitable. You tried to stay away today, didn't you? But you couldn't.
No, I couldn't.
And you're convinced now you're not suffering from a delusion.
All right. Not a delusion. So what, Ricardo?
I have some interesting information for you. But first, sit down.
I think I'll stand.
Sit down.
I won't.
You see, you are seated.
Are you?
Yes. I forced you to seat yourself because my mind has established control over your mind. So sit quietly and hear what I have to say.
All right. What is this information of yours?
I am dying.
You don't think that makes me sorry, do you?
Doctors do not know it, but my heart is weakening. If I relaxed my willpower for an instant, I would go out like a candle in the wind.
Sooner the better.
I am so. I had great plans, but no matter. In your mind, now But you are wrong. Ellen is coming with me.
What do you mean? What do you mean, coming with you?
I have said that we would be together in life and in death, and so we shall. Ellen and I will die together.
Devil, if I thought you could hurt Ellen, I'd kill you myself.
No, Tom, you won't kill me. You are going to kill Ellen.
No, that's impossible.
There is a drawer in that table beside you. Open it.
No.
Open it.
No.
In the drawer is my revolver. Pick it up.
No.
Pick it up. There.
Well?
With that gun, you are going to shoot Ellen. You will be executed for it as a murderer, and thus I will have my revenge. And because we shall die almost at the same instant, my soul and Ellen's will be forever joined.
No. You can't force me to hurt Ellen. That's one thing you can't do.
Stand up.
No, you...
There. You see, my mind does control yours. Though I lie here helpless, but I command you must do.
I'll shoot you instead.
You see, you cannot even lift the gun. Now listen to me. Behind that screen, across the room, is a couch. There Ellen lies asleep at my orders. You will walk over there. You will point the gun at her forehead, and you will pull the trigger.
You can't make me do that.
Walk, Tom.
No,
On. Another step. There. Now, move the screen aside.
No.
Move the screen.
Ellen.
She's dreaming of you, Tom. Aim the gun well. Fire.
No, Helen, wake up.
She will never wake again in this world. Pull the trigger.
I won't.
Pull the trigger.
No. Ellen. Oh, Ellen.
Yes, her mind has gone blank. I can no longer sense it. You have killed her.
Ellen, I tried not to do it. Ellen, speak to me.
She is dead, and when the police come, they will arrest you, and you will die for her murder.
I don't care. Now that Ellen's dead, I don't want to live. But first, I'll make sure that you die too, Ricardo.
That is not necessary. I am going now of my own accord. I am relaxing. I will, letting myself slip into the dark silence of death, where Ellen is waiting for me. She's there. She's just across the threshold, waiting for me. She's eager for me. No, you tricked me. I won't die.
Dead. Huh?
Tom.
Ellen.
Where are you?
Ellen.
Tom, what's happened? My head is... It's strange.
Oh, Ellen, my darling, you're not dead. But I shot you. I thought I killed you.
Huh? Killed you?
Yes, but I didn't. I only wounded you. Careful.
Oh, I don't understand, Tommy. Where's the car door? Strangest feeling that he's gone.
He's gone. Oh, I see it all now. I thought I'd killed you. Because I thought so. Ricardo thought so, too. But I was wrong. And because I was wrong, he was wrong, too.
No. He's dead?
Yes, Helen. Free of them forever. Ricardo made a mistake and let himself die believing that you were already dead. Oh, yes, my darling. This time he's gone for good. Ricardo was clever. But in the end, he outwitted himself.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? What became of Tom and Ellen? Why, Ellen's wound was serious, but far from fatal. Not nearly as fatal as Ricardo's mistake. Tom and Ellen are very happy now. But I wonder if they're as safe as they think they are. When you're dealing with a mind like Ricardo's, can you ever be quite sure, even though he is dead? I knew a man once everybody thought was dead, and he... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. You see, I take the same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's cast were Maurice Topman, James Van Dyke, Jan Miner, Ian Martin, and Rod Hendrickson. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death and the Devil.
Another strange and terrifying tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Edward Hyde? So you are Edward Hyde?
Entirely at your service, sir.
No. Keep back. Winter, Doctor, I think we'd better get the child back to her parents as soon as possible and deal with this gentleman afterwards.
I think you're right. This crowd has got an ugly look, and the man himself doesn't help matters. Did you ever see such a face in all your life? I'm not by nature an emotional man, but I tell you truly, it's all I can do to keep my hands off him.
Me too. It's just as well he didn't struggle when I ran after him and caught him. I'd have had a job to keep myself from strangling him.
Come along, then. Let's get out of this. Does anyone know where the child lives?
Yes, the poorhouse on the right in the next street.
All right, then. Now, you'd best get back to your homes. We'll look after the child and see she gets her desserts. I'm a lawyer, and my friend here is a well-known businessman. You can rely on us.
You can call on me, mister, if you want a witness. I saw the whole thing happen. Struck her down again without the least provocation.
Good. Give Mr. Winter your name and address, and we'll call on you if we need you.
Watch all this fuss of witnesses. I'll pay you what you want and make an end to it.
You'll pay all right, my friend, and a tidy sum it'll be if I have my way.
How much do you think I'll have to pay for my night's entertainment? From the state of the child's dress, I gather they're not well off. What do you think? I'd say to £50.
In a few moments, we'll be at the child's house, and then you can find out.
I don't want to see them. No gentleman wishes to be involved in a scene of that sort. Come, name your figure, and I'll pay.
Double the amount you named would be nearer the mark, I'd say.
£100 for a few bruises and a bit of a fright. I'd no idea the sensibilities of the English poorer classes were so costly.
Less of your insolence, sir, or you'll go to the police station, as you well deserve.
No, don't do that. I'll pay. Come with me and I'll get the money right away.
Where do you want me to go?
Not far from here. I'll have to get you a check. You wouldn't expect me to have that amount of money in my pocket, would you?
No, I don't suppose you would. Winter?
Yes?
This man has agreed to pay £100 if nothing more is said about what happened tonight.
And so he should.
Will you and the doctor go with the child while I go with him to get the check?
Will you come back?
As soon as I get the money and make sure of its bona fides.
How will you do that?
By keeping him in sight until the bank opens and it's cashed, if necessary.
All right, then. We'll wait. Come along, Doctor. This is the place, I think.
Lead the way, Hyde, and no tricks, or it'll be the worse for you. Why, this is Dr. Jekyll's house.
Well, I know it is.
You have a key to it?
The doctor has confidence in me, you see.
I see very little and nothing that gives me confidence.
I'll light a lamp and then you can sit and make yourself comfortable. I'll not be long.
Why have you come here to get the money you want?
Henry and I are true friends. His purse is mine and mine is his.
I regret to hear you say so. Well, go, and let's be done with this sorry business. Mr. Utterson. Mr. Utterson.
What?
Well, I must have fallen asleep. I think you did. What time is it at all? Nearly 2 o'clock. And I've been here all this time. However could I have done such a thing? What will the others be thinking? Oh, you mean Mr. Winter and the doctor who took care of the child? You know all about tonight's business, then? Yes, I know. Henry, what in heaven's name have you got to do with this creature, Hyde? I can't explain. Oh, here's the check. He asked me to give it to you. Signed in your name? Yes. He felt that you might have some doubts about the validity of one signed by himself. Is that the true reason? Well, what other could there be? A dozen. This man has some power over you. He's blackmailing you. Is that it? No, it isn't that. What is it, then? Henry, I demand an answer. Do you know why it was that I happened to be in the vicinity of your house tonight? No. I intended to come in if I saw a light burning. I had a talk with Margaret after dinner tonight. She won my consent to your marriage. You've agreed? I did. Not that I feel any happier over it, but because I had nothing really positive against you. And on my way to tell you so, I witnessed this hideous deed committed by one whom you claim as a friend. A crime you are willing to cloak with money, paid from your own account. What am I to think? Well, there is one thing I want you to know. Hyde has no power over me. Rather, the reverse is the case. The moment I choose, I can be rid of him. I can blot him out of my life as though he had never existed. Then do it. Do it, man, before it's too late. If you don't, you'll regret it. The man is so evil, so vile in every way, that merest contact with him must mean contamination. Yes, I fear I must. Tonight's episode has shaken me more than I can say. Whatever could have come over him, I can't imagine. Sheer bestiality. Something that lies deep in his horrible soul. The man is capable of anything, even murder. Murder? Murder? Yes, I've sometimes thought that, too. If he were to hate someone enough... Please, God, I shall not be that person. Please, God, you won't.
I must say there's no one like you, Henry, my boy, for putting on a tasty little dinner. Tell me, where did you get your cook? My cook? She's married to Poole.
Oh, really? That's too much. No man should have the perfect butler and the perfect cook.
Well, my dear Lanyon, I'll go even further than that. I'm now going to get Poole to bring us some of the perfect brandy. I think we'll have it in the library. Poole!
Yes, sir.
I've already put it there, and some of your special cigars.
By the way, I shall want you there for a few minutes. I want you to witness a signature.
Certainly, sir.
You may as well come right away, and that's the last I shall want of you for the night. Do you mind, Hugh?
What, witnessing a signature? Not a bit, not a bit.
I'll want you to. You see, it's my will.
Your will? Here, I say, you're not getting morbid, are you?
Oh, no, but the fact is, I'm getting married, and, I want to make some changes, you see.
Oh, why, of course, yes. How stupid of me. When's the happy event to be?
Oh, not for another few weeks. Margaret's away collecting her trousseau, and it seems that it takes some time.
Well, make the most of it, old boy. Make the most of it.
Well, I will. That's why I sent for you.
Oh, seriously?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I say, that's fine. And do you know, Henry, I've been feeling a little poorly lately. So, what do you say to a little run over to the continent?
Over to the continent?
Yes. Paris is marvelous this time of the year.
Paris?
Good old Paris.
You incurable libertine. Have you forgotten that I'm all but a married man? Besides, that's where Margaret's gone to buy her trousseau.
Yes, that does make it rather awkward.
Very.
Oh, but there's still Vienna. Oh, I say, tell you what, how about going to that village I told you about? I was there for the autumn, but imagine what it will be like in the spring.
What's its name again?
Corabina.
Oh, yes.
You go to Innsbruck and then branch off on a little line almost as far as the Bremer Pass. What a country. What girls.
Mind out. Here's Poole coming. You start getting him too excited, he mightn't be able to hold the pen.
Oh, Lord, yes. There's that will, isn't there? Oh, where is the bally thing?
Here it is. Oh, come in, Poole, come in. I'd better sign first so that you can see me do it. Now, Hugh, if you'll sign there and Poole on that other line, it'll be done with.
No, just here. Oh, there you are.
Now you, Poole.
Here, sir.
That's right. Thank you. Now, I want you both to have a good look at me.
Look, but why? We've both seen you before.
Well, I want you to be able to certify that I'm in perfect health and of my right mind.
Henry, what's all this about? Are you anticipating that anyone will contest the will?
I'll tell you that later on. Would you say that I'm quite sane, Poole?
Well, you look all right, sir.
Good for you, Poole. Never be deceived by appearances. And now, if you brought us in the coffee, that'll be all for tonight.
Thank you, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Dr. Langley.
Oh, good night, Paul. Now, I say, look here, Henry. What is the meaning of all this? Who's going to suggest that you aren't in your right mind?
Well, the terms of the will you've witnessed are a little peculiar. Just take a look at it while I pour you out some coffee.
Thanks.
Black or white?
White. Black, thank you. No sugar.
I'll warm the glasses near the fire a little before I pour the brandy. This is some special old brandy my father got as a present from one of the Rothschilds. He did him some sort of service like that.
I say, it's none of my business, but who is this fellow Hyde?
Oh, just a friend of mine.
I should think he must be. According to what you've written here, he's to inherit more than £100,000.
Yes, my mother's entire fortune.
And then this business about your disappearance or unexplained absence for any period exceeding 3 calendar months.
In which case, Edward Hyde shall step into my shoes and assume my place.
Oh, now I begin to see why you wanted Poole and me to have a good look at you.
Yes, I thought you would.
And another thing. There's nothing here about Margaret.
Any will I might make now automatically becomes invalid when I marry. I'll have to make another one. I had to make this because I don't know what might happen between now and my wedding day.
Unsolved Mysteries. People have seen and reported visual phenomena in the heavens that could not be explained in the light of man's technology. For want of a better phrase, these phenomena have been lumped together under the cumbersome title of unidentified flying objects. They've been dismissed as a form of mass hysteria. They've been explained away as being comets, balloons, experimental craft, or the reflection of a spotlight on clouds. But we're still left with a handful of sightings that not even the most determined doubter can explain away. Objects that are referred to by the American Air Force as unknowns. And these unknowns represent possibly the most intriguing, certainly the most significant of all unsolved mysteries.
South Pole, June 18, 1965. Members of the Chilean exploration team, including scientific personnel and a meteorologist, sighted a gigantic object in the sky, extremely brilliant but solid, shaped like a huge double-convex lens. It frequently changed speed, and at one stage hovered motionless at an altitude of about 3 miles. The Chilean Antarctic commander, Mario Barrera, said, "I do not believe that this could be an aircraft of terrestrial manufacture. Nothing similar exists on Earth in shape, velocity, or mobility in space."
Uralsk, Southern Russia, May 30th, 1958. At a lonely airport just outside the town, some 30 people, including 2 American tourists and an Englishman, saw a flying object like a star of the second magnitude, the shape of a disembodied light. It came from the north, very bright in the sky, made as if to land on the airfield and hovered motionless for a few minutes. After this, it rose vertically and at a great speed and disappeared in the heavens.
Fife, Scotland, October the 24th, 1963. A boy of 12 and his sister, aged 8, reported seeing an object in the sky resembling the wing-tip light of an aeroplane. It moved from north to south until it reached Procyon, where it circled round the star and disappeared. The boy made a detailed drawing and sent it to the Air Force Command. He later received this acknowledgement. "Dear Master McLean, your presentation of this sighting was one of the most complete of all the unidentifieds of 1963, and we have so stated in our brochure."
Flagstaff, Arizona, July the 5th, 1947. Dr. V.M. Slipper, director of the famed Lowell Observatory, said that he had not noticed any flying saucers over Arizona, but added, "You can find anything you want to find in the heavens if you look long enough."
You can find anything you want to find in the heavens if you look long enough. A comforting philosophy and a statement that contains a degree of truth. If you stare at anything long enough, it will change color, change shape, appear to move. But from the vantage point of 1968, this comforting phrase is inadequate. The reports have become so frequent, so well documented, that even the most skeptical scientists are beginning to believe that they cannot all be explained away. The most recent report comes from the middle New York State community of Ithaca, where no less than 800 unidentified flying objects have been sighted since October last year. But there was one incident that impressed even the most hard-boiled reporters who covered the story. The adventure of a young Ithaca housewife called Rita Malley. A few months ago, Rita drove out to visit a friend who lived in a nearby suburb, taking her 5-year-old son Dana with her. She stayed longer than she intended and started to drive home fairly fast so that she'd not be late in preparing her husband's dinner. It was a grey winter's evening with slight flurries of snow and a strong wind that forced her to keep a firm grip on the wheel. It was about 7 o'clock when she reached a long, deserted stretch of road with no houses, just fields and hills and woods on both sides. It was then that the interior of the car was suddenly lit up with a brilliant red light.
Funny. Must be coming from behind it. Uh-oh. Probably the cops. Speeding. Better slow down. John wouldn't be exactly pleased if I got a ticket for speeding.
You all right, Donna?
Yeah, I'm okay, Mommy. Bit tired. Never mind. Soon be home. There's the cops. Keeping their distance. Yet the light's getting brighter. Now it's changing color. What? Heaven's name. It's a flying saucer. It must be a little dome-like thing on the top. That's where the light's coming from. Take a grip on yourself, Rita. What would a flying saucer want with you? Ah. Now it stopped moving. Funny. The car stopped, too. I must get out of here. But where to? Not a house in sight. Besides, if we're outside, they might... Donna, you all right back there? God. He looks as if he'd been hypnotized. Oh, why won't this damn car move? It's still going, but... Wait a minute. I am moving. Sideways. Oh, this is ridiculous. The saucer's moving, too. It must have taken over control. Oh, it's no good. The brakes aren't strong enough. What? I'm off the road. Donald's killed, but I just...
You're sure? We're not making it time. Stop to the car. From the side
We've started again. But I've still got no control. Oh, well, at least we're back on the highway. The source is just ahead. Ah, there it goes. Donna. Donna?
Yes, Mommy?
You okay, Donna?
Yeah, I'm fine. I must have been asleep.
Did you see what Mommy saw?
I didn't see anything.
Good. We'll soon be home now.
Rita Malley drove home and tried to explain her adventure to her skeptical husband. Then she broke down. That night, she woke up screaming and heard the low, quivering hum of voices all over again. The next day, they received a phone call from an old school friend of Rita's, Marion Donalds. She told Rita that her brother, Paul, had been killed in a tractor accident near Messina. Rita Malley impressed everyone who interviewed her as being a straightforward and honest witness. Whether or not this incident did happen, she obviously believed that it did. The question that immediately springs to mind is, why would these visitors from outer space bother to stop her car just to give her the information that a man whom she'd never met had died? This, as I said, is the latest report on the activities of these mysterious flying saucers. Now let us look back in time at some of the earliest reports, though, as the science fiction writer Eric Frank Russell points out,
a backward search for evidence provides further frustration. For reports tend to be expressed in the terms of the day and age. For example, anything winged and with a tail of flame seen by the ancient Chinese was sure to be recorded as a fiery dragon. In the Middle East and the Mediterranean, these objects would become fiery chariots.
This is very true. And we must guard against the fact that flying saucer addicts are ingenious in their interpretation of history. They date the earliest reports of unidentified flying objects from the days of Ezekiel the prophet.
And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it, and out of the midst thereof, as the colour of amber out of the midst of the fire. Also out of the midst thereof came a likeness of 4 living creatures, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and every one had 4 faces, and every one had 4 wings. Now as I beheld the living creatures, behold, one wheel upon the earth. The appearance of the wheels and their work was like unto the colour of beryl, and they had one likeness, as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. As for their wings, they were so high that they were dreadful, and their wings were full of eyes, round about them 4. And when the living creatures went, the wheels went with them. And when the living creatures were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up.
Amazing what you can read into the Bible. And there are those who even suggest that the Star of Bethlehem was a flying saucer. But we must admit that Ezekiel's description does bear a striking resemblance to some of the more recent reports on unidentified flying objects. The Bible is not the only source of inspiration. Consider this report, made in the year 90 B.C.
At Nineveh, while Levius Strosser was promulgating the laws at the beginning of the Italian War, there came at sunrise a terrific noise in the sky, and a burning globe of fire appeared in the north, in the territory of Spoletum. The globe of fire, of golden color, fell to the earth gyrating. It then seemed to increase in size, rose from the earth, and ascended into the sky, where it obscured the sun with its brilliance.
If you care to search for them, there are many such reports in history. Whether or not they refer to flying saucers is, of course, another matter. If they do, it's extraordinary to think that spacemen from another planet were so far advanced over 2,000 years ago. Having reached the stage where we ourselves are contemplating landing on the moon, it's not so difficult to imagine that beings from another planet are already able to conquer space, but 2,000 years ago? Now, it's easy to dismiss these historical allusions because we have no yardstick by which to measure them. Not so easy to dismiss contemporary reports. We not only have a yardstick, but as often as not we have the actual reporter to hand. And allowing for the inevitable number of cranks, we are still left with a hard core of people who are patently honest, people who, on the surface at least, have no apparent reason for making up stories about unidentified flying objects. These reports come from all over the world, and from people in all walks of life.
Sundsvall, northern Sweden, July 9, 1946. A rocket-like object moved at tremendous speed past Stockholm and then fell and crashed near Sundsvall. A well-known physicist, Dr. Binga Backlund, declared that the fragments were not those of a meteor and said that he had found fragments of paper among the debris, indicating that it could not be from a meteorite.
At sea, September the 23rd, 1938. Something called an unknown plane fell into the sea just off Lowestoft. A lifeboat and a tug searched for hours but discovered nothing save an oily patch of water. The next day, an unknown object fell into the sea 5 miles off Felixstowe. Again, an oily patch was found, but no wreckage. At the same time, a radio report from Boulogne said that another strange air machine had dropped into the sea off Langate. During this period, no planes were reported missing.
Ray Demick, a business executive, reported that he saw at a military installation near Mexico City the wreckage of a flying saucer powered by 2 motors. The craft was some 46 feet in diameter, built of a metal resembling aluminum, and contained the body of a pilot 23 inches tall who was killed in the crash.
Yes, I agree. The last item starts off plausibly enough, but the imagination boggles at the idea of little men from outer space, a pilot 23 inches tall. But what should we expect? If these unidentified objects exist, presumably they come from outer space and are launched from other planets, Mars and Venus being the 2 most popular contenders. They must be piloted by someone or something, and there is absolutely no reason why he, she, or it should not be 23 inches tall. In the language of flying saucer buffs, those who claim to have met creatures aboard UFOs are called contactees. And one of the most famous of these is a man called George Adamski, who not only claims to have met creatures from outer space, but even wrote a book about a trip that he took on a flying saucer. Recently, Adamski was interviewed on American television by Long John Nagle.
George, and you met the pilot, huh?
Well, it was a man about 5'7" or 8 inches tall, weighing maybe 135 pounds. He had delicate hands and beautiful, very sharp eyes. He looked like they looked straight through you. Sometimes you couldn't hardly tell he was a man or a woman. He started telling me things, but I couldn't understand, and finally I got an idea. I pointed to the sun and made one orbit with my hand, called it the planet Mercury, and named it that way. Then I made 2 orbits, called it Venus, 3 orbits, and pointed to myself, Earth. He got the idea, pointed to the sun, and made 1 orbit. That meant Venus. That's how I knew he was a Venetian.
But he couldn't talk with you, George.
Oh, yes, he could talk all right. He was just testing my ability to receive impressions.
When you say impressions, do you mean telepathic impressions?
Now, that is correct. All information was received silently.
George, you seem a little doubtful about his sex. Did he tell you he was a man?
He did, but, you know, when nature calls them that way, same as us.
Tell us some more about the spacecraft.
While we were standing there talking, I saw a flash of lights go out, so I pointed the ship and said, "That your ship?" He nodded his head, and we walked across to it. He was making for
that particular Venusian looked very much like us. But according to other contactees, they vary in size, shape, and color. I've been studying the subject of UFOs for some years, and the thing that strikes me most forcibly is that it's a subject which attracts everyone from the most sober, trained observers to the lunatic fringe. Just recently, I bought 2 magazines devoted to the subject of UFOs to see what the latest developments were. Alongside interesting interviews with such people as the missile expert Werner von Braun, Dr. J. Allen Hynek, head of the Dearborn Observatory, and the information officer of the American Air Force, there were articles with such titles as, "They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers," "Why Are They Watching Us?" and "I Went to Venus and Beyond."
One day, I was standing painting an outdoor advertisement board, and all of a sudden, I was just gone. I just wasn't there. I went out of my earthly body and was taking my astral body to Venus to appear before the galactic command at the great central sun. It was in a tremendously beautiful white building, out of which shone a brilliant light, and out of this light came a voice. "Will you agree to be the savior of the world?" It didn't really shock me too much, but just at that moment, the whole panorama of my existence on Earth passed before me. If I agreed, it meant that I would be isolated from everyone. I paused only a minute before I answered, "Yes."
Thus wrote Alan Noonan, self-proclaimed new Messiah, who described the capital of Venus as a city of spirals, a place with no streets. But what is more interesting is that he stated that the Earth was hollow, with great openings at each pole, and the higher Venusian command has bases inside the Earth. Now, this ties up with the theories of Charles Fort, H.S. Bellamy, and the redoubtable Paxson C. Hayes. Hayes discovered the mummified remains of an ancient Mongoloid race in Mexico, and he stated that this race had lived in caves 9,000 feet deep, some 23,000 years ago. Unlike the Sausterians of today, they were large people, some 7 feet tall, and according to Hayes, their ancestors inhabit the center of the Earth. He believes that our atomic explosions disturbed these people, and that they are now anxiously watching our progress from their flying saucers. But more convincing, more disturbing than the theories of Hayes, is a strange document published towards the end of the last century.
I, Olaf Janssen, swear that this is the true story of the voyage to the inner world that my father, Jens Janssen, and I took to the hollow interior of the earth. So help me God.
These 2 unsophisticated fishermen, Olaf and Jens, accidentally found the opening to the hollow inner world between 2 icebergs in the North Pole. Fearful but curious, they sailed on.
We could hardly believe our eyes.
There were great underground oceans, rivers, and lakes. There were wonderfully designed cities, enormous plants, vast jungles where roamed prehistoric monsters. And the whole of this inner world was illuminated by a calm, constant, luminous glow. This world is populated by a race of strange but gentle people, 10 feet tall. They had curious machines that would work.
Yes, you've guessed it, flying saucers. But the curious thing is that the Jensens described many aspects of this subterranean civilization that it's difficult to imagine two simple fishermen dreaming up. It's a fascinating document that makes disturbing reading, even if one does not believe a single word of it. Where do these unidentified objects come from? The center of the Earth? From Mars or Venus? Or even a planet that is so far unknown to us? It's difficult to disentangle the facts from the vast mass of so-called evidence. The American Air Force's Project Blue Book, set up by the government to analyze and investigate the nature of UFOs, has received over 11,000 reports since its files were opened.
July 19th and 20th, 1960 at 9:30 p.m., St. Louis, Missouri. Duration, 20 minutes first night, 30 minutes second night. Number of observers, at least 8 identified. Number of objects, 1. Observer reliability, indeterminable, but so many persons saw the object on both nights that overall reliability must be assumed. Shape, descriptions vary from round to wheeled-like, but had one common factor. All stated that it had a central nucleus around which were revolving lights or flames. Color, bright red, varying in intensity. Sound, none. Altitude, very high. Tactics, the object traveled slowly from the northeast, stopped and then hovered. It then flew straight overhead.
According to the chief of Project Blue Book, at least 98% of reported sightings have been explained as comets, balloons, experimental craft, and the like. But there remains that baffling 2%. On January the 7th, 1948, an unidentified flying object was sighted over the Goodman Air Base at Fort Knox.
Control tower to flight leader. Control tower to flight leader.
Come in control, over.
Captain Mantell, an unidentified object has been sighted from the ground by military and civilian observers. Have you seen anything? Over.
No, I've seen nothing. What's it supposed to look like, over?
It's been described as an ice cream cone topped red. Command would like you to investigate. Over.
Very well, control. Can you give me a bearing, over?
The object is flying at an altitude of approximately...
The 4 National Guard F-51s eventually sighted the object and closed in.
Control, we've sighted it. It's incredible. It's enormous. Round like a teardrop. At times it looks almost fluid. I'm closing in now to take a good look. It's moving at about half my speed. It's going up now, moving as fast as I am. That's 360 miles an hour. I'll go up to 20,000 feet, and if I can't get any closer, I'll abandon chase.
The time was 15:15 hours. That was the last radio contact made by flight leader Captain Mantell with the Goodman Tower. Later that day, his body was found in the wreckage of his plane near Fort Knox. Was Captain Mantell's plane destroyed by the strange craft? It's unlikely that we shall ever know. But that there was a UFO is certain. It was seen by reliable observers on the ground and by all the crew of Mantell's flight. This is one of the cases that still baffles Project Blue Book. One of the unexplained, inexplicable 2%. What possible explanations are there for unidentified flying objects?
Washington, D.C., December 28, 1949. Air Force said today that 2 years of investigation have convinced them that flying saucers are just a joke. It ordered that a special project set up in 1948 to investigate UFOs be abandoned. Analyses indicate that flying objects are 1. Misinterpretation of various conventional objects, 2. A mild form of mass hysteria, 3. Or simply hoax.
London, March the 16th, 1950. It was suggested by the Meteorological Department that flying saucers are atomic clouds or cloudlets of released atomic ingredients arrested by and magnetically collected on sheets or shells of the Earth's magnetic field. Some of these shells have been detected by scientists and called ionospheres.
Los Angeles, April 3rd, 1950. According to radio commentator Henry J. Taylor, flying saucers are actually top-secret U.S. military inventions. These are two types. The first are harmless, pilotless discs. The second are flying phantoms, jet-propelled.
Take your pick. Atomic clouds, experimental balloons, top-secret military inventions, or simply a mild form of mass hysteria. I have an open mind about UFOs. Obviously, Project Blue Book was right in dismissing the majority of reports, but there remains that disturbing 2%. The most convincing report that I've read was in fact rejected by Project Blue Book. It's an account by journalist Frank Scully of a meeting with a top magnetic research specialist who, for reasons of security, he calls Dr. G. They met in 1949, when Scully was investigating the subject of flying saucers. As he remarked casually, Dr. G was the man who told me the whole story of the first flying saucer that had landed in the United States.
East of Aztec in New Mexico, there was a group of us called in to investigate this craft. Myself and 7 other magnetic scientists. We studied the ship for 2 days. Finally decided that it was safe to go aboard. The outside surface showed no marking, but there was a broken porthole. We rammed a pole through this, prodded around, and found a knob. When we pushed it, the door flew open. We found 16 bodies inside. They ranged in height from 36 to 42 inches. We took the little bodies out, and I remember one of my team saying, "Their clothing looks like the style of the 1890s. They appear to be normal, that is, like us in every respect, though their skin had been charred." You know, the label flying saucer is a good one. This craft did look like a saucer. The overall dimensions of the ship were a fraction under 100 feet in diameter. We found booklets which probably dealt with navigation, but we couldn't decipher the writing. The ship was constructed without joins or bolts. It was made of a metal resembling aluminum. We also found a radio. It has no tubes, no wire, only one dial, but I haven't yet succeeded in making it work. There's no doubt that the ship works on some kind of magnetic propulsion, but our knowledge of magnetic fields is still in its infancy.
That was part of the evidence of Dr. G, and I must admit that I find his story strangely convincing. But the question remains, where do flying saucers come from? And why are they hovering over our planet? Did they perhaps plant us here as a colony some thousands of years ago and are observing our evolution? Do they covet our natural resources and wish to conquer us? Is their planet dying and thus they need to find somewhere else to live? Or are they simply observing us as specimens? Do they perhaps come from the center of the earth, where they boast an advanced civilization that they do not think we're ready to share with them? Who knows? But it seems likely to me that one way or another, these unidentified flying objects will somehow affect the future of this planet. Until then, they will rank among the most significant of our unsolved mysteries.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Miss Agnes Moorehead in The Chain, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear. Say, Harlow, whom do you go to when you have a baby?
I, a baby? Why, to a doctor. I mean...
when you go to jail, I should say, when you have a lawsuit, whom do you go to?
A lawyer. Baby, lawsuit. What are you driving at, Hap?
The best spark plugs for your car, my good man.
Oh, well, now you're on my ground. Who knows more about the best spark plugs for your car than Autolite's ignition engineers? The men who design and build complete ignition systems for many of America's finest cars. Why, it's the skill and know-how of these Autolite ignition engineers that have made Autolite the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment and made Autolite spark plugs world famous.
That means they know how to build into spark plugs the best in quick starting, smooth performance, and gas mileage. Eh, Harlow?
Right you are, and say it's the skill of these same Autolite engineers that made possible the development of the Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years. So, friends, go to your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer and have him replace worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you can't buy a better spark plug for your car because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Chain and the performance of Agnes Moorehead, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
All I did was write a letter, that's all. You can't blame me for what happened. I didn't start it. It came to me, and I followed the instructions because I was afraid. Hundreds of people do it every day, so how can you blame me? Everybody in town knows me. They respect me. I've always been a good wife. By the morning it started, I was fixing George's breakfast. Not just toast like some women fix, but bacon and eggs and hot biscuits.
Coffee ready?
I asked you not to wander off. Your bacon is burned to a crisp.
I told you I only wanted fruit juice and coffee. I'm down to the road to pick up the mail.
Why do you always run for the mail? Are you expecting something you don't want me to see, George?
If there was anything I didn't want you to see, I could have it sent to the office.
Oh, could you? I didn't know you were important enough to be permitted to receive personal mail there.
Leonora, that's enough. Bert Reynolds was appointed district manager. I should have gotten the job, but I didn't. Now, let's forget about it.
Well, maybe you can forget about it, but Abby Reynolds won't let me forget. She has a hired man to do her work now. She can spend half her day in town, but not Leonora Carpenter. No, poor Leonora is bottled up here without a car, without anything. Here's your coffee. After all the trouble I've gone to, I guess I can throw the rest of the breakfast out. What was in the mail?
Just this letter for you.
From me? Who's it from?
I don't know, Leonora. I've never opened your mail.
Well, you needn't be so sarcastic. Oh, dear. From my cousin Emily. One of those ridiculous chain letters. This letter was started by a holy man in Tibet to end all evil. You must make 2 copies and mail them to others within 24 hours or the chain will be broken. Whoever breaks the chain will meet with evil. A Navy pilot broke the chain and was killed in a crash 2 days later. Such a ridiculous thing. Now, who can I send it to?
You can burn it and not send it to anybody.
Well, maybe you don't think so, but I think our luck is bad enough as it is. I could send one to Abby Reynolds, of course, but I'd have to sign my name to it.
And since you're peeved with Abby, she's fortunately spared. Besides, she'd tear it up.
Yes, she would. That'd be just like Abby. What's the name of the man they hired?
I don't know. Kirch, something or other. Krachevsky, Peter Krachevsky.
Peter Krachevsky?
You're not thinking of sending a copy to him?
Why not, George? Why not?
Well, it's absurd. You don't even know the man.
I send one to him and he sends one to Abby.
He probably won't send it to anybody.
But he will, George. He's a foreigner, isn't he? And they're all so superstitious. You'd have to send it to her. You may not even know anybody else.
Suit yourself. Need anything from town?
No.
Time for him to be getting back to the office.
Very early, George. You never used to leave so early. You used to eat a big breakfast.
I'm just not hungry.
Well, maybe you'll be hungrier by the time you get to town. Then you'll have time for a second breakfast at the drugstore.
Maybe.
You might even meet Miss Holden. She has her breakfast there.
Leonora.
She's very pretty, George. Not at all like your former secretary.
Betty Holden's a very efficient girl. If she's pretty, I've never noticed.
Well, notice it, George. Notice it while you're having your second breakfast.
I'll see you at dinner, Lou.
George didn't fool me a bit. He never did. Some wives can't see the signs, but I could. I cleaned up the house spotless the best way I kept it. Then I sat down with the letter. I made a copy and addressed it to Mr. Peter Kaczewski, care of Mrs. Abby Reynolds. Then I made the second copy. Whoever breaks the chain will meet with evil. I hadn't spoken to George about this copy. I sealed it in an envelope and addressed it to Miss Betty Holden. I mailed the letters and I waited patiently. I watched George's face the next night when he came home. I had all his favorite things for dinner. I even had my hair put up the way he liked it best. Not that he was ever pleased with the things I did for him. I wasn't the one he had on his mind. You're not very good company tonight, George.
I find very little to say.
I passed your office today. You seemed quite animated in there. But perhaps you find this whole conversation more stimulating than mine.
We were discussing something that was very embarrassing to me, Leonora.
Oh?
Why did you send her that letter?
Well, it said send 2 copies, and that's what I did.
Well, why Miss Holden?
Why not?
Because it was a stupid and childish thing.
Is that what she said?
She's too much of a lady. That's what she thought, and so did I.
Oh, you and Miss Holden seem to think very much alike. It's a pity you're not married to her.
Yes, Leonora. It is a pity.
So it's true, then. You agree that I'm stupid and childish. What other agreements do you have, George?
Why do you twist things so? I
know what you said. You think I'm deaf, George? I'm not. I'm not blind either.
She's my secretary, that's all.
If that's all, then why don't you fire her?
For what cause?
Because I don't want her there. That's cause enough, isn't it? I'm your wife. Isn't what I want important?
Not when it can cost somebody a job without reason.
Oh, you're so noble, aren't you, George? But that isn't like you. I know because I live with you. You're a liar, George, and I could get her fired without your help. I'll go to Burt Reynolds and tell him...
Leonora, if you do that, I'll...
Go ahead and hit me, George, because the secretary means nothing to you.
No. That wouldn't do any good with you, Leonora. You're not worth it.
You stay here and talk to me. Where do you think you're going?
I'm going out to the guest room over the garage. Where I go from there, I'll decide later.
You mean you're going to stay out there?
That's exactly what I mean.
You want to make a fool of me. You want people around town whistling that you left me. You want them to laugh at me.
They'll never know unless you tell them, Leonora.
You'll make sure that Betty Holden knows it, though, won't you? George, don't come back here. Do you hear me? George! I knew they were talking about me. I could see it in their faces every time I went into town. The woman is always to blame when something goes wrong. But they didn't know what George was like. I went to town every day, whether I had to or not, to show them I had nothing to be ashamed of. Thursday was the day Abby Reynolds did her shopping at the barn town. I planned to meet her, accidentally. Leonora! Oh, Leonora, I'm so glad to see you. Hello, Abby.
I tried to phone you this morning.
Oh, well, I've been in town all day.
Bert told me to call you. I'm glad I ran into you instead. Well, there's something I have to tell you. We know you meant no harm.
Well, George has been criticizing me to Bert.
Why, no, dear. I meant about the letter. The chain letter you sent to Peter Kaczewski.
What harm could that do, Abby?
None. That's what Bert tried to tell him, but he's a very quiet, strange man. And, well, you see, Leonora, his wife died yesterday.
Oh, no. No, Abby.
You got the letter a few days ago.
No.
He can't read English, so he usually brings his mail to Bert. But his wife got sick that morning, and he took her to the hospital. He didn't bring the letter to Bert until this morning. And without thinking, of course...
You read it to him?
Bert tried to reason with him, but he didn't seem to hear. He just kept staring. Then he turned and walked out of the house.
He blames me. He thinks it's my fault.
Why did you ever send it to him, Leonora? Why did you pick
him?
him?
I did no harm, Abby. I swear it on my heart. I didn't mean
You better tell George about it, in case there's any trouble.
Yes, I'll tell George. You see, if I'd sent the letter to Abby, it never would have happened. That's what I would have done if she wasn't always trying to make herself better than I was. I wouldn't have been in this if it wasn't for her. I left the barn town and went to the square. The Country Hill bus wasn't due for half an hour. I couldn't stand there, so I walked out of town and across the wooden bridge over the river. The side road was pitted with rust left by the rain, and I stumbled and the heel of my shoe broke off. I sat down on a patch of grass and tried to fix it, and I heard a branch snap in the trees behind me.
Hello, Mrs. Carpenter.
It was a voice I'd never heard before. But when I turned, I knew the face. It was Peter Kaczewski. He was all dirty and unshaven, and he had a half-empty bottle in his hand.
You afraid, Mrs. Carpenter?
You stay away from me. Stay away, do you hear? He started for me. I threw the shoe. It caught him in the face and a nail tore a gash in his forehead. I turned and started to run up the hill.
I got you.
I could see him behind me. He was getting closer and closer, and the house was still a quarter of a mile away. He's still a quarter of a mile away.
I got you, Mrs. Carpenter.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Agnes Moorehead in The Chain. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, what ignites the ignition system? I'll ask the Autolite ignition engineers.
And what sparks a spark plug?
That's another for Autolite ignition engineers. If anyone knows spark plugs, it's these same Autolite engineers who design coils, distributors, and all the other vital parts that make up the complete ignition systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars.
They really know, eh, Harlow?
Yes, sir. And look at the Autolite resistor spark plug they developed. It's one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years.
Can they talk about spark plugs like you, Harlow?
Sure they can. And your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer can tell everyone listening to this program as much about world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs as I can.
No.
Sure. So go to him and have him replace your worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, for smooth performance and the best in gas mileage, you can't buy a better spark plug for your car because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Agnes Moorehead, in The Chain, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
My lungs were ready to burst. I wanted to scream, but no sound had come. There was nobody to hear me, nobody but Peter Kaczewski. He was tumbling along next to me. I heard the balls drop and break. I could see the house now and the clearing through the trees, and I started to cry. I couldn't run any faster. I just couldn't. He was almost up to me. He reached out, and I felt his hand turn at the back of my coat, and then he fell. He fell. I heard him go down, but I didn't turn to look. I crossed the clearing, up the steps of the house. I tore the clasp on my handbag to get the key. Well, it was stuck. Kaczewski staggered into the clearing. I remembered the safety under the doormat, got it, and opened the door. He reached the 4th steps. I slammed the door and locked it in his face.
Come out. Come out, Mrs. Carpenter.
Go away, do you hear me? Leave me alone.
Get away from me. Nobody runs to help you. You don't get away. I can wait for you.
I leaned against the door trying to get my breath. I could feel Kaczewski on the other side of it like a big crazy ape. What did he want to hurt me for? I took a chair and braced it under the doorknob. Then I heard him move. He padded down the 4th step, but he wasn't going away. He was moving around to the back door. I raced through the house. The door was locked. There were the tall windows on the lower floor. I ran upstairs to the bedroom. George's service revolver was in the bureau. I got it and opened the window.
Calm down, Mrs. Carpenter.
Get off this property!
No, calm down.
Look, I've got a gun and I know how to use it, you understand? Will you go?
You killed my wife, Mrs. Carpenter.
I didn't. I never saw her. I never knew her. You go away, I warn you. I shoot for her.
No!
I didn't hit him. He started to back away across the clearing. I fired again and again. He stepped back and away, looking at me with that mean, horrible face. I tried holding the gun with both hands and squeezing the trigger, and George was talking, but I couldn't hit him. He backed into the trees at the edge of the property.
I'm going to pay for what you do, Mrs. Carpenter. I'm going to go back. I'll see you again. You're going to pay.
I held the gun in my lap and waited till I could see him going down the road towards town. Then I unlocked the bedroom door and slipped down the stairs to the telephone.
Number, please.
Town 3417.
The minute.
speaking.
Bert, this is Leonora.
Oh, yes, Leonora?
Is George there? I must speak to him.
He's out for the afternoon making some calls.
Is Miss Holden there?
No, I think George gave her the afternoon off.
Oh, I see.
Is anything wrong, Leonora?
No. No, Bert. Did you tell George about Kaczewski and the letter?
Yes, Leonora, I told him. And he told me why you sent it. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Well, if George comes
I'll
in...
tell him to call you. Goodbye, Leonora.
Bert, I'm at the... George knew. He knew and Betty Holden knew. She was keeping him in town. This was what they wanted. They wanted something to happen to me. It'd be getting dark soon. Kaczewski would come back and I'd be alone. I'd be all alone.
Please.
This is Mrs. George Carpenter of Country Hill. Will you call the police and ask them to send a car? Somebody's trying to kill me.
Break the door down or get in through any of the windows?
No, but that's...
Well, Mrs. Carpenter, he wasn't carrying a weapon and he never actually touched you. I can't arrest him for attempted murder. There isn't even enough evidence for simple assault.
I want that man arrested. Do you hear me?
Well, what you want has nothing to do with the law, Mrs. Carpenter.
You're supposed to protect people. That's what we pay taxes for.
Kaczewski pays taxes too, Mrs. Carpenter. You fired a gun at him. If you're smart, you'll drop this.
Haven't I the right to protect myself in my own house?
In the house, yes.
Well,
But you were behind locked doors firing at a man out in the open.
Oh.
If you'd killed him, you'd have been charged with murder. Now, take my advice and don't use that gun again unless somebody breaks in.
But that man is crazy. He's just crazy.
If I had a simple mind like his and the same thing happened to me, I might be crazy, too.
But I can't locate my husband. I'm alone here. You've got to find that man and arrest him. I demand.
All right. So all I can charge him with is trespassing. We can hold him until his fine is paid, and that's all.
Well, I don't care what you charge him with. Arrest him. Just arrest him.
He may bring counter charges against you.
What charges could he bring against me? I've never hurt anybody. I've never done anything to anyone.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mrs. Carpenter. I like nice people. Goodbye.
If you see my husband, tell him to come home. Tell him I'm alone here. I don't know what I'll do alone.
When we find Kaczewski, I'll call you.
It started to get dark, and I sat there listening to every sound. And then it started to rain. I heard it pounding on the roof. It threatened. If somebody came up to the house, I wouldn't be able to hear them. 7 o'clock came, and then 8, 9, 10. I didn't dare light a light. Then I thought I heard a call. George. It had to be George. The headlight flashed through the windows as the car turned into the drive, and a moment later I heard his key in the lock.
Leonora.
What's the matter, George? Are you surprised to see me?
All the lights were out. I thought you were in bed.
Oh, is that what you thought? Is that why you waited so long to come home? Where were you?
Where I go is no longer any concern of yours.
You were with her.
All right, Leonora, I was. For the first peaceful evening in 10 years, but not the last.
What are you saying, George?
I'm going to divorce you, Leonora. I'm moving into town tonight. I'll be at the hotel.
I'll stop you. There isn't anything I won't do to stop you.
I know I can depend on you for that.
The wife doesn't mean anything to you, George. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what happened today.
I know you tried to kill a man with a gun.
How do you know that?
Everybody knows it. The police are looking for Kaczewski. You have no feeling about what you've done to that poor, confused devil, have you?
I haven't done anything to him, that superstitious idiot. All I did was send a silly letter. That didn't kill his wife. I'm sorry, she said. I'm sorry.
No, you're not. You're only sorry because you're afraid for yourself.
How can you say that to me?
Because I know you, Leonora. After 10 years, I really know you. You didn't send those letters the way other people send them. You sent them with a curse out of the evil of your heart.
You can't kill people with a curse.
Which is fortunate for me. I'm not talking about the act, Leonora. I'm talking about the intent. I want to get my clothes.
You can't. I won't let you.
All right, I can get others. Goodbye, Leonora.
I forbid you to leave this house.
Get out of my way.
No, George, no, I'm your wife. Remember how things used to be with us? They can be that way again, George.
Let go of
you
me.
know I can make you happy. Kiss me. Just kiss me once.
Get out of my way.
Oh, George. Oh, darling. Don't leave me. rain got heavier. Each time the lightning flashed, I could see the river below. It was beginning to wash over the bridge. A shudder tore loose and started to bang.
Hello. Hello.
Hello? Who is it?
Lieutenant Marsh at Police Headquarters, Mrs. Carpenter.
Have you found Kaczewski?
Yes, the boys brought him in about a half hour ago. I did all I could.
Oh, what do you mean?
Trespassing is a minor charge, Mr. Carpenter. Bail was set at $25. Mr. Reynolds just came in and bailed him out.
You mean he's free? You let him get away? You've got to send somebody up here. You can't leave me alone if he's loose.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Carpenter, but there's a storm emergency. Besides, the bridge is washed out, and I'm tying up the line talking to you. Good night.
Lieutenant! Lieutenant! Operator, get me, Mrs. George Carpenter at the Clearview Hotel.
Sorry, but the lines are open for emergency services.
But I must speak to him, I must.
I'm sorry, but the storm has washed out most of the lines. We only have 3 circuits open for
But
emergency.
this is an emergency. I'll tell you, it's a matter of life and death.
Just a moment. I have a clear line.
Oh.
Please make your call brief.
All right. Hello? 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 Hello?
Here's your party.
Hello.
George! Oh, George, it's Leonora. You've got to help me, please. They arrested Kaczewski, but Bert Reynolds bailed him out.
I know it. Bert told me.
You know it? You let him do it? You want me to be killed?
He took Krzyzewski home and put him to bed.
But he won't stay there. He's crazy. Oh, come out here, George. I need you.
The bridge is out. There's no road
Oh,
open.
he'll find a way to get here. Oh, do you want me to go mad, George? I'll give you a divorce. I won't fight it. I promise you, George. Only don't let me die.
Leonora, you're hysterical. It's after midnight. I'll be...
Go on, George. Go on. George, please, George. George. Well, I was dead. Dead like I was going to be dead. Kaczewski would come. They didn't know it, but I did. The rain stopped, and I sat there listening to the ticking of the clock. It struck 1, then 2. That was all. It was so peaceful, and I almost dozed off. Something was moving outside. I went to the window and saw the figure of a man turning into the shadows behind the house. I found the gun where I'd left it under the sofa pillow. I couldn't shoot him until he broke into the house. I walked to the kitchen and waited. He was fumbling with the door. There was a metallic sound. He was forcing something into the lock, and then it clicked. The door swung open. He was framed in the center of it, and I fired. He fell. I backed through the house, opened the front door, and started to run. The road was a sea of mud. I knew he was dead, but I could feel him behind me, chasing me. I got to the river. It was starting to flood, but there was a boat coming across. Oh, I just cried with relief. When it landed, I ran to it. A man jumped out.
Hello, Mrs. Carpenter.
Oh! No, you're dead. You can't hurt me. You're dead.
My wife is dead, Mrs. Carpenter. Look at me, lady. Look at my face.
I'll give you money. I won't say anything about this. You can
Why you do this thing to me, Mrs. Carpenter? Why? What I ever do to you?
My husband was the one. He told me to do it. I didn't want to. He made me.
You lie, lady. Your husband is good man. Don't you like to die, Mrs. Carpenter? You like to write letters. You like all the people to die.
Your message is wrong. You'll be punished for it. You know that, don't you?
Who's going to punish me, lady? You?
I didn't mean to shoot you up there tonight. I thought you were hurt. I was coming down to get a doctor for you. You just came across the river. You couldn't have gotten down here before me. George! It was George! I killed George!
You kill your husband?
I thought it was you. I mean, oh, I don't know.
You want to kill me, but you kill him.
I don't know.
Oh. You kill your husband, Mrs. Carpenter. You kill him. Now they're going to make you pay.
An accident. I said an accident.
Run,
an accident.
Mrs. Carpenter.
It was an accident. seemed dangerous, I tell you. I came back here to the house and I found George. I left him just as he was, so you could see it was an accident, Lieutenant. I called you as soon as I got the phone line working.
Yes, I see, Mrs. Carpenter. Did you get all that on the wire recorder, Chuck? Yeah. Good. Shut it off. Well, you better get your coat, Mrs. Carpenter.
You mean I'm being arrested?
On suspicion of murder, Mrs. Carpenter.
Oh, but you're making a mistake. All I did was write a letter.
And kill your husband.
But that was an accident. Why should I kill George? I had no reason.
But you did have a motive for killing him. A very strong motive. He left you. He was divorcing you. He was going to marry another woman. And you knew all that before you shot him.
But I didn't.
It's on the recorder.
Oh, you don't believe me.
Well, don't worry about me, Mrs. Carpenter. It's the jury you've got to convince.
All I did was write a chain letter.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Agnes Moorehead.
Doctor, lawyer, merchant, chief, happier test, stating my belief that every car owner can be happy if his car is equipped with a set of the world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. So be sure to have your dealer give your spark plugs a spring checkup. Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, starting motors, bullseye, sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Miss Joan Bennett. The play is called The Statement of Mary Blake. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucian Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Chain is an original play written for radio by Joel Murdoch. Agnes Moorehead may soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Cage. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Claire Trevor and John Lunt. And don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Joan Bennett.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Miss Joan Bennett in Statement of Mary Blake, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Harlow, where did you get those suspenders?
Hap, my envious end man, those are Autolite stay-full battery suspenders.
What queer animals on them? Is that a camel?
That, Hap, is a contented camel with a smile from hump to hump. He knows that Autolite stay-full batteries are the batteries that need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And that's because they have over 3 times more liquid reserve than batteries without stay-full features.
Wow, what's this dancing dervish doing?
He's celebrating his release from camel watering. Just got a new stay-full battery.
This is going to kill me. Do Autolite stay-full batteries do handstands, too?
No, on my suspenders they do, because Autolite stay-full batteries give 70% longer average life than batteries without stay-full features, according to recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards.
And remember, too, Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Anything else, Wilcox?
Just one more thing. You're always right with Autolite.
And now, with statement of Mary Blake and the performance of Miss Joan Bennett, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I found myself at the far end of a long corridor, the length of it stretching before me in a winding pattern. The walls of it are thick, impregnable cement. There were no windows, only a small opening high on the wall to my right. Through this, a single shaft of light fell into a pattern which told me there were iron bars on that one small window. At first, it seemed that I was alone in this place. I stood huddled and afraid, unable to move. Somehow, I had the feeling that soon I would not be alone. Then, faintly, from out of the darkness ahead of me, I heard him coming with slow, shuffling footsteps. The walk of a man who has not long been without his eyes. I saw his cane first, a slim thread of white in the blackness before me. I watched it, tapping up and down in a nervous rhythm. Tapping, coming closer, closer. I felt the muscles in my throat tighten in an effort to scream. But I made no sound at all. Nor did I move. I just stood there and waited and watched him come toward me. Then in the next instant, his face was caught in the shaft of light, and I saw him very clearly. The searing marks of pain were there, and with them the lines born of brooding and evil. And I looked for a long time at that face, and I found myself wondering, if I could see behind those dark glasses, would I find in his sightless eyes any sign of repentance? I remembered suddenly how Gregory Martin had looked the first time I saw him, his tall form standing with casual poise in the doorway, that handsome face creased by the broad smile that bid me welcome into his home.
Hello, Miss Blake. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Here, let me take your bag.
Thanks.
Mrs. Martin isn't here just now, so I'll show you your room.
Oh?
I think you'll find it very comfortable. In fact, I hope you'll enjoy your life here and your work with me.
Oh, I'm sure I will. I'm a little overwhelmed to find myself actually about to work with the Dr. Gregory Martin.
Oh. When you've gotten your things unpacked and had the chance to catch your breath a bit, perhaps you'll join me for coffee.
Wonderful.
Then I'll show you through my laboratory.
I first must feel at all that first day. My room was luxurious and beautiful, and the laboratory was beyond anything I'd ever imagined in its completeness. I didn't meet Lorna Martin during that first day as a member of the household, but in the evening her husband invited me to join the intimate group of friends that were gathered in front of a glowing fire in their living room.
And how about you, Professor? Yes? Let me fill your glass. I have my customary toast to make.
Yes, my boy, indeed. I want to join you on that one.
Attention, everyone. A toast. The toast. To the lovely Lorna. A woman of such abundant charm that it's unfair, really, for one man only to call her his. But 3 years ago, she made her choice, and I found that it was such a commendable one that I, for one, think we should forgive her. And so, here's to the lovely Lorna, my wife.
I joined in Dr. Martin's toast to his wife, and at the same time studied the faces of the people who were gathered in a semicircle around the room. There was a glint on the glass of one man's pince-nez that gave his face a weird, somewhat supernatural look. He was smiling broadly in the direction of Mrs. Martin, and his teeth in the light of the fire seemed to be made entirely of gold. I looked then at Lorna. She was looking past the others at her husband, and although she was smiling, I saw that there were tears in her brown eyes. Beneath her polish and exquisite breeding, she was insecure and afraid. Late that night after the party, I was thirsty, so I put on my robe and went quietly down the carpeted stairs. The big double door that led into the living room was closed, but I could see that a lamp was lit inside the room. And then as I passed by, I heard her. She was sobbing softly. I turned quickly to go back to my room. I didn't want to be placed in the embarrassing position of hearing something I shouldn't. But before I'd gotten out of earshot, I heard her sobbing stop suddenly with a noise that sounded like the flat of a palm hand hitting hard against her cheek. Next morning, I was working with Dr. Martin and loving every minute of it. We worked silently, swiftly, with no regard for anything outside of the task immediately at hand. That is, save for one little thing. Dr. Martin seemed fascinated with a little vial of amber liquid which he kept on a desk. Twice he abandoned his work to walk over to it, lift the glass container up to the window, and study its contents, his lips forming a strange half smile.
Why, yes. Yes, that's it, of course.
What? I beg your pardon, Dr. Martin. Were you speaking to me?
Oh, no, Miss Blake. Talking to myself, I expect. Scientists frequently do, I understand.
Yes, I've heard so.
My formula, Miss Blake. I just realized it's almost the color of her hair, isn't it? Alorna's, I mean. My wife has very pretty hair, don't you think?
I think Mrs. Martin is a beautiful woman in many ways.
Well, that's a rather generous opinion to form in so short a time, isn't it? Do you always analyze people so quickly and so flatteringly? How about me, for instance?
Oh, I don't think you're being fair, Doctor, but since you asked, I'd say you're a man of great charm and certainly a scientist of remarkable ability.
I should be pleased, I suppose. However, it sounds like generalities. I think I'll have to see what I can do toward creating a more specific impression. Yes. Truly beautiful color, isn't it?
I've never seen anything quite that shade of amber. What is it, Doctor?
It's a mixture of my own. I'll let you in on it someday, soon. But meanwhile, I'd advise you to keep clear of it. I think I could safely claim it to be the fastest acting poison in existence.
A new experiment, Doctor?
The most exciting experiment to which a scientific mind can apply itself. And I have every confidence that I'll be able to work it out to a successful conclusion.
Sounds challenging. Challenging, Doctor. I hope I'll be allowed to work on it, too.
I assure you, my dear Miss Blake, I wouldn't attempt this particular experiment without you.
Neither of us made mention of his poison again, and indeed it seemed that the doctor had quite forgotten it. We were both working hard on the completion of his current project. Lorna Martin worked with us part of the time, and it was only then that I learned she had previously always assisted her husband with his work. It was, in fact, Lorna who suggested the final step that led him quickly to the result he had been striving for. We worked from early morning until late at night, and on the third day towards midnight, the project was completed. We had a late supper, and after a glass of liqueur, I left the doctor and his wife and went to my room. Yes?
I'm sorry. Were you asleep?
Oh, no. No, I was just sitting here relaxing, Doctor. I'm still too excited to do any sleeping.
Well, that's exactly how Lorna and I found ourselves feeling. So we decided to sit up and talk a bit over another glass of liqueur. We wondered if you'd join us. After all, this has been a three-way victory, Miss Blake. We want you in on our triumphal toast.
Oh, that's a generous thought. I'm afraid I wasn't much more than a spectator in this.
Oh, nonsense. Come along.
Well, I am certainly eager to talk with Mrs. Martin. I had no idea she was an active colleague of yours in the laboratory.
Oh, yes. Lorna's been a tremendous help to me. In the past, I would say she's been quite indispensable. Lorna's brilliant mind amazed me from the first moment I met her. Here we are. Lorna, my dear, Miss Blake and I were just having a most engrossing conversation, wholly about you. It seems Miss Blake has been greatly impressed by the work you've done on this idea of mine.
Oh, Dr. Martin, you're making it sound as if I'd minimized your own work. I didn't mean...
Of course you didn't. I do understand. And you needn't make apologies in my direction for your appreciation of my wife's talent. Here now. A liqueur for you, Miss Blake. Same as earlier?
Please.
There you are.
Thank you.
Lorna, dear. How about you? Your glass can stand a little replenishing, I should imagine. Let me see. No. Why, you still have some that you haven't even touched.
In the few seconds that had passed since Dr. Martin and I had entered the room, three distinctly sharp and clear thoughts had crossed my mind in sudden, quick succession. and each of them struck at my inside like the painful puncture of a thin, sharp blade. One, that Dr. Martin professionally was insanely jealous of his wife. Two, that it was totally unlike Lorna Martin not to speak to us as we entered the room. And three, that Dr. Martin had just gone over to his wife to make absolutely certain that she was dead.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Joan Bennett in Statement of Mary Blake, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, can I get a pair of those Autolite Stay Full battery suspenders?
Hap, there's a catch to these suspenders.
Of course. Wouldn't be suspenders without a catch.
Well, to get a pair of these, you'll have to rave about that special feature of the Autolite Stay Full battery, the fiberglass retaining mass that protects every positive plate to keep the power-producing material in place for longer life. 70% longer life, in fact, than batteries without Stay Full features. And this is proven in recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards.
Doesn't anyone but you have a pair of those wonderful, wonderful suspenders?
No. These suspenders were made for me by a happy car owner who recently bought an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Said he couldn't thank me enough for telling him about it. So, friends, see your Autolite battery dealer tomorrow. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Miss Joan Bennett, in Statement of Mary Blake, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I stood there unable to speak. Dr. Martin looked at me. He was amused at my reaction to his wife's murder.
I rather think I could read your mind quite accurately at this moment, Miss Blake.
Why?
Why does one do anything? What motivates any action of man? There is a need, a desire, a want behind every action. I wanted to kill my wife. It's as simple as that.
The poison.
Yes. Come into the laboratory. The poison. We'll look for it.
It isn't on the desk. You did kill her with it, but I don't see it. And why have you made it a point to have a witness? I remember now. You talked of this as an experiment, and you told me I would work with you on it. Just what
Patience, my dear girl, patience.
And what is the next step, Doctor? To call whom? The police and tell them what?
When one discovers that one's wife has been murdered, one naturally calls in the authorities. Oh, yes, Sergeant. Listen carefully, please. This is Dr. Gregory Martin. My address is 12448 Pilgrim Drive. Would you send some men over immediately, please? My wife has just been murdered.
The complete realization of what he had done seemed to come upon me all at once. A sudden delayed shock that hit me with the impact of a hammer blow. I looked at him, and he seemed a total stranger. A maniac whose next move I could not predict. I was laughing, and while he laughed, I reached desperately behind me, closing my fingers tightly around the glass container I felt them. And I prayed that it contained something that would serve as an effective weapon against the murderer. With one quick movement, I flung it full in his laughing face. And I watched it eat away his skin like a sheet of tissue paper in a soaring flame. When the police arrived, they found Lorna Martin seated erect and beautiful in the chair in the sitting room, while her husband writhed in pain on the floor of his laboratory. I was at Dr. Martin's desk, they said. I remember lifting my eyes to follow mutely the movements of the men who streamed into the room. Through the door, I could see them bending over the body of Lorna Martin, and I watched with a strange, detached curiosity as 2 interns administered temporary treatment to Dr. Martin's injuries. Then they took us away. The 3 of us. I don't remember much about it.
Do you want to talk now? Come now, Miss Blake, we realize that you've been under a great strain.
We want to find out exactly what happened, and we must know exactly what part you played. You know, in view of what has happened to Dr. Martin and his wife, a man so revered and well-known, we will be subjected to a great deal of pressure to bring someone to justice for this thing.
Justice? How can Lorna Martin ever know justice?
Let's hear your story, Miss Blake, from the beginning. There were 3 people alone in that house when this happened. And of them, only you were able to speak. Now, let's hear what you have to say. How about it? All right. You'll talk on the stand.
Will the witness please take the stand?
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
It was like a dream still. The setting now is a court of justice. And I sat numbly among strange faces and gesturing hands and questioning voices.
Please tell the court.
I could hear words tumbling towards me.
How well
so
you have
soft the
known
way only to
Dr.
return
Gregory
with
Martin,
renewed
please.
force.
Dr. Martin has been my close friend and associate for over a dozen years. His fine character cannot be questioned. He and his wife were an unusually devoted couple. This thing that has happened is shocking.
You were a frequent visitor in the Martin home for many years, Dr. Lee. Yes? Can you relate to the court any scenes you witnessed in the Martin household which might have an important bearing on this case?
I attended a gathering at the Martin home on the very night that Miss Blake first came there. She sat with us in the living room, and throughout the evening I was aware of her studying Dr. Martin with a peculiar intensity. It was extremely odd.
As the medical examiner on this case, will you please tell the court your findings which revealed the cause of Lorna Martin's death?
Mrs. Martin was poisoned. The poison was in liquid form, taken internally. It was obviously expertly prepared by someone well acquainted with scientific formulas, someone who had access to an excellently equipped laboratory.
Tell the court whose fingerprints were found on the liqueur glass from which Lorna Martin drank the poison that killed her.
We found on the glass the prints of Mrs. Martin and those of Mary Blake.
And no others?
No, sir. No others.
Did you discover any more of the poison like that which was used to kill Mrs. Martin?
There were several drops of it left in the glass from which Mrs. Martin drank. Later, during our investigational search of the entire house, more of the poison was found.
And will you please tell the court where the remainder of that poison was found?
Yes, sir. In a perfume bottle on the dressing table in the room of Mary Blake.
The voices floated in and out and around the room. And some of the words hit against the walls and echoed back at me. Then I rode on them to the front of the room, and the voices were loud and strange, and my senses seemed blocked by them, and by a hand that pointed towards me, and a face that swung down at me like an inflated comic balloon. I almost laughed. Perhaps I did.
Can you, Mary Blake, in any way account for the fact that only Mrs. Martin's and your own fingerprints were found on the glass of poison? Can you give the court any explanation for the perfume bottle containing the remainder of the poison being found in your room? Mary Blake, can you in any way explain the testimony we have heard repeatedly during this trial of your unusually strong personal interest in Dr. Martin?
The words were strung like beads on a string and wound round and round me until I felt them so tight it seemed I couldn't breathe. Then suddenly the voice that was strangling me with the words came through to me clearer and louder than ever before. And this time the words were built in a big stick and it was carefully aimed and swung straight toward me.
The prosecution at this time is able to bring forth its most important witness. We ask, however, that due consideration be given him by all those present in this courtroom, as his condition is still very serious. He has suffered from extreme shock, and as a result of the injuries he recently sustained, he is and will forever remain totally blind. Now, clerk, will you please inform the nurse outside that she may now bring the doctor into the courtroom. The prosecution calls to the stand Dr. Gregory Martin.
He came in, seated in a wheelchair. His hands and almost all his face, save an open slit across his mouth, swathed in thick white bandages. There was something about seeing so handsome and powerful a figure so completely incapacitated. An involuntary gasp escaped from my own lips as well as from those of every person in the crowded courtroom. Without a word being spoken, the prosecution had easily scored its most effective point. And after Dr. Martin had finished his spoken testimony, the big stick of words came down upon me with full force.
Mr. Foreman, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, How do you find the defendant? We find the defendant guilty as charged.
Then more words. Words coming at me with final flattening blows.
This court hereby sentences you to the Women's State Penitentiary for a period of not less than 99 years.
I found myself at the far end of the long corridor, the length of it stretching before me in a winding pattern. The walls of it had thick, impregnable cement. There were no windows, save for a small opening high on the wall to my right. Through this, a single shaft of light fell into a pattern which told me that there were iron bars on that one small window. At first it seemed that I was alone in this place. I stood huddled and afraid, unable to move. Somehow I had the feeling that soon I would not be alone. Then faintly, from out of the darkness ahead of me, I heard him coming with slow, shuffling footsteps. The walk of a man who has not long been without his eyes. I saw his cane first, a slim thread of white in the blackness before me. I watched it, tapping up and down in a nervous rhythm. Tapping, coming closer, closer. I felt the muscles in my throat tighten in an effort to scream, but I made no sound at all, nor did I move. I just stood there and waited, and watched him come toward me. Then, in the next instant, his face caught in the shaft of light, and I saw him very clearly.
Mary, please wake up. Come on now, get home before you rouse the whole block. Come on now. We can't have this every night.
What's that dream? I can't stop dreaming. It isn't fair. I don't belong here. I didn't do anything, but I'm here. He still won't leave me alone, not even in my sleep.
There, you see, Warden. That's the way it is every night. We can't seem to
That's enough, Matron. We're releasing Mary Blake.
What did you say?
You're free, Miss Blake. The nightmare is over. Come with me, and I'll tell you what has happened. Miss Blake, the state has no way of returning these weeks of freedom it wrongly took from you, or of erasing the shock and heartbreak you've been forced to suffer. We can only hope that it has not too deeply embittered you and hasn't totally destroyed your faith in the justice one customarily finds in our courtrooms.
There seems to be a limit to bitterness, Warden. I find that what I feel now is not a release from injustice, but a release from fear. I know that he can never reach me again, even in my dreams. How can I be so sure of that?
Well, it's another of the things that can't be accounted for rationally about this case. It leads one to wonder if some metaphysical force wasn't put to work in place of the erring machinery of justice. Miss Blake, when you blinded Dr. Martin, you limited his vision to mental images. And over the period of time that has lapsed since the day you received sentence, it seems the doctor's mind would not free him from one particular visual experience. He, too, suffered from a recurring dream, which, due to his impairment, was inflicted upon his waking as well as sleeping hours.
The dream, did he describe it?
Oh, he did, in detail. It seemed that there was... Slow, groping steps. I entered a narrow corridor. With my hands, I felt that the walls were of a thick, impregnable cement. The tap of my cane produced an echo that told me the corridor was one of interminable, winding lengths. I did not want to enter nor walk through it, yet it seemed that I was forced to, and the walking seemed endless. I wanted to cry out, but could find no voice. I wanted to see a single light from a window or an open door, to know that there was somewhere an end to the blackness. But there was no light and no end.
I wanted to turn back, but there was no turning back and no end to my walking. And although I had the feeling of being alone in this place, I knew that I was not alone and never would be. And it was worse than being alone. For though I could not see her, and though she did not touch nor speak to me, I knew she was there. And for me, she would always be there. Mary Blake, my accuser. For she is the innocent, and I am the guilty. And for the innocent, there is always a freedom. And for the guilty, there is never an escape.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Joan Bennett.
Hello, I just ran out and bought a Autolite Stay Full battery. Now do I get a pair of those wonderful suspenders?
Well, Hap, you sway me. But let me say a word about the more than 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Mr. John Lund. The play is called The Man in the Room, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucian Moraweck and conducted by Lud Bluskin. Statement of Mary Blake is an original play written for radio by Shirley Gordon. Miss Joan Bennett will soon be seen in the MGM production, Father of the Bride. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Claire Trevor and Charles Boyer. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring John Lund.
You can buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.